What's up, everybody? My name is Ashton, and welcome to the Trilogy Media podcast. What you're about to hear is the complete 6+ hour-long interview with Kris Smith and Shaylin Williams, victims of Russ McKamey and the McKamey Manor cult. This is a very unique episode and a darker one than usual, so I'm chiming in here before we get started just to cover a few pieces of housekeeping. This entire interview was filmed over 2 days in preparation for the full expose documentary that we dropped a couple of weeks ago. Many of the sound bites and interview segments featured in that full doc were pulled from this interview. But this podcast episode is the entire interview with Kris and Shay, and buttoned by a surprise appearance by Reckless Ben himself. It's dark, it's triggering, but it's real. And just as we prefaced the full documentary with, here to remind you that every statement and opinion made in this episode is based on firsthand experience, personal opinion, and legally obtained audio and video recordings protected by fair use, the First Amendment, and Tennessee's one-party consent laws. I'll leave a link below to the full documentary available on YouTube and uncensored on Trilogy Plus. And last but not least, viewer discretion is advised. Welcome to the Trilogy Media podcast. We have a lot to talk about. I think this is going to be the deepest session
so far.
So deep.
Mm-hmm. So deep. How deep?
So deep. Deeper. You better not pull an Ellen on me.
Oh.
Russ is here, by the way.
Yeah. Russ! We would never do that to you. We'd smell him.
You know,
oh my God.
I only learned in the car that he stole. That he's taller than me. Oh, yeah.
He's like 7 foot something.
It's like literally did not resonate to me.
Met your match.
Yeah, you can tell in his mugshot.
Oh, come on.
And we'll learn about his fingers as well. So a lot to talk about.
And other things.
A lot happened in the you
well, that's why I kept telling you to shut up so we wouldn't get all the Q&A off camera. Well, do you need a shot? Do you need any? What do you need?
Therapy.
There you go.
What do you need?
I mean, we don't have that, but maybe this can double
this
as
is
that.
therapy.
I just about to say that. Our live streams are therapy.
Yeah.
You know? Therapeutic
in a way.
Yeah.
Kris Smith and Shay. Do you want to?
Shaylin Williams.
Shaylin Williams. I didn't know if it was Shay or Shaylin, but yeah. Shaylin Williams.
Shay and Kris.
Have one of the most bombastic, craziest stories to tell, and we are honored to have them here in our studio. They have been watching Trilogy for a long time.
A lot of things it doesn't make sense.
Trilogy somehow has inspired some of the events that have occurred in this story. Can we start just with, a very brief
introduction?
Yeah. And moreover, why are you here? Tell me why you're here.
Wow. Look at this. Look at these Ashton at 11 o'clock questions.
Who are you?
Who are you?
So,
why are you here? What is...
So, yeah, I'm here because I was a big part of the McKamey Manor lore, which I was once on that side and then switched over. And because of Trilogy inspiring me, led a movement to put a stop to Russ and his shenanigans.
Very well said.
Unbelievable.
And why are you here?
I dated him. That's about it.
You dated him.
Mm-hmm.
What do you? But you're here now against him.
Yeah. I think a lot of healing, and support from people. Because it took a while to kind of decondition myself, and but it happened. So yeah.
For our viewers that may not know the story, this isn't a new story. This isn't something that Trilogy is breaking really by any means. This is a story that's been covered in a lot of different ways. But I think this particular element of the story, especially the things that have happened in the last 12 months, are a lot less covered, a lot newer, and very unique to anything I've ever seen.
Well, I would say it's a new story for me because like when I discover you guys and I watch Hulu documentary first, right? After everything happened during the live stream, and we're going to talk about this, I sent Ashton a 69 long paragraph message. I was like, all right, so there is an element of spooky and horror, okay, which we do cover those type of stuff on Trilogy Plus. There is obviously scam going on. The bitch doesn't have he didn't have $20,000 to pay people like awards. And also there is a pedophile-ish, like stuff that like learning that he into kids and he getting hurt and thinking about kids and neighbors. And it's like, okay, so it's going to be one story, two stories, or it's all fucking together. And Ash said, let's wait for the Zoom call.
Just and
we'll
just shut your mouth, Weasel, because we have to talk to them directly. I do want to get into kind of how that all started, but I guess even just for housekeeping for those that have never heard the word McKamey Manor before, how would you describe it from the perspective of the outside looking in? What was it? What was it marketed as specifically?
So it originally started as a home haunt.
A home haunt.
Which is basically a boo-style maze haunt that you could go through, but it's right at your home. So there's no restrictions. There's no insurance, no charge, neighborhood people. And that's how...
Great way to start.
And so that's... Yeah.
They had kids working with them.
Yeah, it was neighborhood kids working.
That he had a crush on.
Oh, God.
And... wow. So that's how it started, and then it slowly grew, and he made it more and more extreme. A lot of people label it as an extreme haunt. I am a fan of the immersive and extreme haunt world. It is not an extreme haunt in any way. It, in fact, gives a bad name to actual extreme haunts because that's what people associate it with. This is basically a place where somebody brings people to be in his fetish and scams them out of money, scams them out of their time and their humanity. I mean, he makes them a joke.
Well, you mentioned before that there is a specific type of people that he's targeting in, right? Targeted because he's not doing it right now, right? As we know.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, is he?
No, because he's not allowed to, right? Because of after the...
He can technically, but his attorney is telling him not to.
So when it started just as a boo fun home haunt, what state was that in?
So that was in California. It was in San Diego.
San Diego, okay.
Yep. And it was the neighborhood kids it started out with. All the neighborhood kids would work in the haunt.
And it was family friendly. Right?
No, I would never say it's family friendly. So from the outsider
point of view, it's not a pumpkin patch walkthrough.
Right. From the outsider point of view, I thought, okay, it wasn't extreme. It wasn't too bad. But after interviewing people that have gone through, he would have kids holding people's heads underwater. I mean, these are just teenagers teaching them how to do this stuff. In fact, and we'll get into it probably a little later, one of the kids that work there, 14 years old, without a parent's signature, she has stories. She's done an interview with me where she was chained up, put in a cage, and put underwater while grown men poured water over her repeatedly.
So there was never a time where it wasn't physical touch. Like it was always right
physical
from the get-go.
touch. It started out with little like ankle pinches and ankle grabs, and every year it became more and more. I think it was about 2012 was when we were full-fledged. People were getting hooded. People were getting duct taped on their eyes. Real aggressive touching.
And people knew this going in. Like that was like they marketed it that way.
Oh, they marketed it as a home haunt, and anybody in the neighborhood could go. And you would be told you cannot tell what happens. It's only going to be people's reactions to get you to go. And I've talked to past people that went through, and they said, that was the intrigue. You see people coming out all disheveled, and you'd say, what happened? They'll be like, you just have to go through. I can't tell you.
And so that was all good publicity. Like that there was nothing negative came out of it. Did they make people sign NDAs at that point? Or did they just win on people's word?
But there was waivers from the get-go. Some of the stuff wasn't in there right away. It slowly got to it, but I think they still had the teeth being pulled out. hair being cut. That stuff was in it from the get-go.
What is a
the
question
fuck?
for you as a new viewer, as I am?
Mhm.
Why all these became so fucking big? Why it was on so many national networks? Why this story catch a fire from
And
the
was
beginning?
it called McKamey Manor at that point?
Yes, it was always McKamey Manor.
Always from the beginning. That was the name of the.
Yep.
And
Why? Why
yeah.
television embraced that? Because it's like, did you guys start doing it during the Halloween season when everybody how it got so much fucking publicity?
So it started, it won awards the first few years it was open as the most scariest haunted house. And that was, when the kids were there. It didn't get really violent until the kids got removed from the situation, which to me, you put one in one. Wow, that's weird that once the kids weren't around, all of a sudden aggression started.
Yeah.
Wow. Fuck. But yeah, so
It was marketed more like a torture chamber. So people were like, what are they doing in there?
And that's
Is it
what
part of the mystery?
That's what I'm having a hard time connecting with as just a general dumbass watching the TV and seeing marketing. Like I understand as much as the next point, or as much as the next person, the desire to want to be scared. I love horror movies. I love haunted houses. I've been to all the ones here in Halloween Horror Nights and shit. What I could never get past is the line of the enjoyment that comes with being hurt. I would not get any thrill or enjoyment out of having my teeth pulled out of my head.
So a lot of the stuff in the waiver isn't real. He just tells you that so you'll be thinking it's happening. So he'll use like a prosthetic. Nobody's teeth actually got pulled. He just used a prosthetic. But I know for like me, I have like a guilt complex where I just permanently feel guilty. So when I'm in like pain or something, or I'm punishing myself in a way, it like alleviates that for a while. So I think, not just people needing money, but also people with mental stuff going on, that they're kind of attracted to it, to be like, well, I want to prove to myself I can do it. And it just, that's kind of how he preys on people. And he does the same thing when he's looking for a partner. He finds somebody who has all these issues that he can target. So
Isn't there any audition going on? Like how's let's say I want to be there. How does it work? Walk me through from the beginning to the end.
Well, and I want to stay focused too on the timeline a little bit. So are you referring to San Diego? Because I know there's a progression to this.
Yes.
Yeah, let's start with San Diego.
Yeah.
Okay. So San Diego first started out, you got in line and you waited in line, and they would get every group he has filmed from the start. There's never been a tour that he didn't film. So you go in with groups of about 8 people at a time, take about 45 minutes to 50 minutes.
In San Diego?
No, dog food.
a bag of dog
I
food.
want to ask about that because I don't understand that.
He used to do a donation to Greyhound something.
So you bring
Greyhound
dog food
Rescue.
and that's your admission fee?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So what is he trying to gain out of this? Or at least what does he say he wanted to gain
fetish.
out of this from the beginning? Like he just calls it fun?
Yes.
It's just for fun.
He wants
He can
to be
afford
the
to
Push
build-
yourself.
He can afford to build all this and
Mhm.
he's not charging any admission.
No. So
He was in the
has-
Navy.
And
That's why.
we'll get there. There has been several times that we have tracked down and found that he has taken about $10,000 in money from people for tours.
Also, he did.
And I've been able to track down old GoFundMes and all the receipts with all the people that have paid that money.
Like
GoFundMe for what?
people raised money to go do it
Yes.
and people donated to them to go do it.
Yes.
Just
So
for fun.
It was, they were moving and they needed moving fees for that. But because you moved, you got skipped to the front of that imaginary line and got to go through. So people started donating $100, $200 because, wow, I can't wait in line for 27,000 people to go through. I'll never get in.
Skip the line.
Yep. Skip
Which,
the line.
by the way, there is no line. It's
No.
just emails that
Yeah,
come in. I've seen his emails.
So in San Diego, it was still, was it running that way? Like, did he say there was a long wait list or did you just
Yes.
show up?
No. So there was always a long wait list. I would say till about 2011, 2012 was when the 27,000 person number started coming out. That was also the time, once it got into the extreme ones, there was a thing called a bounty that started coming out. And in San Diego, it was like win $1,000. It wasn't anything big. Once he left San Diego and lost his actors, then there was a prize bounty at 20,000. And that's where you get into
If
the
you
whole...
make it through.
If you make it through. And that's where everybody's like, well, yeah, I'll take some pain for $20,000.
Right.
That'll change my life.
Yeah.
They can't kill me.
So San Diego, give me the timeline for San Diego, and then also when you got involved.
Yeah, so San Diego started early 2000s and then grew all the way up until 2017. He left San Diego.
Wow. Okay.
He ended up leaving. His actors left him because they started having questions about the contract and if it covered them or not.
Mm-hmm.
He also split up from his girlfriend at the time, who took half of everything, took all his props because she paid for everything. Like, I didn't, he was a wedding singer on the side, but he wasn't really working. He was just
So why wasn't he trying to monetize this?
He does in a way. He does privately. So you show up and you're like, yeah, I'm ready to go through. And then he says, wow, yeah, it was fun. It cost a lot of money.
Guilt tripping too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Any sort of donation, off the record would be great to help out.
Yeah.
And we have proof of people paying money throughout the years of that as well.
Wow. Okay.
So
when were you involved in San Diego?
No, I was never involved in San Diego.
You came after.
Yeah. So a movie called Haunters Are the Scare came out. It was on Netflix. And I was between jobs at the time. I was doing some graphic design. I had a logo that I was working on. And I was like, what am I going to use for this? And I saw Haunters was playing in the background. And I started watching. I was like, this can't be real. I need to talk to this guy. So I put McKamey Manor on the logo and I send him a message like, hey, free logo. I just want to do an interview with you. And it was like 5 minutes. He hits me up. He's like, I love the logo. What else can you do? Can you do film editing? I need help with film editing. You want to take a tour? I can get you on a tour right now.
Which year was that?
This was 2018.
And he was where now?
He was in Tennessee. So that had just, it had been going for about a year.
In Tennessee.
Yeah.
Which Tennessee is a lot less violent of a show. Like California was violent.
California was
interesting, because you would think it'd be the other way around.
I actually thought they moved out because of we have a lot of laws and stuff, so it's hard to do those things
wants people
in
to think
California.
that.
Yeah. No. He had to sell his house because he couldn't afford the payment. And there's tax evasion too.
Yeah.
And all that.
So when this Netflix thing that came out in 17, 18?
Yeah.
And that wasn't like any kind of exposing. That was like very promoting it almost.
It was,
look how cool this is kind of thing, right? Even though it had already hit the mainstream that it was hurting people.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
But it didn't matter?
No.
Right. So, the director of that, his name's John Snitzer. He has a lot of Russ's footage because he filmed a lot of those tours.
Uh-huh.
And rumor has it that when Hulu was making their movie, John wanted to make a pro McKamey Manor movie. Russ signed off all the rights. That's what the rumor is that Russ signed off all the rights to all the footage and gave it to John.
Wow. Okay. So you connected with him. He says, wow, you can do all these things for me.
You're my best friend now.
And that was in 18?
Yeah.
He's in Tennessee. You're where?
I'm in Michigan.
Okay. And you took him up on it.
Yeah. At first it was like, cool. Yeah. I'm in a Facebook group. Yeah. That'd be cool to do some video editing and that for you. It was fun. I like doing that stuff.
And as far as you were concerned, I mean, this is all good and legit and you were just into it.
Yes. Because I straight up, I was asking him stuff. He was like, well, you're a smart guy. It's all smoke and mirrors and all that. And then seeing some of the footage, there is certain things like his shots. The haunt doesn't exist. It really doesn't.
Did it ever?
No, it's always just been in his backyard, and he chooses great angles to make it look like there's tons of stuff going on.
Because you see, from the outside looking in, from watching promotion, you see this footage, which will be heavily censored for this YouTube version. If you want the uncensored, go to Trilogy Plus. But you see this horrifying horror movie, crazy screaming, high production value kind of experience depicted on screen. It's all horseshit.
Yeah.
And how did he do that?
It was in his backyard in San Diego. Like, you never actually went into a house. You went to the garage maybe for a minute, but you were always in the backyard. And it was only like 56 feet long. And the way that he would make it go long is he would blindfold you and walk you through like a maze, and then take the blindfold off of you and make you go back through it again. So it was like double the length. which later he caught on. Well, shit, if I just blindfold him the whole time, I don't even need a haunt.
Yeah.
So now you just go into his backyard.
And just doing circles, just walking around.
Do people know that they're outside the whole time?
Because in Tennessee, you know, well, so he has storage units and sheds.
Because how can he thrive on the word of mouth publicity of the experience of people's testimony if they're aware of how much of a sham it is? I mean, do they just not quite realize that they're outside, or does he just?
It's because they sign waivers and nobody want to talk about it.
Yeah, there is a non-disparagement agreement which he threatens you with for $50,000 if you talk shit about the waiver.
Anything,
yeah, I've talked shit, Russ. I mean, you know it. I'm still waiting, but
I mean, this is all opinion based anyway. Yeah. So Russ can suck my dick.
Oh, careful!
Yeah, I'm just about to say that. Be careful what you wish for, Ashton.
I didn't wish it. I'm just saying.
And all of a sudden, hi, this is Russ. Oh shit! Oh shit!
I'd say you're more his type.
Bitch.
But I'm not saying Ross suck my dick.
But maybe he will anyway.
Chris, was he paying you to edit these videos? Or were you just doing this for fun, freelance, kind of supporting it and doing it, for yourself?
What were you getting out of it at the time? Just have a fun collaboration?
I was just getting attention on the internet and having fun doing a hobby.
No pay, nothing, no money.
Nope.
But I'd say there's also an emotional element because he guilts you and manipulates you, and
and you've said before that you were close, like you became friends.
In time. I mean that doing those videos and that built into a friendship where we hung out. You know, we went to conventions together, played video games together. Like we were friends.
And what is he like as a? And I'll get both of your opinions on this for sure, but
he puts up a very good front.
Yeah, it's which version of him are you talking about?
Yeah, so there's 3 versions of Russ.
Yes.
And I talk about it in the Hulu doc. You know, you have the persona, the Facebook persona where he's a nice guy, everybody loves him, he's joking around. You have the show one where he's the bad guy, he's the scary guy. Mm-hmm. And you would think that that's the one to be afraid of, right? The real one is the scary one. The real one is the one that talks about how he will do anything to get the shot. He will go as far as it goes just so that he can collect that scream. Another real gross thing, when you quit, which everybody does, he takes your onesie from you. And in his barn, it's like a serial killer. They're all lined up on the walls.
Where does the onesie come from? He makes you wear that?
Yeah, you have to buy it.
You have to wear it for your tour.
It gives you like a shopping list, right? Before you go, which is mind-boggling to me.
Another one that you talk about.
Is it just because you can't afford it?
Oh, yeah, because he's not going to waste his money. He says, I put so much money into this show that you're coming out to.
And no one asked him why he has a 22,000 person waiting list. He's not monetizing an entrance fee.
People ask all the time, and he says, because you know what the feds would do to me if I was actually charging.
Because then it's a business.
Yeah.
Right. He has a safety net of it not being technically a business right now.
No, and technically he doesn't, because in the state of Tennessee, you don't have to apply for a business to be considered a business, which...
So since we're talking about, again, going with sections, talking about scam right now.
Okay.
So it's not only $20,000 reward that is absolutely freaking horseshit, which is bullshit. Then he gonna give you, if you want to join my tour, you want to skip the line, bribe me. That's number 1. And number 2, he gonna give you things to buy that you, as a person who is investing, because you think like you're going to win that money because every single person, want that money. Right. So you go to the store and you're already fucking broke. That's why you're looking for that money, right? So you go, you fill up your credit cards, you borrow the money, you buy the stuff that he asked you for, you go inside, you get fucked, and you walk out.
Yeah.
Still thinking that there is somebody else going to win that 20 grand.
Yeah, because he'll tell you when you lose, if you would have just lasted
20 more seconds.
more minutes, 20 seconds.
You were
so
almost
close.
there. Like, it's
close.
It baffles me.
How?
Because let's say he was like a really smart like business thief and he was just making this whole horse shit Manor to make money and charge people to get in. Like I could, that makes, it's not good, but it makes sense. Right. But like, and
but
like,
he was not doing it for the money.
But he wasn't doing it. And like, you would think that he would be like afraid of people discovering that it's not real. But like, he's bringing people in. He's not making money on it. What does he want? Like, he doesn't want people to discover it's not real.
Fetish.
He wants to get off.
Just torturing people.
Yeah.
That's his pleasure.
Having people
this is exactly.
beg and scared and cry and yeah.
Because he has nothing else to gain.
It's like,
yes.
Not in a good way.
Yeah. He want to break a soul. He want to break a person apart. And that's how he gain his...
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like you said, it's a witch.
He wants to push them to the point where they're literally not themselves anymore. And just, yeah.
So what year did you get involved? And where does that line up with when you started realizing, I don't want to be a part of this bullshit?
Yeah. That was...
You go first. You were first.
So I ditch out about 2020.
Did he stop because of COVID?
No.
Of course not.
You joined in 2018, you said, right? 2018.
So 2 years of editing for him, would you say?
And so he would never give me the raw footage. It would already be edited. And then he would ask me just to do like color correct.
The final touch.
Stuff on the side.
Are you aware at this point when you're doing the editing, are you aware that all this shit is like staged?
At this point, I know I know the haunt doesn't exist.
And you're okay with that?
Yeah. I mean, in my head, I didn't look at the amount of money people were spending. And I'm thinking people are going through. So I used to also do his screenings. And so I would screen the people. And when I went through, I always said, if you're doing this for the money, don't do it because you're not going to win the money. And to me, I felt like that was me clearing up, Did he know what you were saying during the screening? No.
So it's something like out of your good heart. And like, hey.
What did contestants say back to that? They'd be like...
And people would be like, no, I definitely know I can win the money. And I'd say, no, listen to me real careful. Like, you can't win the money. And then...
And no one ever did, obviously.
No. And then, and I would say the ones that... When I screened them that were really trying for the money, after I said it a few times, they did dip. They didn't go through with it. But then you would get somebody who'd be like, I really just want to go for the experience and do it. And I'd be like, all right, well then, cool, you can go, as long as you're not doing it for the money.
I still cannot erase this memory when I watch this Hulu documentary. And then again, and we talk about it. I told you that in person in the car. Victims of that event, and every single person walk through, but something about you when it's like they introduce you as a best friend, and when he was burying you alive, and you like stop, hey Ross, I'm done, stop, please, begging him to fucking stop shuffling that gravel on you, and you like literally choking. Screaming for your life.
And that's a recurring thing where even though people would sign away, they're like people would want to stop, but he wouldn't honor that.
Right. So in San Diego, there's no consent laws. You can you can keep a person against their consent.
How does that make sense? What do you mean?
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
If I send a waiver to go through, I can sign it and say, hey, they can keep me as long as they want while I go through. So
if you've given full consent, you can't put conditions on that consent later.
Yeah.
Even if something bad happened to you at the end.
Right. And so that's how he got away in San Diego. Well, in Tennessee, they have a very hard consent rule where you have to have a safe word.
What does that apply? I mean, as far as you know, in the law, how does that apply? Does that just apply to detainment? What does that mean? Like, I consent to what? Like, is that a sex thing too, or is that just for home haunts? Like, how does that work?
Like, I feel like it is something towards like in the BDSM community or something like that, where it's that type of consensual stuff
for like a dominatrix agreement,
right?
Like. That's its own rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Fuck you! I
have more questions than I did.
Okay, perfect. I just want to. Okay, the last thing.
It's not the last thing.
No. Last thing while we're moving on. Oh, one more thing.
One thing.
Another thing.
Thank you.
One more thing. What is it's Team Dex? Don't give him credit.
Put her one more time next to the restroom. Two layovers.
Put her next to the restroom.
As we'll see, she's gonna switch the fucking
you know how
teams.
many? We'll save it.
Kris?
Save it.
Yep. When did you finally went to sleep and you wake up and you said to yourself, enough is enough. This is fucking scam. He's not a good person.
Tell us the specifics
I don't want
of
to
that.
be around this person anymore, and I want to be on the other side helping people not to be in this fucking torture.
So I had blinders on for a long time. I always believed what he said. I never went and looked for myself because he was my friend. I trusted him.
And what was he saying specifically?
Oh, don't listen to those. Nobody actually got hurt. Those videos were all staged. Everything was fine. They're just haters. They're just wanting attention.
They signed it. They wanted it.
Yeah, and
they asked for this.
Yeah,
right.
But even the ask for this wasn't there. It was I didn't do it. They were fine. We made it look like it was rough. It's all movie magic. I started seeing that, and then I started getting mentally abused. It would be, I need you to start calling and don't stop calling my ex until she comes back to me because I'm going to kill myself. And
calling his ex for what?
Because he needed her. He needed her back in his life. You gotta work it out because she's not listening to me. She'll listen to you. And if you don't, then I'm just going to end my life. And I remember one time being like, dude, I'm calling the cops. He goes, okay, well, you call the cops and I'll blow my brains out before they get here. And then the blood's on your hands.
Oh my God.
Such a narcissist.
So he's having you do his marriage counseling for him.
So that's going on.
What the fuck?
At this point, I've already been buried alive. And when
we're going to talk about that too.
Yeah, so we'll dive into that part
and talk
later.
about that. Yeah, it was so many.
But so that's also weighing on me to start walking away. And then the phone call started happening. Once he didn't have his ex with him anymore, then I would get the 4 a.m. phone calls where he would call me and say, tell me nothing means nothing. Please tell me nothing means nothing. And I'd be like, what are you talking about, dude? And he'd be like,
that's his thing.
I had a dream about a child. And I need you to tell me that it was just a dream and nothing means nothing. I need to hear it. And
all right,
so he must really trust you to say something like that.
Oh no, he'll tell anyone.
Really?
Anyone that gets close to him. Yeah.
So he's not a paranoid individual.
No, it's like he wants people to know and to get them to be okay with it. And be like, no, it's okay. It doesn't mean anything.
Did you tell him?
So what did you say?
Yeah, I said, dude, because I knew he had a past.
Yeah, explain why.
Yeah, tell us about the past.
So
nothing means nothing. What that?
He had, he was sexually assaulted when he was a child. And so to me, when I was told to say nothing means nothing, it was PTSD from that past. And at first I thought, okay, maybe it is. Maybe it is. So I said it, right? Still, I felt dirty as fuck saying that.
Of course.
But then there would be more phone calls asking me to say it again. And I was going on the internet.
Say it again?
Was it always about the kid dreams?
It's only about the kids. And Shay will go into the whole dice thing because she knows it better than I do. But he has to hear nothing means nothing or else his OCD just goes crazy.
Kicks in.
What the fuck?
So once those calls started coming through, I was like, I can't handle this.
I can deal these.
And so I start really backing away and doing my own research finally. And there was a person named Lori Brotherton that went through in San Diego, and her photos are horrific. She's almost unrecognizable.
Lori Brotherton?
Yep. And
why are you looking for
when I reached out to somebody to ask if those things were true, if it happened, and I found out they were real, I went to Russ and I said, Russ, I've seen you do a lot of good things. I've seen them in public. I saw one time when we were in St. Louis, a guy starting to beat the crap out of his girlfriend, and Russ dived right in and pulled her out. And I was like, I seen you do that, but look at this woman. Look what you sat there and you let your gang Just
what happened with this woman?
Beat her. Like, if you look up her picture,
I just wanted to pull up a couple pictures.
Please.
She is beyond unrecognizable.
You'll have to guide me here.
Is that the one that was in the car before and after in Hulu documentary?
No,
or it was a different?
No.
Am I spelling it right? Can always look it up later, but Brotherton.
Yeah. So I said, Russ, how can you do that to somebody and be good with it? And that's when he said, anything to get that shot.
So what happened to her? Did she try to revoke consent and he went?
She revoked consent a few times, but she didn't for a long time. She was stubborn. She wasn't going to. They forced her to drink her own urine. They had her.
Yeah, she's from the dog.
That's the girl I've been talking about.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, she was in the car. She recorded it while she was like, "Hey, I'm going to this event." So it was before and after.
Holy fuck.
And that's what they show in the documentary after and before. She was like, with makeup, look amazing, and driving
so
to
you
the biggest event
discovered
of her
this
life.
only when you started looking it up because
her tour has never been released. One of the few tours to never have been released. Hers is one.
So what did they make her do?
From my interview with her, I've heard that they forced her to drink her own urine. They chained her up. They had her walk through bushes that were all thorns. They had her crawl on her knees through asphalt, and then they had her bury herself alive, along with being fish hooked many times and slapped in the face.
When you go to a hospital in this condition, and you have to fill up the paperwork, they're always asking,
what the fuck happened?
What the fuck happened? How did
she would not tell them the answers because she was being threatened with a $50,000 lawsuit for talking, and she ends up taking off out of the hospital and running out of there because cops were called. And she was afraid she was going to be sued because she couldn't afford a $50,000 lawsuit. That's the thing. These people are going in to win money. They already don't have money. And when you are being told that you're going to be sued for $50,000, I don't got it. I'm alive.
You already broke.
I'm not going to even talk. You're right.
There is a possible 50 grand coming up.
Right.
Wow.
And all you do is just like, I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to run to the hill.
So you did this research.
Mm-hmm.
You made a decision one day.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me about that day and what happened next.
Huh? My tummy's grumbling. I'm sorry.
Do you need a snack?
No.
It's all the time when I film with him. It's all the time.
So I'm done. I'm out. I leave the group. I decide I'm not going to talk about it because I'm scared of the 50,000 too. Because he does tell me, hey, just let you know when you turn hater on me and you're going to hate me, I'll sue you for $50,000.
What a fucking amazing friend.
Wow.
What a friend. I'm going to fucking sue you, Ash, you bitch.
Wow.
So,
dick.
So
Jesus.
I bounce and I start Horror Road Trip. I say, okay, I won't talk about Russ. I'm only going to talk about the haunts that are out there that are good. This is what I'm going to push and get people into and take that legend away from Russ.
And we're going to talk about Horror Road Trip because I definitely want to give the good side of this a platform for.
But the good side of you did not let this go.
So for years I sat on it because there was always people speaking out, but it would only be like 25 people watching, and it was the same 25 all over, and it's like the word's not getting around. They're just risking being sued, and nobody's learning anything new. Hulu approaches me. I was like, "Do you want to tell your story?" And I'm like, "This is it. This is it." And I went to my team and I was like, "You guys, this is the one time that we are going to have a platform for all the people out there that have maybe heard of it a little or never heard of it. We're going to be able to warn them. And
we're going to have our voice.
Yeah, we need to go in this full throttle, nonstop, and we are exposing everything." So Hulu did their piece, and the stuff that we didn't talk about on Hulu, great. Now I got a platform for it. And all those people that watched Hulu are watching us, and we are telling a breakdown. I mean, we did such a breakdown where we went year by year of the haunt and talked about the people that went through it, the people that worked it. We hacked into, well, we didn't hack into, somebody gave us access to a Facebook group, an old Facebook group before Messenger was out. And it was Russ and his actors in this group. And it was them talking about the tours. In there, we gathered who worked what tour, who hurt who, them talking about what happened and their cover-up story. We put all that stuff on our website. We took the whole Facebook, copied every post and put it on our website so everybody can see the stuff that him and his actors said.
Kris, did you unintentionally hurt anyone?
No.
During this, while you were there and being his right hand and being his friend?
No. So I never was there when a single person went through.
So you never filmed anything?
I never filmed anything. Yep. I never once set foot on the property with another person. I went there twice myself, going through it, and that was the only time that I was on this property. And then another time to get one of the dogs.
Okay.
He's mad about that.
I know.
I gave that douchebag my dog.
Oh, God.
Hello, Ski!
Future Art and Ashton here chiming in.
How you feel?
Not exactly. Well, you know.
I didn't ask you.
Oh.
How are you feeling?
Oh, God.
How are you feeling after all this?
So at the point of filming this now, we don't know exactly where in the edit this will go. So apologies if we're interrupting a very dark, emotional part, which this whole story is, so it probably is. But you know what? We're here to offer something that can help you instead of hurt you. So apologies for the interruption, but none of this would exist without our sponsors. So, hey.
And we have to acknowledge things that we love, we trust, and we believe in.
And if there's one thing I hope you take away from our content, it's the importance of protecting yourself online. And that's why we say thank you to Surfshark VPN for sponsoring Trilogy Media. You should be using a VPN when you browse the internet, especially if you're ever using public Wi-Fi. VPNs, it's a virtual private network. It masks your IP address as well as your actual device's location, keeping you much safer from malware, from attacks, from fishy links, from being tracked. And there's a lot of extra benefits too. One click of a button with Surfshark, you can change your virtual location to pretty much anywhere in the world. There's over 3,000 servers. So if there's content you want to access on a different country's version of Netflix or whatever the case might be, one click with Surfshark and you're there.
And that's exactly what actually, again, we have an amazing team and people like John Wilbers. He traveled all the time, especially abroad. And he was like, guys, I just got back from China. I spent like 9 weeks in China, in Shanghai. And he said, you know what saved my ass? Fucking VPN, because I cannot get access to this, and this. So to browse internet and know what's happening at home or what's happening in my country, I have to use VPN. And that's why it's a lot of competitors. It's a product that's very demanding nowadays. We cannot tell you what's the best for you. We know who we can trust, and we trust Surfshark. They've been with us way before we went to India. So 2020, 2021, 2022, and we're at 2025. That says a lot.
We use them, we trust them, and we suggest them to you. They're the best in our opinion, and one of the most, if not the most affordable. So go to surfshark.com/trilogy, or you can use Trilogy as the promo code at checkout, and you're going to get 4 extra months for free.
4 months for free.
4 extra months just for using that link or using Trilogy as your promo code.
And remember, hey, we live in America. God bless America. Everything is returnable. If I want to, unfortunately, I cannot return you.
No.
But if for any reason, stupid reason, you want to cancel it, return it.
You won't need it.
30 days, money guaranteed.
But they back their product with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Surfshark.com/trilogy, or use promo code Trilogy at checkout. And thanks again to Surfshark VPN for sponsoring Trilogy Media.
Back to darkness. Mwah. Love you.
Here we go.
Let's go.
Did you tell Hulu about the lawsuit?
Lawsuit wasn't out yet. Lawsuit came from the
Which
Hulu
lawsuit are you
doc.
talking about, Ryan?
The $50,000 one for you to talk about. Did you tell Hulu,
yeah.
Did they say like, okay, that's bullshit. Like, don't worry about it.
Or did they say we're going to cover it if you're going to get sued? We're going to cover those
they
fees.
Gave
No
reassurance. They gave zero
You
reassurance.
were already to that point where you're like, I don't care.
Yeah, fuck it.
Yeah.
sue me.
Yeah, you're like,
Okay. That's what I'm getting at.
Well, that's usually the approach we take.
Yeah.
That's usually Trilogy's default position.
Oh my
Sue me.
god.
That's so good. All right.
Okay. Can you tell me what that conversation was like with Russ when you finally
The final one,
broke,
right?
Oh yeah,
broke it off?
It was literally a very short one.
Over the phone or face to
It was
face?
over the phone.
Okay.
I sent him the pictures of Lori, and I said, "Explain it. Tell me how you allowed this." And he was like, "Well, I didn't do it." And I said, "No, but you filmed it.
Yeah.
You sat back
You
and
were there.
watched And she helplessly became like this as she was beaten by your friends and instructed by you to be beaten. And I said, so tell me, explain to me why. And that's when he said, do anything to get that shot. And I said, then this is where we end our friendship.
This is where we separate.
And I hung up the phone and I was done.
And he didn't, did he try to reel you back in? Did he call you?
No, he called me one other time because I was the only one that knew how to reset his escape room. And he asked if I could give him a walkthrough on it.
What?
Everybody is his tech support agent.
So he
just tell me you didn't.
Did you do it?
No. Yeah.
So he's just there to do a fetish, and everyone else does everything else.
Yeah.
Like he just films it and
Is
enjoys it.
You have
He
a
just
person
sits
in
there
mind?
like, yeah, that was a good shot.
You have a person in mind who does exactly the same for a living?
For a different day. Okay, and what year was that?
That was 2020.
When you broke it?
Yep.
Oh,
right
okay.
before the lockdown happened.
So then, when did you come into this?
So I first heard of the Manor in like 2016, probably. At that time, I wanted to go because I was 17 and I wanted to push myself. I had a really bad childhood and I just wanted to kind of show myself I could do it. And like I said, the guilt thing. But I never went. And then it was like 2020. I was live on a live stream, drunk, talking about it.
Only his live stream.
And you were streaming.
Mm-hmm. That's a clip I didn't know existed till the internet found it. So,
Like the Couch Olympics, remember?
Yeah. We all have those clips.
Yeah, we all.
But I reached out to him. So I was watching Reckless Ben. He's a awesome YouTuber, and he ended up doing a series about the Manor, and it reminded me of Russ existing. So I messaged him and I was like, hey, he was trying to get some of his fans to go and infiltrate. So I was like, where you basically pretend you're going through the tour, but you just troll him the whole time. So I was like, hey, how do I do that? And he was like, I don't know, just sign up. And I'm like, all right. And
you're talking about the Ross, right?
No, Ben.
Ben.
So you were you got in contact with Ben, and he was going to potentially use you to go in and expose it?
It wasn't that he was going to use me. It was more like I was like, I'm going.
Yeah.
And he's like, okay. And then I started talking to Russ. He was doing a live stream, and he told me to message him, which is kind of his MO. He'll tell people to send a video so that he knows they're real.
Video submission.
And their ID, but it's really just so he can see if he wants to date them or not.
What did you put in that video submission? What was the requirements?
He was just like, introduce yourself, tell me who you are, and blah, blah, blah.
Your age and where you came from and stuff like that, right?
Do you still have that?
Probably, yeah, I bet.
So you sent him that video submission.
And then,
and how fast did he reply to you?
Oh, immediately.
Yeah, of course.
Were you still in the mindset of I'm going to go in and troll him, or were you actually taking an interest of
I was
doing this for real, or where was your mind at this point?
At that point, I was feeling it out. Like, is it fake? Like, I wanted to know, like, everything been exposed. I wanted to know for myself.
If it's true or not.
And I don't know. We started talking like every day immediately, and he started flirting
on Facebook or on Facebook Messenger.
What year would this be? Still 20...
last year.
This is 23 or
24.
24.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Had the Hulu doc come out?
Yes, but I hadn't seen it.
Okay. By choice, or you just didn't know about it?
I don't think I knew about it.
I'm sorry, I'm missing. What happened during pandemic? What happened with the tours?
They
and
didn't
stuff?
know each other.
No. I understand.
He ran tours and caught COVID like twice.
He doesn't strike me as the kind that would have stopped for COVID. No. So,
well, that's what I was going, because like
he probably thought COVID
we're
was
skipping
a
from
hoax.
2020. You when you quit, right?
Yeah.
And now we're moving to 2023.
And he worked at Walmart too in BT.
Right. So what happened in this period of 3 years? Like
Still
that gap
going
I'm
on,
missing.
right?
Like it was.
No.
No?
Or no, he doesn't work at Walmart no more.
No, I mean with the hunt. He just still did it, right?
Yeah.
He
still did the hunt.
still operated. He still tortured people. So nothing changed.
No, nothing changed.
Well,
just
by this point,
new
it was
cycle
just
of
people working out in his yard.
Yeah.
That's what it became.
He replaced with
Because
new people.
he has
new
a
brainwash.
fetish for bodybuilders, and so he just has people work out in his yard.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's that.
Don't point it on me, Ryan.
That's why I said you're
That's
his
why you're
type.
his
Don't
type.
point it on
Dude,
me.
you should go do it.
Yeah, you should sign up.
Wow.
If he starts touching his nipples, run.
That's the intro right
Who
there.
is this fucking creature?
So, okay.
Creature.
Yes,
Monster.
agreed.
Mhm.
But,
Okay, so 3 years later.
You're hitting it off.
Yeah.
This is 24. This is
It was in January, I think.
2024?
just over a year ago.
Yeah.
It's very recent.
yeah.
Very recent.
Yeah.
Okay. So then what happened?
I've only dated like 3 people at that time. It was 2.
Prior to him?
So it was, relationships were very new to me, and I didn't really know how to put boundaries and everything, and he could tell. So he started asking me about like my past and like trauma and stuff, and said he wouldn't talk to me unless I told him everything horrible that had ever happened to me. Which now I know was so he could use it to manipulate me.
Towards his advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Was this before the first encounter?
Yeah. It was pretty much the first 2 weeks.
And where were you living?
I was in Springfield, Missouri. I was living with some roommates.
And he's in Tennessee, so
How long did
that take?
Eventually, yeah. Let's see. The first time he came to St. Louis for Transworld, which is like a horror convention, which is when we met.
And that was
makes sense.
And what month was that?
That was March of last year.
Oh,
A year ago.
A year ago yesterday.
Yes,
Yeah,
a year ago,
you
yes.
keep reminding me. I keep forgetting that.
Lady with black hair. I like literally watching this footage and I was like, no, this is not Shay.
We're gonna
No,
get
it's
to
not
that.
Shay.
Okay, so it's so kismet how this all worked out.
So he
He brought you out to visit, or how did that develop?
it was in your hometown, right? Close by to you.
Yeah, it was close to me.
So you drove to meet him there at the convention.
Yeah, he came and got me.
And that was the first time you met him in person.
Mhm.
And didn't you break up several times
Oh yeah.
in that drive alone?
Oh yeah.
How long is a drive from your home to the convention place?
4 hours maybe?
That's why you're referring during that 4 hours. So you
Yeah.
guys already.
Yeah, he
What happened?
we got like halfway there, and I always defend Ben because I love his content and he's a good person. So he wanted me to say that Ben was a horrible person. He had this like obsession with wanting me to say people were bad people. And I couldn't do it. And I was like trying to explain to him like his point of view of like why he did all the things he did and why he would think it's a scam, why he would,
Is this all on day one when he picked you up?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's a lot.
So he's
All these happening in the car.
So he just met him an hour ago, and he's already like,
Yeah.
you're already
Demanding.
You're already
Yeah.
Establishing
having a
rules.
conflict about this.
Oh yeah. Oh, we had so many fights about Ben before that.
So
over
how
the
did
phone?
Ben even come up? Did he know that you found him through Ben? Is that how that like? Why was Ben a factor between you two?
Because he was obsessed with the fact that Ben made content about him.
Uh-huh.
And he found out that I watched Ben.
Got it.
And
How dare you? Jewish things that you like, right?
right. Yeah.
And that he didn't like that
No.
because you had sent me like a couple voice notes and some recordings of him getting upset because you wouldn't denounce Ben.
Mhm.
Were those? Was that on that same day?
No.
Okay, that was later.
That was like 47 times. So many times.
So what's going through your mind? You're in the car with this guy. You're already having conflict about this.
My
like-
heart started dropping because I didn't know his temper and he was being very loud and I was getting kind of nervous, and he literally turned the car around and we drove all the way back to my house.
To do what? To drop you off?
Because I wouldn't say
Fucking psycho.
Ben was a bad
2
person.
hours.
On
hours.
day one.
Yeah.
You just met. You didn't want to follow his dictatorship.
Mm-hmm.
He did fucking.
Not much to follow there.
That's a nice one.
So you did.
You can rest assured then. You don't have to worry.
So you did 180 turn, and he said, "All right, we're going back home."
Yeah.
And you guys drove for 2 hours.
Yeah.
So back.
I was crying and.
Great first date.
Yeah.
What a fucking date.
And
But you ended up going to the convention. So how did that happen?
We were like 5 minutes to the house, and he goes, "You're not fixing it." I'm like, I don't know how to fix it. Like, you want me to be someone I can't be. So like, how do I fix it? And he was like, "You should be comforting me. You should be telling me that you're on my side and blah, blah, blah." And I'm like, well, I am, but it's not black and white. Like, I don't have to hate somebody. Like, I don't have hate in my heart. I can't hate somebody just because you hate somebody.
Mm-hmm.
And
He was teaching you how to comfort him when he is like going off the rails.
mm-hmm, which was very reoccurring all the time.
Okay, so
I always had to be the one to fix it when I didn't break it.
So you're 5 minutes away from your house again.
So I basically like calmed him down about it. And I wouldn't say Ben was a bad person, but I was like, maybe, he had good intentions. Maybe it didn't follow through in the perfect way, which was enough to appease him. And so then we drove back.
So we turned around again.
So she's like, "All right, baby, all right, little lady." Brr, another fucking 180. We're going back to the convention.
Oh my God.
Hashtag first date.
How are you not late as fuck now?
We were. He canceled the hotel 4 times because of us breaking up over Ben 4 times.
What made you want to meet him in the first place? I'm just curious about that. Like, what were you attracted to him, or was it the way he made you feel? Was that the?
There was some attraction. I like guys that are older.
Is that Tennessee tooth?
Get out.
Toothbrush.
I have no idea what does it mean, Tennessee tooth.
Use your imagination.
Who is tooth flap?
Use your imagination. I don't know. So, but he's how many years older is he than you?
40.
Oh, Jesus. But that wasn't a problem, obviously.
No.
Okay. All right. So you're on your way back. You're late as shit.
Mm-hmm.
You may or may not have a hotel.
Yeah.
And what happened with that? Okay. And
Did you get lost?
Yeah. So
welcome.
Also, just to lay some ground context for Squad, this is the day that they met.
Mm-hmm.
That Kris and Shay met.
He bumped into me.
Kris has already defected from it. Shay is just getting into it.
Mm-hmm.
And Kris is about to do his trilogy-style confrontation.
On my first date.
On her first date, when they're at this point on different sides of this war.
Mm-hmm.
And Kris, since they being so fucking late, where you start nervous that the fucker not gonna show up?
So, all right.
Yeah, can we bounce? So I want to bounce like
I was just about to say, because you keep waiting for him, right?
Now lead us into why you're there and what's going on before we meet them.
In all fairness, I go to this convention every year. It's a huge haunt convention, a lot of networking and that. So we were planning on going no matter what. We knew, though, that this was going to be the first year since the doc came out, and Russ always goes too, that we're probably going to see him.
So who's we? You and
me, my buddy Brandon, who was in the Hulu doc, and then my friend Boston.
Glasses? Brandon?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then my
Brandon.
friend
Ex-military.
Yes. Yep. And then my friend Boston, who does the Rise and Fall series with
I remember
me.
Boston, yeah.
So
she's amazing.
Yeah,
She flipped him off.
Yeah, we'll get there. She's proud of that.
I love that. She's like, we'll get there.
So we're there. At this point, I've been following you guys and watching and seeing the confrontations and that.
How did you find us? Fuck you, fuck you. Don't ask my questions. You shut the fuck up. How did you find us?
It was one of the collaborations. I can't remember if it was the collaboration with Skeeter or with Scammer Payback. It was.
I think you said about
actually told
Pred.
us.
I think you said
it was
Skeeter.
the one where you chased the Pred, right? Didn't you say it was?
Did
the
you
one?
say it was?
I think that
The
The Russian Olympian.
The Kenny chase.
Yeah, and so I'm seeing, I'm watching the, and then I got
two goofballs running after predators.
I was like, I gotta follow these guys, and so I'm watching it, and we're in the hotel, and this has been 2 days Russ didn't show. We're like, he's not showing. Well, then all of a sudden he goes live, and he was like, I'm just about to the convention, and we don't even know that Shay exists at this point.
He didn't want anyone to know I was with him because he had a girlfriend that I didn't know about.
Oh my fuck.
This is the last day of the convention. Last few hours that it's open. And I'm like, I'm sitting there, and we went and partied really hard the night before because we assumed he wasn't going.
Good boy.
And, and I'm sitting
So
there.
you're hungover.
Yeah, I'm so hungover. And I'm hurried up trying to shower just to kind of, and I have to run like 3 city blocks. And
it was cold.
And it was cold. And I'm watching his live feed, and it's like he got in there and hit the ground running. Like usually he takes his time at each of the things, but it's like go, 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 go. Because the whole time he's going through, he's like, yeah, there's some people here that want to confront me. I dare these 2 people to come and confront me.
How did he know this? Did he know? Was he talking about you?
Well, he knows that we're always there.
Okay.
And so
The documentary had come out.
Yeah, and so I think he thought that we had left, and he was just trying to act tough because he didn't see us in there. And so he's just running his mouth. I think 12 times he was like, yeah, I bet you they won't come up. I dare them to come up.
No, I was like, please
And
don't.
I get a hold of Brandon.
don't.
I get a hold of Brandon, and I was like,
Speaking of tolls, I just got one. Unpaid tolls link. Sorry. It literally just came in.
I got one a little while ago
They're
too.
every day. Yeah.
And so I called Brandon up, and I was like, be ready, dude. We're going live. And he was like, what are you talking about? I was like, if Trilogy does it, then we are going to do it. I was like, we're going live, and we're going to confront him right now.
Oh, my God.
And you did on your cell phone.
And
You
so
were
I
streaming.
popped on my cell
Where
phone.
were you streaming? On YouTube or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I did YouTube. I did every, I had people share it out to all the anti-MM groups. It was all over the place.
I want to pull up because you sent me the unedited. I mean, there's so much in here, but you texted here. Let's go.
Yeah. That's what I tell them. Let's go.
All right, we're live.
All right, we're live. Let's go.
All right. It's like, all right, it's time.
Oh my God.
It's fucking time.
Streamed 1 year ago. March 9th, 2024. Motherfucker. That was yesterday.
Today's what?
Or yesterday, a year ago.
Yep.
Wow.
Today's 10.
It was yesterday, the day they flew out, which was not planned. But wow. Okay. What's going through your mind? You're embracing your inner weasel.
Yeah.
You're gonna go.
I want to call him out in front of all of his fans because people will come up and ask for autographs, and I want to ruin every chance of getting any sort of autograph, right? Like my whole thing is the only thing that you can do to take away from a narcissist is to take away their legend.
His attentions, everything.
And so he works so hard to build this legend up. I'm going to show how shitty of a legend it is and take that hope from him. So we get the cameras on, and we're looking all over for him. And finally, you even see it in the video. I see him at one point. I just start running towards him down the aisle. And
but he started walking away from you, right?
he sees, I don't think he knew who it was at first, because he's like, hey, like, because I said, hey, buddy, or there he is. and he's like,
You approach him with a kindness.
he's like, oh, I got a fan. And he goes, oh, hey.
Kris, back from the grave.
Yeah. You're like, fuck you?
And some random dude sees the standoff coming out. He's like, they're back at it again. And he's all going looking back and forth at us.
I had no idea what was going on.
Well, and you don't know who he is because you haven't seen the doc.
Yeah,
right?
so I was like, oh, another fan. Oh, this is getting weird.
And so it's so crowded, right? I don't know if she's standing with him or anything. And so he decides that he is not going to talk to me. He's just
That
going
was
to.
because I coached him that if anyone came up to him, to act super nice to annoy them and walk away.
And why would you do that?
Because
was he
I
already
trying to
talking
help
about
him.
the possibility of this happening to
In
you?
a car?
Mm-hmm. I didn't know who anyone was.
He's
but
like, haters might come up and try to whatever, because he knew about the doc, obviously.
Mhm.
And so you were advising
I
him.
coached him on a lot of things all the time.
Did the Hulu doc boost his ego, or was he pissed off about the Hulu doc?
Both.
Or so he
Both.
loved people were talking about
Oh,
it.
yeah.
regardless
He's like kind of like they were talking about him,
exactly.
but in a bad way. But he was like, "Fuck!" But I still got my attention.
Yeah.
Did he try to sue Hulu? Oh,
Yes.
well,
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure.
He did.
Yeah, it's still going.
Oh my God.
So when the doc came out, he actually had a party, a screening party at a
At
bar,
a bar, yeah.
called Nirvana.
Shout out
And
Nyla.
he posted that he was going to. So we started looking up people, and people are reaching out to us like, hey, I'll go and film it. So we sent people in to film it, and they get the reaction, and he's just mocking us on camera. Like all his victims just talking shit.
I gotta see that.
We have all that stuff too. And then he like tries to flirt with the person a little bit. God. Okay.
What? Back to the convention. So you follow him around for a while.
Yeah. So I start following, and I notice that she's following really close.
He goes, oh.
Yeah. You didn't even hear me in the video. I'm like, oh. And when I realized,
so you got it.
You realize you're like, okay, they're
together.
And so
it clicked.
He's getting ahead of me, and she's walking slow and getting in my way. And
were you trying to put?
I was supposed to be there. You weren't. You were getting in my way.
But were you trying to put a separation between? Like, were you trying to help him by blocking him a little bit?
No, he wanted me to film if anybody came up, but I was too shy and self-conscious, so I was like, I didn't get anything.
But you weren't like trying to physically create a separation.
No, I felt like he was. Brandon kept moving out of my way, being a perfect gentleman, and then this guy was
we didn't have time for friendship. I was on a mission.
He was on a mission.
Yep.
And did you even say to her at one point, like, I'm not trying to get you?
Yeah, I said I did after I almost knocked her over. she looked at me and I said, I'm so sorry. I'm trying not to get you at all. This isn't about you. Okay, so
he was getting me the whole time.
You were just trying to be respectful, and I get it.
Yeah.
But you were probably in like, what's going through your mind? Like, are you like, these guys are they right to do this, or are we thinking, oh, they're being so mean to Russ? Like,
no, I was just humiliated because there were so many people there, and everybody's just watching like 4 people in a row filming this guy, and I was like, oh, fuck.
And we weren't the quietest about some of the stuff we were yelling out.
No, they're like, what about the abuse marks on the women you date? And I'm like, I literally had covered on my neck marks, and I was like,
but not from him.
From him, yeah.
From that.
But how? It's your fucking first date. What the fuck?
Well, okay, all right.
Can we go back?
There's a hotel.
All right.
Why are we skipping this part?
We're not. Okay.
All right, let's go back to fucking 6 hours driving.
Okay, and also, I just want to, like, you're already being extremely vulnerable by being here. We have, of course, asked, and before we even did this, I said, I wanted to make sure that this wasn't going to create more damage for you, for your future. So, with that being said, keep whatever you need to keep safe.
Thank you.
But whatever you're willing to share, of course, you're safe here. Yeah. Don't read the comments. We got you.
Yeah.
We got you. And this fucker will never hurt you again.
Yeah.
But what happened?
Which part?
Let's talk about the first night then. Like, why do you have marks on your neck?
But was it a night? Because when you guys drove
you probably drove to the hotel, and then
it was nighttime. By
and then
the time
was
we
the
got
next
there.
day that you went to the convention?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you had a night with him before this happened. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this is so embarrassing.
It's okay. We're not here to. You were not being judged right now.
And definitely not being. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we did some things, and then it got kind of violent. And I had bite marks all over my back, and on my neck, big bite mark on my neck.
Was this consensual?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
The choke situation when you start having seizures after that, it did not come up later, right? He did not do anything. He did not choke you until you pass out on the first date, on the first night.
I have like a gap where I don't remember a specific night. I don't remember anything about our last night there. Mm-hmm. So I don't know, maybe that night. Because he did choke me to the point I had bruising the first night.
And we're considering this a first date.
And that was consensual.
Yeah.
So it didn't, you wake up the next morning, you're not like, I got to get the fuck out of here. You're like, you're okay with this. I
had an overwhelming feeling of shame. And I don't know. I just felt different. Like something had been taken away in a weird way. And
why'd you decide to stay? Why did you not run for the hills after that first date night?
Because I kind of hinted that I was going to, and he started talking about killing himself.
Here we go.
That seems to be a recurring theme here.
To a lot of victims, to a lot of ex-girlfriends and a lot
That's
of people.
just straight
friends.
His own daughter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually saw the video that you sent me. I saw her first time actually yesterday. It's fucking insane. This is his way to get away
To
with the
manipulate
murder.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody close to him.
Yeah.
So part of it was a sympathy thing, or part of it was an emotional
It was also
guilt that
like,
he created for you?
at a certain point, I started seeing what he was really like, and I was like, if I leave, he's just going to get with someone else, and they're going to go through it. So I thought if I stayed, then nobody else would have to go through it.
So you're kind of like sacrificing yourself for the rest of the women out there who could have been in your shoes.
Yeah.
But my question is, I understand what happened after, which I don't understand, but I understand because it was like ongoing
You understand
relationship.
that you don't understand.
Yeah, I understand that I don't have to understand.
Right.
That happened last night, actually. We were so delusional last night here that I'm looking at the side of this, looking at this, and I'm just toothless, brainless. And I said, oh, I understand. And Ashley was like, what do you understand? And I look at the camera and John, our camera guy, DP, and I was like, I understand that I don't have to understand. And we were on the floor laughing. So anyways, I understand that, it was a relationship over almost a year.
Mm-hmm.
But this has happened, this is literally first fucking time you meet that person.
Mm-hmm.
Then things happen in a hotel. You woke up. You still don't know. You're still not there in a position of being on that pedestal, like, I'm going to sacrifice myself to save other women. Why did you stay? And why did you not only run away, but why did you not call police or ask for help or offer him help? Like, what was that?
Well, I didn't feel like I had anything I could call the police for, because I was like, even though, it was like, did I consent? I guess I did, because I didn't say anything. So
you were guessing yourself?
Yeah. And it was a lot of the guilt, worrying about him, because he would talk about his OCD, which is extremely bad. And, he's just haunted by all these thoughts, and only I can help him. He'll only go to therapy if I stay with him. So we had been talking for a while before we met in person, and we had already kind of crossed lines emotionally, kind of emotional blackmail, just finding out everything that's ever happened to me and using it to make me feel bad. Yeah. So
did he open up about his past, about what happened to him?
Yeah. Which is part of what I struggled with to leave, was I felt bad for him.
May I ask you at what age he got abused?
13.
And by who?
A male friend of the family.
It's always in the family.
It's always in the family, yeah.
Who was a bodybuilder.
Mm.
Yeah.
It's almost textbook.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
So, all right. We filled out that gap.
Mm-hmm.
Everything happened. All the mix of emotions.
Mm-hmm.
You decided guys going to convention.
Mm-hmm.
So at convention.
This is going on.
This is happening.
How did it
end?
How did you guys break away? And
we followed him for a good 20 minutes. I was starting to run out of
things to say.
I mean, at one point, I asked him if he got a haircut recently. I think I got.
Which he did.
You just gotta circle back and start repeating it. It's not. It's
Ask Ashton. He will like
I'll just go in a loop. It's fine.
One of my favorite parts of it is at one point somebody's trying to get like a picture with him, and I was like, "You don't want a picture with the guy," and he was like, "No, trust me. You want me to get this." The guy goes up and he gets the picture and goes, "Look at this ass hat." And they see the picture, and Russ just turns and I all of a sudden see Shay. What did you say to him?
I said that was not a fan.
Yeah, he was like, I heard what he said. Like he's all mad.
Oh my God. And that was not connected to you. That was just some other guy.
It was just a random dude. Yeah.
Oh, he got so many dirty looks. Like he had a lot of fans, but so many dirty looks.
So
it was like,
oh my God.
We've filmed for about 20 minutes, and then it got to the point where it was like, okay, are we crossing lines? Can we continue? At what point is it harassment besides causing, making a point?
Yeah, making a point.
And we didn't want to get kicked out of the place. So we went for that 20 minutes and we got our point across. We talked about how the AG was investigating them. We made sure to yell out about all the different victims that were abused. We even showed photos. As he was talking to people, we would show the photos of the people that he's hurt. And then we left, and then Boston, she wanted me and Brandon to have our moment because we had a personal, we knew him personally. Both me and Brandon did. Boston had never met him. So he goes around to take a picture with somebody, and you just see Boston. She had her moment. She just walks by the camera like this, and you can see the live with Russ. He's smiling. And he's like, somebody just flicked me off.
Oh, wow. Oh, you guys have balls of steel. Oh, my God.
That's amazing.
That's fucking great.
That's amazing. Then you stop, you leave.
Yeah. And
then
once
you take a shower, you take a breath. What's going through your mind?
And it felt so good.
I bet. It does, yeah.
It was like, yeah, like
did it feel good for you?
It felt so good.
At least one of us
let him
felt
have
good.
that moment at least a little bit.
It was like finally this asshole that has been preying on people who everybody backs away from and is always walking on eggshells because they're scared. We finally were just like, fuck you to your face. And I loved every minute of it.
That's great. I bet that was therapeutic in and of itself. Yeah.
It was.
Do we know if at any point in life, because he was in military for a long time, right? Russ.
He was in the Navy, yeah.
In the Navy. So my question is, did we ever hear any stories from his ex-coworkers? Anything from anybody that got abused or
not
got
abused? We did hear from somebody who just said that he was an asshole.
Yeah.
In general.
Chills out.
Yeah, but I say that about art all the time, so it's not really.
Wow. Great. What a fucking connection.
What year did you take the tour, Kris? Like, was that the last time you saw him prior to the
Yes.
And why would you?
So I went in 2018. I went for my first tour, and I didn't even get through the contract signing. It wasn't that I was scared. There was a side emergency that happened, and I had been standing out. It was freezing rain out. I was shaking. I was trying to read the contract by myself because he just put a camera on me and said, I'm not standing out in the rain. And I had to stand out there, and I'm just reading it for hours. It's 40 pages and confusing as hell to read. He has an emergency happen, and he was like, just go back to the hotel and don't change or none. We'll pick right back up where we left. So I go back to the hotel, and I was there, and I was out of it. I was like, I'm tired. I'm not going back. And so I ended up just meeting up with him and having dinner. And then I said I would never come back and do another tour. That was a waste of time. At this point, he starts telling me the secrets, all the different mind tricks and all that to make it seem like there is something. He has built a few things that, give it a little substance, but it's still just like a little stunt, right?
Why did you go into it the first time to do it? Did you want to, or?
Yeah, it was the pressure of like, because at this point I'm modding. Everybody's always asking me when I'm going to go, and it'll be so cool to see you go through. And he's like, just come. It's all fake. Like, just, just show up.
It's
won't
so
be
fake
bad.
that you can fucking die.
Yeah.
That's why I was so confused. I was like, why would Kris go? But you were being told that it's like
smoke and mirrors.
Not a big deal.
Yeah.
Is it like kind of like initiation? Like you have to go through it? It's kind of like to
So
get
if it's all
accepted?
fake, why would he care? Why would he want you to do it, or why would you want to do it? Like just
for the footage, to have the footage, because you're going to be the Christmas. It's going to be the best movie that I've ever filmed, and you're going to be the star of it. And I need you because you know it's fake, so you'll be able to go a long time and to get through everything. And so that's what he does, right? He gets you there with that. I'm sure he tells everybody the exact same story. Get you there, and you go through one or two things, and you're like, wow, that was fake. This is really cool. And then he's like, oh, I want that shot. So now anything I told you was a lie. The second time that because I was never going to go again, he told me that there was a film crew coming, and they were filming a series, and they had a young woman that was going to be there, but he knew she was going to tap out right away. So he wanted me there so that I could go longer and they could get more footage because I'm on the end.
This film crew, what was it? It was
for Sci-Fi Channel,
just to promote,
right
in support of it, right?
Oh, they're making a McKamey. It's a pilot episode for a McKamey Manor TV series. Come to find out, every so many months he tells people that he's close to this exact same story, and he's been doing it for years, and there's never been a TV show.
Yeah.
So I show up, guess what? No film crew, no other person going through. And he's like, well, you're here.
Yeah. So if you're here,
let's do a tour.
Let's just,
get some really good footage because you know this stuff and I want you to be the first person through it. So
I find it funny that he calls it a tour.
Yeah.
You're not touring anything. You're just.
Well, I can't call it a haunt.
Why?
Because it's not haunted. You will be haunted.
But
after.
but he called San Diego a haunt, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. It's weird.
Was that a legal reason that he changed it, or he just?
No, he called San Diego tours as well.
Did he?
Yeah, I think it's a military. I think it's like a military tour.
Yeah,
like,
now when you're both describing his personality and him trying to get footage on it's like try to get evidence on everybody. Like, it reminds me of P. Diddy and what is it, Epstein, when he was like, you're not gonna fucking say anything because I have everything on you.
Yeah.
I have
he
camera on
knew
you.
somebody compared him to Epstein and he thought it was cool.
Oh my God.
You just nailed it right there.
That sums it up right there.
Yeah, this is it. Did we interrupt you again?
We bring this darkness interruption back again with hopefully a nice visual. Yes. A happy visual.
I'm
happy bunny. I was going with bunny.
Oh shit.
You were gonna say, yeah. I'm trying to remind you of the visual of Art in a bunny suit.
I was
hunting for Easter eggs.
I was happy.
I know you need smiles. This is a dark story. This is insane. This is crazy. It's depressing. Trust me, it's depressing to edit too.
It's called fucking life.
Yeah.
It's life.
But I wanted to bring you a happy visual. And also another thing that will help you, which is Incogni, the sponsor of Trilogy Media. Surfshark and Incogni. They believe in us.
Brothers and sisters.
We believe in them, and we recommend them to you. Incogni.com/trilogy. Highly recommend you check it out. They have a 30-day money-back guarantee. You're going to get 60% off just for using that link. And
not 69, I'm sorry.
No.
69 is a lot. 60 is already a lot.
Yeah.
Use it. 60%, it's amazing. Use it.
Incogni is a service that removes your data from public databases. Now, you might be wondering, well, why do I care about that? Well, you might not know what you don't know. When you don't know where your information is stored, it might not bother you until you find out. And then you're like, oh, I really wish I had known this sooner. Highly recommend you check it out and you try it, because when you see how many public databases that your info has been harvested to, and by info, I mean your address, your phone number, your email, your passwords,
locations, everything, your
Incogni
names.
automates this service by getting your data removed off of these public databases. Your data gets harvested and spread. That's why you get so much spam. You get things in the mail, you're like, I didn't sign up for this. Or you get emails on lists. That's called data harvesting. It gets spread, it gets harvested, it gets, no Easter pun intended, but it's the way it is. So they have to remove your info if you ask them to. But for you to do that one by one would take freaking forever. So Incogni automates it and makes it easy. You don't have to do shit.
And that's why my favorite part of all of these, not only because of the product, is things like, I can work and people working for me. I love my monthly reports. I can see how many hours, years could have taken me to do that myself. You do whatever you want. If you're just chilling, just chill. There is hundreds of bunnies cleaning all these food online footprints while you're doing your thing. So enjoy your life and let freaking Incogni taking care of things.
Go to incogni.com/trilogy or use promo code Trilogy at checkout. You'll get 60. That's 60% off an entire year.
60.
Of course, with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Huh?
No, I just want to say, nice.
No, it's sad.
Oh, shit! I fucked it up!
I don't know if we're at the Reckless Ben part yet by the time you watch this, but you'll see Reckless Ben.
We love you, brother.
Incogni is
60%.
Sick. We love you all. Thank you for watching. Go to incogni.com/trilogy right now.
Okay, so now you do the tour.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
No film crew. It's just
Did you
you
have to
and...
buy it? Sorry, Ashton.
No, go ahead.
Did you have to the checklist? Did you bring everything that he said?
So he still had all the stuff from the first time I went through when I bought everything, which that equals about $250.
Yeah.
And that's without travel or hotel. And you got to get there a day early because he wants you ready first thing in the morning, even though he'll push it till noon or 1. So it's all on his time, right? And so he still, the second time I didn't have to buy anything because he still had leftover stuff. I had to buy a new onesie. I did have to buy that.
Fucking onesie.
Yeah.
Kind of resembles a child, doesn't it?
Yeah. See, in my head, I had not put that together yet. Mm-hmm. I thought it was only open during Halloween and people would be in costumes when they would go through. So it was just carrying the tradition on.
Does he tell you to get any kind of specific kind of onesie? Does it have to be a costume or is it just supposed to be an adult baby suit? Like he
likes the costume characters.
But it has to be a onesie.
It has to be a onesie. Yes.
Why?
He says for safety reasons.
It's the most ironic thing I've ever heard.
That little bit of fabric.
Yeah, I will make on safety, but for safety, just bring, just come naked and
so
just
he still had the materials.
Yeah. So
so you didn't want to do it again.
No, I didn't. It was stupid.
But you went there because of the film crew and whatever he amped it up. And so then when you get there and there's no film crew, you still just.
Yeah, he's really good at just having you do things you don't want to do.
Yeah, he's like, just
he makes it feel like you don't really have a choice.
Come on, let's just get some footage.
Well, if you care about me, you'll do it.
Yeah, dude, help me out, man. While you're here, let's get some really good footage. It will all be fake. Like we'll just go through, and so all right, and duct taped right away. Duct tape the eyes. You got these headphones on, just blaring this music track.
What kind of music?
It's like classical, like horror music that just plays nonstop. And then he tapes a walkie-talkie to the side of the headphones so he can talk to you and you can hear him.
He can do his hypnosis.
The blaring music is going.
What the fuck?
And yes, the music is supposedly putting
MK Ultra subliminal messaging.
Right.
But meanwhile, he's talking to you like he's a piece of you inside of your head, and he's talking to you to walkie-talkie through the other ear.
What is he saying to you?
Need you to walk forward, Kris. Over.
Oh my god.
Military shit.
Over. It was always
Mayday.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You're thinking like, okay, this is my friend. And it's fake. So were you nervous right now?
No, I'm not even nervous. I'm hyping it up for the camera. Gotcha. So the first thing we go to do is called the Manor horn. It's a new thing that he just
Manor
built.
horn.
Manor horn. Similar to the one at Disney.
Manor horn. Okay.
But this is the Manor version. The story is told that you are driven up the side of a mountain cliff, and he has a contraption on it that is going to push you out between the cliff, and he has another platform that you have to trust that he has you lined up perfectly on, and you just have to shove yourself off and land on that. It's a trust fall thing, right? I already knew. Now, I'm not going to act like some Billy badass and be like, yeah, I just jumped up and did it. I knew the stunt. I knew what it was. I knew what was going to happen, or else I probably would not have done it.
I mean, there's even like he had photoshopped like images of that, right?
Yeah,
what it's supposed to look like.
Yeah,
you did those.
Yeah. I photoshopped all those. We would take a picture of a person sitting on there and then just superimpose them on it.
A mountainside or whatever.
We just took this picture. Yeah.
Everybody serve a purpose.
Hey, no judgment. No,
so
judgment free. What is that
this
sign?
is a judgment free zone.
Yes. Exactly.
And right here is a judgment zone. That's right there.
Now I understand why she's Team Dexter. Now I get it. Shit.
So, oh my God. I get up there, and how he does it before is you get dragged behind his truck. And
on
he
gravel. Sometimes.
Yeah. So for me, I was on grass, and you put a harness on you, and he says it's for the chain drag. It's not. It's for the next thing coming up. And so when he helps you out of the chain drag, he's clipping on a zip line to you. You then walk up some stairs. You're 30 feet up in the air, and you are told, okay, it's going up. And he's slowly walking down, talking to you. Seems like there's distance. You feel like it's rocking. You feel like it's moving. Then he tells you to jump. Nobody, I think I was the only one to ever jump. Nobody else ever jumped. I jumped because I knew. Goes on to a zip line. The thing that he wasn't prepared for was the weight issue. And so I jumped, and the pillar at the end snapped. And so I just dropped.
Fuck.
I will say it was a soft coasting down. I didn't really notice it, but I landed in grass, and leading up to it, he told me that the grass was filled with snakes. And so I thought, oh, he messed with me. I was never getting to that other podium. He's trying to scare me because I hate snakes. He was freaked out. He ran over, took the headphones off. He's like, are you all right? You all right? I was like, yeah, I mean, it worked. And he was like, no, you fell. And then took the blindfold off, and I see the snap pole, and I was like, oh shit. No, yeah, I'm good.
Is there footage of all this?
No. Well, he has footage.
I've seen it.
Have you?
You saw it?
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
On his computer?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I've seen many things.
Why would he show it to you?
He's making a 16-hour long movie to basically blackmail everybody that talks shit about him. I'm sure I'm in there now.
So yeah, so in this 16-hour movie, he tried a little demo one with a guy named Rhett, who is the one that was dragged behind the car on the gravel.
Yeah.
So he tried making this movie of Rhett to show how Rhett was a wuss and he really didn't get hurt. Mm-hmm. And he puts it up. It's an hour long. And I noticed that there was major points cut out, like the one where his face is smiling as he's holding Rhett's burnt, road rash burned body, and he's holding him under dirty water. Mm-hmm. And then him driving over the gravel. Rhett held on 3 times, and the grip was lost. And then on the gravel one was the 3rd time, and Russ left that part out. So
I asked him why, and he's like, because that part makes me look bad.
Yeah.
I'm like,
and so I took his video and put it on my channel because his lawyer had him take it down. I took it for him, and I put in the gaps that he missed because he said he wanted an accurate video. Well, we had the hard drive that had it, so I made it accurate. So I added in showing where Rhett gets dragged on the gravel on the 3rd time. And the other thing is people are like, why didn't he let go? Why didn't he let go? Well, the chain is wrapped. And when that truck's pulling, there's tension. It's like a Chinese finger trap. Yeah. You're not able to let go until it stops. And you see it as soon as he hits the gravel and he screams and they stop, the chain falls right off of his hand. Then Russ tried saying, well, if you look at the burns, they don't match his skin is showing, he's perfectly fine. Well, yeah, the thing was it was burned under, the burns match exactly the part of the onesie or the shirt he was wearing where it was. And what I think happened was the skin was raw. Then he put him in a straitjacket and then put him in dirty water, and it got all infected. And then he was in the hospital for 2 weeks.
There are bird carcasses in that water.
Oh, people pee in the water. So many people would tell me how they peed in the water.
He let Milo jump in that.
I'm sure Milo peed in it.
Question. Is
Milo a dog?
Yeah.
I'm not familiar, of course, with a lot of things, but is this location his house and his backyard?
Yes.
Is it isolated? How the neighbor did
the neighbors hate him.
So how close are the neighbors from his house?
Not that far, but
Can they see what's going on?
Yes.
Can they hear
They
what's
can
fucking
hear it.
happening?
They can hear it. In the
one in
doc that
Tennessee.
I sent you, there's complete property layout. It shows
Yeah, I
you
saw
where all
that.
the stunts are labeled, and you can see like the edges of those. That's where the neighbors' houses are. So it's not a huge property.
So okay, let's go back to your tour.
Mhm.
You fall down.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Pick it up from there.
So I Manor horn ends. Then he has me do the bamboo forest, which it was really lame. It was just like 6 bamboo trees I had to walk in between, and he would pull it and then let snap and hit me. I was like, all right. And then I had
Cool
to
trick,
sit
bro.
in. Yeah, cool trick, bro. I had to sit in a chair or in a swing
I got
thing.
hit with sticks.
and he spun me around, and he's like, "Are you scared?" I'm like, "No, I want to throw up. Like, this isn't scary, but cool." And then what he didn't know was I did. He was my friend, but there was still like, when it came to the physical pain, I didn't really trust that he wasn't going to try nothing, and so I had sewed BMX padding into my onesie.
Smart.
So I get to a point, and I'm not being phased by like getting hit with the bamboo or not. And
You're probably getting pissed.
He's getting pissed. So he's
Why
telling
does he
me
like it?
he's telling me to crawl on the ground, and I have to find a bridge. So I'm crawling, and what I didn't know was there was a bunch of trenches. And he must have been really pissed at this point, because he just kicks me in my side and I fall into the trenches. Trenches have a bunch of water in it. And he tells me that there's snakes in there. And at this point, honestly, if there was a snake, I'm like, fuck it. I'm so over this. I'm tired. I'm ready to be done.
Is that the place where the main event happened in the Hulu documentary when he started?
No.
Not yet.
No,
You're
we're
getting
getting
there. Yeah.
So I start crawling through the water, and I had to find a sewer drain. I find it, and you have to crawl up it vertically. It's like a little bit of a slope, right? And when you get to the top of it, he's sitting there like Santa from A Christmas Story. He's like, ho, 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 and he pushes on your foot with his head and knocks you back down the slide, right? And then as you're trying to walk up, he's spraying you with a fire hose.
That's like his big thing is water.
He sprays a lot of people I've seen.
Yeah,
that's why, because he was a Navy.
He loves spraying people with his hose.
Yeah, he does.
Jesus.
Wow, my
His
mind
tiny,
is not
tiny
in that. I was like,
holes.
no, because he's a Navy.
Right.
And Shay was like,
Naive boy.
Yeah.
No,
There we go.
he's thinking water.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
So I finally get into that room, and he's like, I got 5 bricks on the floor. He doesn't know about the BMX padding at this point. He's like, I got 5 bricks on the floor. There's a hatch on the floor, and you need a key that is under one of these bricks to open that hatch. Every time you pick up a wrong brick, I'm going to unload paintballs on you. And he's about where you are to me, like very close proximity. And so I pick up one, and he's just like, just starts unloading. And I just kind of looked at him because like the padding does it, you know. And he was like, why isn't it bugging you? I'm trying to get the footage.
Oh my God.
It's like, damn it, he liked it again.
He's like, at least act like it. So he starts shooting me more. And I'm like, stop.
What?
This is fucking comedy all of a sudden.
So
but hey, at least there is footage.
Yeah.
I know what room you're talking about because I used to hide in that room when I wanted to be left alone.
So you say in? What, you were in the house then at this point?
No, not in the house. It's like he built a little metal shack.
Building, yeah.
And he had these trenches that his ex dug. She turned into a bodybuilder by the end of digging these fucking trenches. I mean, this girl was
He tried
ripped.
to get all of his exes to be bodybuilders.
Yes.
Oh my God.
I'm like, why would you date this if you want a bodybuilder?
Is he bi? Like, does he like male
I just about to say
bodybuilders too?
that.
Like,
Where
it seems
he's like back in. Have you no said?
I don't want to out him. Let's out him for the bad stuff. Yes, he is.
I mean, it's his sexual preferences.
Yeah, he's very sensitive about it because of his past.
So he wants to have this world's scariest haunted house, but he never wants to go in the house. Why does he never use the house?
Maybe he's embarrassed.
The house is not great.
Yeah.
The house is like,
because you live there. We're going to get to that too, right?
So I get the hatch open, and it's a 10-foot well. And this is where the scam aspect comes in, because I'm told that in order to start the clock, you have to get to a certain point in the hunt. Starting the clock means that once you get to that point, you have to last 8 hours and you just don't quit. No matter what happens from there, you just don't quit. And if you lasted 8 hours, you get $20,000. I wasn't there for the money. I wasn't.
Well, you were there to get the footage, right? So you weren't really challenging it.
No. But so anybody else, though, I got to that point that they would be at. So I get lowered in on this harness, and there's these numbers written all over. And it's like, there's a lock at the bottom there that if you unlock that padlock, that starts the clock. Use those numbers as a thing. Soon as I get down there, he takes the harness away. And now I'm just in this well, and he shuts the lid, but has a hose hanging in it, and it just turns on full blast and starts filling up the well with water.
Right.
Within seconds, the padlock's gone. You can't see it. It's pitch black. There was no way of unlocking it. Now, let's just say, for some miracle, I was able to just randomly pick 3 numbers and I unlocked it, right? You would think, okay, the clock started, I'm going to win this $20,000.
Right.
No, it doesn't happen, because under that door, that hatch, is nothing but concrete. There is no more of the haunt. It doesn't exist. So it is physically impossible to start that clock to win that money, because you can't get to the next part because it doesn't exist. He has to make you tap before you get there.
That's a scam.
So the water starts filling up. Finally, he shuts it off, and I have to Batman my way up, where you putting your hands in there.
Scale the well
that's
up.
really fun when you're soaking wet and tired, and in a onesie that's just absorbing all the water possible.
You're not having a great time?
No.
Okay.
And so I'm like, I'm done. And he was like, well, let's get buried alive. And I said, I told you, the one thing I do not want to do is get buried alive. He's like, I'm just fucking with you. We're not really going to. I'm just saying it for the camera. He tells me, okay, so we're going to do a new thing. You know how usually I drag you by the chains behind the car? We're going to, because I don't want to keep doing that to people, we're going to put them in a horse trough, and I'm going to drag you, and it'd be like a mind ride. I believed it. I mean, that sounded like something that he would do. And he was like, so you just got to get in there. So I get in the trough.
Shit.
And he has a tarp over the top of it. And I can hear something hitting it. I'm like, what the heck? And I'm a big dude, and this is a smaller horse trough thing. So I'm on my side. I have no way to get up real quick. And finally he pulls the tarp away, and this dirt just falls on the lower half of my body up to about here. Mm-hmm. This point in the position I'm at, I'm at his mercy. I understand what's happening. And at first
were you panicked?
I was nervous, but I didn't want to show it at first.
But
and
inside you were freaking out.
Yeah. And I'm like, I just got to, I'll let him throw a little bit of dirt on, then I'll quit.
Right.
And so he had told me that if I ever quit, if he didn't stop to start doing hand gestures. And so I forgot about this, because I'm having
in the moment you're panicking.
Yeah.
So he says, if I don't listen to you when you quit, start waving at me?
Yeah. And so
what the fuck?
If you watch the video, he starts, I've at this point quit 23 times. It's getting to the point where I can't even say I quit anymore, because every time I open my mouth, mud and dirt
is falling in your mouth.
I saw the footage.
Yeah. And so you see me, I start waving my hand, and I'm in there for another minute before he stops after I do that. Where he wanted to blackmail me was he would say that he had some really good footage of afterwards, saying that I faked that. I've seen the footage, and I'm like, I don't know anybody that would say that I faked anything from this footage. You see him, he reaches down, he pulls me out, sprays me real aggressively with a hose. I remember that shit hurt. And he was like, were you acting? Were you really scared? And I said, dude, if you would have put another shovel on me, I would have been mentally done. And he was like, wow, then you're a good actor. It's like, no, like I'm still fucked up. Like, but I thought I was going to die.
Yeah.
One more, I would have been done. And I like laugh nervously. And that's like supposedly his big, for this investigation, like his big, haha, I got him, thing.
I saw the footage on Hulu, in Hulu, in the video. And I was like, I see how progressively you becoming, your voice becoming.
Russ, I'm done. Stop.
Like, stop. And then like, hey, please stop. And he's just like, don't tell me if I can stop. And he keeps shuffling. Yeah. Like, and I was like, what is this? It's supposed to be his friend.
There's a lot more that happened that night that I haven't talked about. So if you guys want me to, I can go into
that. Comfortable talking?
Yeah. I feel comfortable talking about it. It gets fucked up.
And anytime you guys need break, anything, you please let us know. Yeah.
So after I'm covered in dirt, like I'm covered in mud, and he was like, well, stay the night. And I was like, all right, cool. And he was like, you can shower. And so I go to take a shower, and something in my head was like, something's not right. And I looked to the side, and the curtains, like when you see like curtains going down, they're vertical lines, and on the side there was a gap, like a big freaking gap, like you could see right into where the bathtub was. And I was just about to take off my boxers, and I look and I saw the dome light of his car come on, and he's sitting in his car, and it's like straight on at the window. And it creeped me out. Come to find out, there has been other shower instances with my buddy Brandon had one. There is a former child actor from the San Diego days that I interviewed, who said that Russ would have him do sleepovers and would make him shower and change into PJs when he was at his house.
Can you describe the anatomy of this? So there's a shower, there's a curtain between the shower and the rest of the bathroom, but you said a window.
No,
so I'm
there's
a little confused.
Okay, so there's window on the wall right here, bathtub's right here. Shower curtain only goes to about there.
Okay.
And then the curtain on the wall, there's like a gap.
So there's like a direct line from the shower out the window where he parks his car.
Yes.
So he can sit in the car and he can see, and he can stare, and he can see exactly what you're doing in the shower.
Yes.
How big is the crack?
The crack from the drapes is about like this.
And which part of the body that crack? Like if you taking a shower, what?
You're seeing it probably all. I mean, from being far back, you can probably from the distance from that tub. Yeah.
Oh my God! Did you? Okay, so
I leave my boxers on and shower.
Yeah.
I had to get that mud off, but I was like, fuck it, I'm just wearing wet boxers.
Great instincts.
So I get out of the shower and he comes in, and I was like, at this point, I don't know where to go. I don't have a whole lot of money to go and get a hotel. We're in the middle of BFE. I was like, all right, like I'm trying to figure out where I'm going to sleep. I'm planning on probably sleeping in my car. And he was like, well, you can sleep in this room over here. I had seen this room before, and I wanted the world to see it. Because at this point, going through my head, I don't know if I should blame myself, if I should be mad at him. He was my friend, and he told me he wouldn't bury me alive, but I showed up.
Yeah.
I didn't know how to think about that. I couldn't get that through my head, but I knew.
You felt betrayed, I'm sure.
Yeah, I felt betrayed, and I felt like I was also at fault, and it was just.
He's good at making you feel that way.
He's making you feel guilty.
But at the same time, I was like, people need to see everything, and I go into this room, and it's a cage. It's a cage in the middle of a room. It was makeshift. So it had like part dog kennel and then bars, and it would bolt in the ceiling, bolted in the floor, and there was enough space for a person to walk all the way around it. The room was dark, so I didn't see everything in that cage, but I said, all right, I'll sleep in there tonight. One, to me, I knew I could lock that cage, and if anything happened, I had that
security.
Yeah. And I said, but tomorrow you need to, like, when you wake up, come in and wake me up live on camera and show people that I'm in a cage. Like, that'll be great footage. Yeah, he did it.
He did?
Yeah. And so that's on the internet and people can see this cage. And what I didn't notice until watching that footage is there's a Home Depot bucket in the corner, like a toilet, just chilling in there. So I later asked him about that. He said it was a dog kennel. I've never seen any lives or when I talked to him on the phone, ever heard these dogs being locked in a kennel.
What do you sleep on? Is there a bed?
He has a bed. At the time he had it was on the floor.
You just slept on the floor?
I just slept on the floor.
So you slept like a dog.
Yeah.
Does he not have another bedroom? Like,
yeah.
Did you not want another bedroom? Like what?
No, that was what I was offered for my car.
Let me actually ask you a question. Have you seen any footage of people being inside of the showers, him saying something about the showers, that he's another 69 fetish, watching people naked in the showers?
Some weird things happen with me that I don't want to talk about, but
in a shower?
And him and Brandon had mentioned at one point something about a shower, and I didn't know until just now what that was. So.
Yeah, I never told her.
That's where you put your head down?
We had never told her because when we hinted towards it, we saw a reaction from him, and we didn't know if you were going to tell him the full story. So we kept that a secret till, now.
So you never confronted Russ about that?
No. I felt dirty. Dude,
So where does this fit in the timeline with you told us earlier about the day you realized, okay, I'm out. Like, where was this with that timeline? Was it right before,
how close you were to quit?
No, it was, I was deep in at that point, almost a year.
So you knew about this, whatever,
cage.
The cage and the look into the shower.
And you still lost it a year.
Yeah.
How did you square that up in your mind?
You talk yourself out of it. You know the guy. There's no way. You're putting stuff in your own head. You're making stuff up. You make excuses.
Closing your eyes on a lot of things.
Yeah. And I will say that, like, the trust at that point had been broken. And there's more to that day. After I woke up that morning, he was like, all right, we're going to do another tour. And I said, I don't want to do it. I'm going to go home now. He's like, just go out to breakfast real quick. I said, all right. So we go out to breakfast and we get back. He was like, all right, let's just get footage of you like quitting right away. I'm going to duct tape you real quick. And
did he pay for the breakfast? Sorry.
No, I think I bought breakfast.
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
Great. Phenomenal. Great. I'll probably these.
Yeah.
Okay. Pay for your eat the sausage and pay for it.
So he duct tapes my whole body. This footage, it was online and it got deleted. I don't have all of it. I have some of it that I'll send you, but this is never talked about. Duct tape me.
In the house? Inside of the house?
Outside of his car. And he's like, come on, we're just going to get you saying that you quit. So he does it, and I immediately have like a massive panic attack. I can't move. I'm having flashbacks again, buried alive. I'm already in tears. And I'm like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. Just stop. Please stop. And he duct tapes my eyes, puts a hoodie on it. And I'm like, stop. I'm crying. And he picks me up and carries me into the barn. And he told me later that he was going to shove me in the cooler with the water, but he thought that I would probably die because I was freaking out so bad. He put me on a table and kept telling me that he was getting snakes to put on me. And I'm sobbing. And that is one of the only times when I do lose my cool on him, because he goes, you having fun? And I say, no, I'm not fucking having fun. I don't want to fucking be here. Get me out of here. And like, he's like, well, tell people not to come. I said, don't fucking come. Don't waste your time. Don't waste your money. Don't be here. This is not good. Turn it around. That looks like the publicity that he wants,
Yeah.
The doco. That was on the doco. You saying that.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh my God. He said, don't do it. Oh, now I want to do it because he said, don't do it.
He wants you to not want it.
Reverse psychology on this shit.
So
what a fucking psycho.
He cuts one arm just a little bit loose with some scissors and says, well, if you want out, you can get out. And I had to cut myself out. I have cut going like that because after a certain point, I just wanted to be out so bad. I said, fuck it. I didn't even care. I cut myself to get out of it. Hopped in my car and I left and I never came back.
Never came back
to the
house. But you were still, that relationship still went on.
I was there. I was not going and traveling. I was not, One other time he came to see me, me and my buddy were just about, we were planning our exit. We were figuring out, because when you leave, you don't just leave. You get harassed by.
So would you call this a cult?
Oh, it's 100% a cult. You can't ask for any outside information. You can't question the leader. He praises the people to make it feel like an achievement as they progress through it. I mean, it's definitely a cult. So me and my buddy are trying to figure a way out, and we have one. We have our out. We're going to be leaving. And Russ does an interview with somebody. He thinks it's an intern. He doesn't think it's going to be a big news story. No, it was an intern for Fox News. And the story goes viral in 2019. We're on all the different stations. They're showing pictures of us. They're talking. My phone was blowing up. I couldn't even I had to shut my phone off for like 2 days because of reporters trying to see it. They wanted to come and see the actual Manor. And so he gets out of town and he comes to Michigan. And so he's in Michigan with me. And this is like right by Halloween time. And I'm like, well, let's go to some haunts or something, like if you're here. And it was me. My buddy ended up coming up to Michigan too, my wife at the time, and Russ. And I remember Russ asked if my wife and friend could drive separate and just me and him ride in the car together because he wanted to talk about stuff. And I'm like, all right, it's fine. She didn't like him, so she was happy to be in a different car. And this is, I would say, what got me to start looking really deep and doing my own investigation. He said, I want to get the old days back. I got a storm cellar that we can put somebody in, I'm thinking 24 hours, and we'll manipulate time, make it feel like they really got kidnapped. You can come and work with me and you can help me with this. And I'm talking like, we'll go back to the good old days where we're kicking them in their sides and fish hooking them. And I'm just like, no, like that's too much. It's like, no, stay with me on it. You'll be into it. Trust me. You'll really like it. You're the only one I can count on to do this stuff. And that was when I started really knowing that those images of those people really had that stuff happen to them.
Have you ever get paid by him?
No.
So all of these that you went through.
Yeah, I lost money, if anything. I even did Hulu free of charge just for the point.
Okay. Fucking a lot to process. All right. Question. Have you ever asked for help? Have you ever received any help? Did you go to...
Recently.
And how did it affect your future after all this experience?
Oh, dude, I lost a marriage. I got obsessed. It got to the point where it was like, I wanted to take him down. And she says that that's not the reason. And maybe in my head. Obviously, I know that I was absent. And I was absent because of this.
In a relationship, yeah.
And so I do take that part of the blame that I wasn't there mentally. And it was because I was obsessed with this. So I do say that ruined that relationship. Now, do I regret anything? I don't like that how I had to go and talk to his exes. I don't like that. And I've made amends with all of them, and they've forgiven me. So I could say that would be the only somewhat regret. Anything else I don't regret, because it wouldn't have... If I wasn't there, I don't think the exposure stuff would have happened, I don't think I would have had important people in my life, like my friend Brandon, Boston, Shay. I don't think that the investigation would have happened. And so I don't have any regrets into being a part of this.
Good, because living with regret is pointless.
Yeah.
Like that's good. That's really good.
How often do you have nightmares?
Quite often. Quite often. I did not really think that I had PTSD until I went to another experience and they knew about the buried alive incident. And so they made a special scene for me where they put me in a coffin. And I saw it. I was like, oh yeah, they're doing the buried alive thing. And they put me in the coffin and it was game over for me. That was the first time that I realized, okay, this has really affected me, because I mean, in my normal life, I don't really have a lot of situations where I'm confined in a small spot. But yeah, I do have a lot of nightmares about that. On top of it, the amount of harassment, like it's insane. The people
coming from,
we're definitely going to get into that. I think a good segue though would be to maybe jump back to the rest of 2024 and what led into calling the cops and how you two came back as friends. St. Louis is over. You go home, right?
Yeah.
What happens next?
I couldn't work for several days because I was very sore.
Sore.
Yeah, very sore.
What did
couldn't
you
get
work
out of
at
bed. Couldn't get out of bed. I was in a lot of pain.
What did you work at that time?
Factory.
But mentally you're okay? Like you're with it?
No. I felt very different. I don't think I've ever really felt the same since then. But he was texting me and calling me, like freaking out because he knew he made me bleed. So he was like, are you okay? And like, oh, you're going to hate me now. Are you going to turn hater? Blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, no, I just need a minute.
Did you take any pictures, like evidence, like anything at that point?
Not of the bleeding, but of the rest of it. Yeah. I took pictures at the hotel.
Did you ever report those pictures? Did you ever?
No, they didn't.
Oops.
Okay, good.
Oops, I did it again. That's why we need Kris.
Well, we're gonna
Thank God for Kris.
Seriously.
Yeah. Well, and we're about to connect those dots.
Yeah.
So
okay.
But I'm just, you're in this space. I can't understand how you got back with him then. Like, how did that happen?
Well, we didn't break up because of it. Because in my mind, I was like, well, I didn't tell him to stop. So, I mean, it is what it is. But it kind of just turned into, I was his tech support constantly. And then,
For what?
By doing what?
For like social media?
oh
Or
my
for,
God, everything.
Everything?
Everything.
He's good at putting people in jobs.
Yeah.
does he do anything?
No.
Right.
Okay.
No. Besides hold the camera, no.
Got it.
No.
Face of the show.
You keep saying turn hater. Was that like a phrase he'd always say? Was that his thing? Oh, now you turn hater?
Yeah.
That's like a cult leader.
You're a hater. You're an LIC.
Low income crowd.
Low information
crowd.
Low information crowd?
LIC. Yep.
That's what he calls people that don't agree with him.
Low information crowd.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then it started being where he was like, well, you're good at social media. You should do interviews for me where you're defending me, because nobody does. And I was like, all right, bet I'll do it. And then that turned into, I did a call with him and Brandon.
This was like a week later.
Yeah.
Right.
Like a Zoom call?
Yeah.
After convention.
World.
Right?
Yeah.
I had done a live with Russ, I think. No, I commented on a live. I was still a secret at that time. I I commented that they were the saddest paparazzi ever.
Mom and Dad, I'm so sad.
Well, people say that about us.
Yeah,
Shit
yeah,
detectives. So
seriously.
you know what?
you
Welcome to the club.
that after. So we did the Zoom call.
What was the Zoom call for?
Yeah, why?
Brandon reached out and he was like, I'd really love if we could just sit down and talk to you like on a call. You can give us your perspective and we can give you ours. I was like, all right, bet.
So I want to stop you real quick. This was something we commonly did whenever we found out somebody was about to go to McKamey Manor. We would do a phone call with them and we would offer them like trips somewhere else or do whatever we can to get them to not go, which is why
We direct them.
How did you find out people were going to do it?
Oh, because everybody talks on the internet. So when he was like, we got a new contestant, you just look through the comments. Person's like, I can't wait to be there.
Okay.
And then you find it. But between Reckless Ben and us, that's why there has not been a tour in over a year now. It's going on 2 years.
Good. Okay.
So we reached out to her the same way as the others.
Okay.
Yeah. In the Zoom call, I went into it with the expectation they would probably release it. So I said everything very social media trained. But I knew it would be put out. Well, they told me it wouldn't unless I talked about them. Blackmailer.
Do you still have this call?
Yeah.
Of course you do.
Teddy Bear has everything.
So
how did the call go? Like, what happened?
We talked about everything. My view of the haunt, which I didn't like talking about, because it's kind of hard to defend. And then there's a point at the end of the call where he brought up, actually, he has thoughts and masturbated to a child. I was like, what? And then the call ends.
You said it.
Wait, you said that because he had told you.
Yeah.
Oh, and the woman that he was dating at the time did a tell-all.
Had a child.
She had a child, and he kept telling her that when he was masturbating, he thought of her child and said his
and
name.
saying the name.
But
That's
he would
right.
say
That's what I
that-
saw yesterday in the video. And he told her dad.
Yes.
But he would say that it's intrusive thoughts. That's where nothing means nothing comes in. It's intrusive thoughts. It's not real. It's not reality. It's just his brain tortures him with the most scary thing.
Do you either of you know of any instance where he's acted on this?
I don't think he's ever acted on it.
I think he would kill himself before he did that, personally.
I don't know about that, but
I do.
So you think it's all he's kind of like imagine, like fantasy?
I think
like
he hasn't
wanted,
had
but he
the
afraid
situation present. I think he had it present in San Diego when all the kid actors were there, and then was like, "Oh shit, this could happen." Got rid of the kid actors, and then everything got violent.
Okay, so you do this Zoom. It was about a week later. So we're still in January of 24.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. So the call, you said that, and then you just hung up.
Our goal
No,
with the call
they
was
just kinda ended
to
Get her out.
Was to make Russ not like her and not trust her, because we were going to play on this paranoia.
Yeah.
and convince her to get out.
I mean,
you didn't really-
she was not willing
you didn't know
to
her
just
either.
get out.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
so we were going to try to force it to happen. We just needed her to talk crap about us, and she did. She did the sales paparazzi thing. So then I made sure to clip certain. I mean, the conversation's like 2 hours long, I think, and I only showed like 15 minutes.
Yeah, he clipped the parts that made me look bad.
Yeah, I clipped the parts that made it to put paranoia in Russ not to trust her.
So then why
released
would
it.
Russ want you to do that Zoom?
Because he was like, somebody will defend me for once, and it'll be a young, pretty girl. Yeah,
And you did defend him,
I did.
but
But
you
I wouldn't
also,
lie for him either. That's something I was always very
she
firm
said
about.
enough to give you sound bites.
She
post
said
against him.
enough to like she said, she wouldn't lie. If we called him out on something that she was already kind of in that territory of finding out, she didn't say, no, that's not true. Never said that. And so
Okay. So then you post that.
mm-hmm.
You put the clips.
I have this clip where he's like, she should have kept her mouth shut. Do you still want me to keep my mouth shut?
No.
I don't think you do.
And how Ross reacted when he saw it? What was his perspective?
He's like, you weren't even defending me. You blah blah blah. Oh, he gets so mad.
So
no matter what I did, it was never
work?
enough.
Did that?
No, we got back together.
Okay.
It gave a headache, though.
Yeah.
It gave it
Mostly to me.
Yeah.
When did you move in?
I don't know. April?
April?
Yeah, April, I
Yeah.
think it was. April.
He kind of didn't give me a choice.
No, I think it was
just-
May.
What happened with the fucking? Why we're not talking about where is the girlfriend? Because you were side chick, right? Side
I
chick.
still didn't know he had a girlfriend.
Well, where is the fucking
until
girlfriend in this
I
story?
was setting up his Starlink. She lives in New Jersey. I was setting up his Starlink because he don't know how to do shit, and
Try not to name her.
I'm not. I
Okay.
would never.
She never been official. Like they were never
nobody.
official.
They both wanted
Nobody-
it to be a secret.
Yeah.
And how long they been dating, seeing each other?
5 years.
Yeah, I found out about her on accident before Shay confirmed it. I was pretty sure.
Yeah.
And then
And she didn't know
her
about you.
story she's
Mm-mm.
about to confirm. I've talked to her.
Yeah.
Wow.
Have you
So-
seen Ross with other women besides Shay?
Oh yeah, he's a
while
massive
he was,
cheater.
while
He's
he
a
was
whore.
dating these, yeah.
Massive whore.
So you said you didn't have a choice. How do you mean in the sense of moving in?
So I was in a kind of rough situation with my roommates.
You didn't have a place to stay, huh?
I did. It just was a bad environment. I was living with a man and his wife, and wife ditched. So then it was just me and him, which great guy. Never gave me an issue. Good friend. But the people he was being around,
Drugs.
drugs, alcohol. It
Everything.
felt like a trap house. I didn't want to leave my room.
Mm.
He's
And
gonna
the-
hate me for saying that.
And that would be happening in the living room and everything, right? Because that's
Yeah.
his own house.
Yeah,
That's, you're just a roommate.
Well,
who's
I was
running room.
paying. I'm not gonna go into that.
Okay.
But yeah, it got to a point where there was a guy that lived in the same area who stalked me on social media, and he would not tell the guy to fuck off.
Mm.
And the guy tried to take my bra off on the porch. He would say stuff about, let me know if I need to bring a shovel to someone on the phone. Yeah, I did not feel safe. And
Did you still work in that manufactory?
yeah.
Okay.
And I imagine you told Russ about this situation,
Mhm.
and so he was using that to pry you away into
Yeah,
moving with him.
he was like, you don't have a choice. I'm coming tomorrow. And
How did you feel about that? Like he's a hero, right? Coming to rescue.
Yeah.
Is that some
Yeah.
kind of like?
yeah, he knew
Prince?
he knew I had a really rough life. My entire life has been pretty horrible. So he wanted to help me and remove
Let
me from the
rescue
situation.
you from this situation, and I will
Yeah.
torture you in my freaking.
Yeah. So I knew immediately it was a bad decision
Why?
because we argue so much. Like, oh my God.
So did he come and
Every
pick you
day.
up?
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
just took you to Tennessee?
Mhm.
And you lived there from April or May onward?
Yeah, until July when I had no choice but to move out.
Not in a cage room, right?
Not usually.
Okay. What happened between May and July?
So much. Our typical day was just 65-year-old man stuff. Watch old movies. I would clean the house in a maid costume and stilettos.
In a costume?
He dressed you
No, I dressed. I like
because
to dress up.
because he requested, or is because of
I
you?
just like to.
Okay. He didn't force you to do that.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
You were embracing your inner weasel.
Yeah.
I got forced. I got forced. Yeah, I got forced.
rumors.
You.
No.
You. He still got my.
Let's check tape on that.
True. All right.
What's the inside of the house like since he never uses it for the actual
Oh
hunt?
my God.
What does his day look like from the morning to the evening when he goes to sleep? Like, what is his fucking routine of this cycle?
Wakes up. I made him a big breakfast every morning.
At what time he usually wakes up?
between 8 and maybe 10. Maybe.
Okay.
Make him a big breakfast. He'd watch TV. Sometimes he would work on his movies, but I'm pretty sure he's bipolar. He would kind of go long periods of time where he just sits around doing nothing. Go to Taco Tuesday. Go get pizza. Go to 3 movies a week.
Is he a drinker?
No.
No alcohol in the house, nothing?
He's never been drunk. Allegedly.
Chris
One beer gets him tipsy.
I'm just about to say that Chris has a different opinion on that, okay?
But
he is a lightweight.
yeah,
Okay.
so like 1 beer.
All right.
What about drugs?
For a
no,
tall guy, that's
absolutely
interesting.
not. He's horrified of things that can alter his mind, I think, because
His mind's already fucked.
No, because he can't control things.
Exactly.
That's why he don't
I
know,
think-
like he's a control freak.
Yeah.
I think he would seriously hurt somebody if he was, and I think he knows that. So yeah, no drugs. He wouldn't let me smoke. He wouldn't let me drink most of the time. Yeah.
Is that enough? Was enough food in the fridge and,
Oh, yeah.
and stuff? Like
Yeah.
it was never been an issue, right? That you will like starve and stuff like that.
No, but he kind of made sure that I could only go places with him. So,
To eat?
yeah. Well, in general, just couldn't leave the house without him.
So if you want to get coffee and you want to go to Starbucks or whatever, you would not be able to walk?
No. We
And
lived
it
in the
never
middle of
happened?
nowhere.
Yeah, this is in the middle of nowhere. I'm talking like the nearest thing is a Walmart, and it's like 20 minutes away.
Okay, so you have to drive.
Yeah.
So no tours were going on when you were living there?
No.
Zero.
No, he wanted me to do a tour, and everybody kept pressuring me to do it, and I said no. Because I knew he would drown me, because I'm afraid of water.
Mhm.
So I knew what that would happen.
You see how it happened with him?
Mhm.
Buried alive, and that
Yeah.
was like your fear.
Mm-hmm.
Drowning, it's your fear, and he embraced those fears every single time when you go on a tour. He
Yeah.
will do it. I'm not gonna do it. It's all fake.
So you never did do it.
No, him and his buddy Daniel would pressure me on live streams to do it, and I'm like, no, not happening. But
Wait, what do you mean by live streams? Was,
Yeah,
was
how-
he live streaming while you lived
me
there?
and him live streamed a lot.
For
just,
what
which is
reason?
just general,
Yeah,
not doing
just-
tours, just
No,
talking.
once we were public, which I found out about his girlfriend because his Wi-Fi password was her name.
Wow.
And then I went through.
Because he probably doesn't know how to change it.
Yes. It's 100% it.
Yeah.
What does he do?
Why he was doing these live streams? Out of, is it monetization? He can like, his fans can like,
It doesn't seem like he cares about monetization.
No, it
It's
was.
all about
Attention?
the attention.
just all about me.
the
It's me.
notoriety.
It's me.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
and he would be abusive towards me on live streams.
And
Like saying what? Verbal abuse?
verbal abuse, and we would be right there in the chat calling it out, because so she would always be live and he would be live, so he'd block us on his, so we couldn't comment on his, but we would be on hers saying,
He didn't know we
"Do
were
you-"
friends yet.
but we'd be like, do you hear what he's saying? Like, repeat what he just said to you. That is abuse.
So how did
Why
you?
would you do 2 live streams in the same house on 2 different cell phones?
He
Why not
wasn't on
together?
her camera enough, so he would go live.
Yeah, and I squinted because I need glasses, and he would get pissed off that I was squinting, or I wasn't talking enough, or I was talking too much, or I smiled too much, or I laughed
You
too
guys
much.
were friends at this point, then.
Yeah, but he didn't know
He
that.
didn't know. So we
So how
had
did that happen?
Yeah, how did you be?
I mean, was it that you were scared of a possible bad situation because you kept
That was
reaching
part
out
of
to
it.
us?
Yeah, that was part of it.
Also, you did.
Yeah,
And so-
after he was mean to me on social media, released the call.
15 minutes of a 2-hour conversation, but
Anyway, I watched the documentary after that.
In his house.
No, this was before I moved in. We were friends before I moved in.
So you saw documentary and you still moved in
Yeah.
with him.
Because he told me it was all crap.
so we
Small
tried to
words.
talk her out of moving in with him. I mean, we tried
So you guys
really
married.
hard, and we knew that there wasn't any talking her out of it. And so we came up with like codes, like if she was ever in distress, there was certain emojis she would send in a
Snowman.
text. Or when she was
Secret codes.
live,
Mhm.
she could
Tap my nose.
Yeah, you tap your nose, And
if I was saying something that wasn't true, I'd be like,
yeah.
Whoa.
So you guys invented your own language, talking communication.
The reason I became friends with them was because after I saw the documentary, I was like, these people aren't evil like he's telling me. They clearly have good intentions. And
so it wasn't enough for you to see Russ in that negative light, but it was enough that you like, do you feel like you maintain this friendship as like an emergency fallback? Like if this goes to shit, at least I have somebody?
It was partially that. More of like, the biggest thing was I was afraid I was going to go missing and nobody would know because I didn't talk to anybody. He made it where I couldn't talk to anybody. He wouldn't let me talk to family or friends. So
did he ever like check your phone and check that stuff?
He tried. I would delete chats after talking. But yeah, I just wanted someone to notice if I went missing because nobody would have. Which is part of why I did the live streams and stuff, is so that people would be like, hey, she's been gone for a while.
Can you describe, please? Sorry. Can you describe, please, since this fucking Dracula, does he like, describe me, please, his master bedroom. How does it look like? I know the other bedrooms are fucking cages and dog pees and stuff and buckets. What is the master bedroom of Master?
It looks like crap.
Anything special?
No. I had to clean like his guns in there because I hid it. But the
bed,
just normal.
Is it on a frame now, or is it still on the ground?
It's a frame.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You've been to his bedroom?
Is he messy or clean?
So it used to be in the living room.
Messy.
Messy.
I had to clean out like 40 dead rats from under his sink.
Oh wow.
That's control.
Wow.
Go help.
Wow.
Ash.
Okay.
Blockbusters.
Exactly. Thank you. I was like,
one thing I do want to address, because I know at this point people are watching, they're like, wow, the stuff that these two have just said, and yet they still talk to him. Until you experience him and talk to him, that it's very hard to, and I don't doubt anybody for questioning us. But he has a way of manipulating things and changing things so much that you do not see the bad side. He finds an excuse for every single thing that happened, and then you pity him.
Well, this is really ironically mirroring what we do in a completely different area. Like we expose scams and we talk about, this 65-year-old woman gave $5 million for a PayPal refund. And people ask in the comments, how could you be so stupid to give up your money? And it's like, you're looking at this on paper and you're judging this from a distance, which isn't fair. Yeah. The manipulation that goes into these victims, it's something.
It's not one day scam.
It's something we have to defend.
Years.
We try to defend that every day. It's like you can't look at these people as just being dumb or being not sensical. It's like when you're in it and you're being mind controlled, you can't understand it until you're in it.
Dude,
scammers
send you fucking your favorite juice. The Mortimer that, when we did
apple juice.
Apple juice. And that's how, they will go that extra step.
There's going to be a lot of bullshit comments saying that, which
I get that anyway.
You all know not to read into any of that shit. We know, because in a different way, it's exactly the same situation. Not exactly, but the same principle.
Question, 2 different chapters, the same monster. How often he will bring suicide to both of you? I know a lot when I talk to you.
And you started recording it because you sent me one. So what made you start to do that?
So I started recording because the first time he flew me out there, I was on my way to the airport with him to go home. And there was a situation where there was a 17-year-old girl that reached out to him, and it wasn't recent. It was like 5 years past. And he video chatted her, which, first of all, why are you video chatting a 17-year-old girl? And then
she wanted to do with a tour? She wanted to do nothing?
She was just fangirling. And she started taking her clothes off. And he claims he moved it and freaked out and started messaging her saying, I need you to make a video for me, saying that I told you not to do that. so forth. And she did. And then as soon as she turned 18, he reached out to her, which I compared to a situation where I was groomed when I was in my teen years by a YouTuber, actually. And
is he still active?
He has recently come back to the internet.
Is that someone you're going to name or no?
Not on camera.
Okay, that's fine.
Do we know? Is it a
respect
big
that.
name?
He's very hated.
Okay. I respect that. If you don't want to say it, you don't have to say it.
Yeah.
We can talk about this after.
Yeah.
But yeah, he I compared it to that and I'm like, well, isn't that similar to what such and such did to me? And he started screaming at me in the car, and was saying that everybody was right. Ben was right. Danny was right. Kris and all them. I was right. And that he was a horrible person and that he shouldn't be around. And that
Guilt tripping.
he was going to go home and shoot himself in the head.
And you saw loaded guns, right? He does have guns at home, right?
Yes.
And policy in Tennessee is what? Like, do you need a license? Like nothing, right? You go get it.
Probably irrelevant to
Well, technically, though, when a person's going through, he shouldn't be armed because then it could be like like intimidation. Right. We actually have pictures of him with people on tours with
dock.
his gun.
He's wearing a gun in one of them. Like, yeah. So, okay.
So he said, I should not be around anymore. I'm going to kill myself.
So
what was your reaction? How did you handle this? That was the first time when he brought it up, this?
That was the first time he got that aggressive. Like extremely aggressive. And so I kind of just froze because of things from my past. I had a really rough childhood. And I just couldn't move. And we got to the airport. My flight got canceled. So I'm like, well, fuck. Now I'm going to have to be here with him while he's like this. And we got back in the car. He was doing his guilt trip thing. But he lowered his voice. And I just tried to be calm with him and like reassure him. And like I wasn't saying you are a groomer. I'm just saying like it felt similar. And so anytime we had arguments like this, which was a lot, I would have to make it where, it was actually because I was having an issue.
So you're the problem, not him.
Yeah. So I'd be like,
and that will calm him down.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah. I would be like, it's my PTSD. So I just compare things in my head and I can't help it. And whatever I had to say to like calm him down, I did. And yeah, so that's how that went. And then I decided to sleep in the bedroom instead of, he sleeps in the living room on a chair, a big old
He sleeps in a chair every night?
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't sleep in his own bedroom?
No.
Why?
Because there's no TV in there.
So he sleeps like upright in a chair or just like in a
He leans it back. But yeah, it's a recliner. And then he would expect me to sleep in the recliner with him.
In the recliner with him?
Mm-hmm.
Next to him?
Mm-hmm.
Did he ever make you sleep in the cage?
No.
Okay.
But yeah.
And how often this event will recur over and over again?
A lot.
A lot?
Yeah.
Out of the blue or only when something like he needs something?
It would be something from my past would bring up something that made him feel bad. Or I would say I didn't condone something. Like he has this whole thing where he had friends who had 2 kids and one was like 4, one was like 12, I think, or 10. And he would say he was attracted to them and that they were just a really attractive kid. And I'm like, you need to stop fucking using that word. You don't.
Yeah.
That's not. You shouldn't say that.
And you recorded it, right? There is there is a recording when you said, like, when you say kid's cute, it's one thing.
Yeah.
But when you say attractive and beautiful,
Exactly.
it's a different thing, right? Are we talking about the same event?
Mm-hmm. Well, that happened a lot, but yeah. And it was just a lot of that, of having to be like, so like with these kids, like he would go on their family's social media and check to see if they were growing up attractive.
Oh my God.
And I told him, like, that's not okay. Because like growing up, like my mother, she got to a point where she wanted me to be rich and famous so she wouldn't have to work anymore. So not that she ever worked anyway. But she wanted me to buy her a house and a car and stuff. So she went from being extremely strict Christian mother because, but to
whatever it takes to
posting pictures of me online in a crop top, eating a hot dog, stuff like that. Just stuff clearly meant to bait like pedos, to get me a following.
Oh my God.
And it did. I talked to a lot of grown men when I was a kid, because she wanted me to.
I'm sorry, Shay, that you have to go through this.
But yeah, that's kind of what we had a lot of fights about, because I compared it to that. I'm like, okay, but you're saying it's wrong that my mother, like, he hated my mother. He was like, so I'm like, how is it different that you're going and looking
exactly the same?
Yeah, like that's what they were doing to me.
Because you were his property.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's why it was okay to do that.
Yeah.
Did he ever hit you?
Close fists, no.
But the subjects, any subjects besides that flashlight that we're gonna talk about, the like the main event that happened when the cops arrived and stuff. Besides that,
he grabbed my wrists, wouldn't let me go a few times. Like twisting my arm a little bit. It was mostly just choking me until I passed out. Let me
just finish with this one, and you don't have to answer it. Again, this is absolutely new story to me, and I, like a lot of us and people who are going to watch us or people who are going to listen to us, they're going to learn as we go, and that's exactly me. Mm-hmm. Watching other videos, what is this element and why this element been going for so long in this relationship, and you were okay with this? What is this choking during the sexual intimacy?
So he said he was going to do it before we met, but I thought he was just talking. Mm-hmm. He said he was going to kill me and bring me back to life. He said a lot of shit, so I didn't take him seriously.
You felt like you just took him crap.
Yeah.
Until you guys had first sexual intimacy.
Mm-hmm. And then, yeah.
He did choke you.
Mm-hmm.
Until you pass out.
I don't remember the one night. I know he choked me, but I don't remember the rest of it. So mm-hmm. I don't know. But once I moved in, that's when
that started happening over and over and over.
Yeah, every other day. Yeah.
And you started having seizures? Is it?
Yeah. So the first time I had a seizure was, we had just got back from grocery shopping, and usually if he was doing the choking thing, it was for sex. This time, we were just on the porch about to go inside, and he just choked me till I passed out, and I hit the grill because I went down. And then when I like woke up, he was like, "You were vibrating like a lot," and I was like, "Vibrating?" And then I noticed my hand was doing like that, and I was like, "Well, shit." And then it just, every other time I had seizures from it. So
you never went to the hospital for that?
No. One time I went in for like a checkup, and the lady was asking me questions about my sex life and stuff. And I told her about it, and she was like super concerned, like, just so you know, that's not normal. That you could die, and like there's no oxygen going to your brain. That's why you're passing out. There was this one time, I haven't really talked about this, that he choked. I was in bed, and he was like hovering over me, and he used both hands and choked me. And I literally felt like I was sinking, like down, and I had never felt that before. And it's like I could still see him, but everything was like a tunnel, and I was just going down. And then I like slowly started coming back up, and it was like everything was dark, and I was freaking out. And he told me that he thought I died, and I'm pretty sure I was very close to dying that time, because that was different. I have nightmares about that feeling a lot, but I've never felt something like that before. Like, he choked me so many times and it didn't do that. So I was like, something was different that time. And when I ended up talking to him about it, he laughed at me. That's all he did. He just laughed. I was like, I think you almost killed me. Like, I think I was dying. And he just laughed. So.
And in your mind, you're going through all of this so somebody else would not get hurt by him.
Yeah. Because I figured he would end up killing me, to be honest. Because he would talk about...
To kill you?
Yeah. He would
to
talk
bury
about,
in the backyard?
Mm-hmm. And
what that would be the conversation? Why would he say, like, in the middle of nowhere?
Well,
like,
the first time we started talking about it, we were talking about if he got arrested, he would kill himself before he would go to jail. And so there was the conversation of him shooting me first and then killing himself. And then one of the times I almost left. I almost left several times. But this one time he was like, just tell me nothing means nothing. I thought about shooting you and burying you in the yard. I'm like, that feels like a threat.
Did you know about these at that time when you talked to her?
I don't know if some of the stuff she would tell us would be like days or weeks later.
Yeah, after the event.
Like the flashlight incident was a few days after it happened that we found out about it. We were reporting stuff to the police a lot.
Nonstop.
And it was so hard to even get anybody to come out there to check on them. It was absolutely, it was almost, it felt like it was just a waste, because it was like, how many times do you have to call the cops to?
It looks like you guys crazy.
Yeah.
It's like, why are you fucking calling? She's alive. It's like, you're not the victim.
Like, they'd say, dude, well, she messaged you to tell you about it, right?
Right. Why did she can do it to not,
Yeah, the cops did show up at one point, and they didn't separate us at first. And so I was saying whatever I had to do, because I'm like, fuck, I know who called the cops.
Boston?
No. The time she's talking about Brandon, was right? Me and Brandon.
Yeah.
Oh, so it was two different occasions.
No, there was many occasions. There was, I think, 4 or 5 that the cops actually came out for.
And he wasn't arrested.
I called the cops at one point because he was threatening to kill himself because I wanted to leave. And they got there, and he said, we got a call that you were trying to kill yourself. And I'm like, no, I called about him. And Russ said, no, it wasn't. They left. No fucks given.
we would send the cops. We'd be like, we need an email address to show you the voice clips, to show you the pictures of the physical abuse that we have. Can we get an email address? And they're like, oh, I mean, you can try to send it to this place. And it was like pulling
Same shit we deal with scammer reporting.
And it's like, you guys, she is calling for help. Right? We're not just calling you for the hell of it. And they're like, yeah, but it's McKamey Manor. They do this stuff all the time. So what people might not also know is before you do a tour, he calls the cops.
Yeah, I've seen that in the videos to warn them, right, that it's nothing bad.
So don't take any calls seriously.
Yeah.
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 It's all part of the show.
That's in the footage. Yeah. And they're okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
How?
Yeah.
Fucking how? Fucking how? It's like, yeah, there is a place that some fucking shady stuff going on, people getting missing or blah, blah, blah. Oh, it's okay. It's just...
He tells them, oh, it's all consented. We're filming a movie. It's nothing real.
Yeah.
And
so when that lady did come out and we finally got separated, she started pulling up the emails. And she's like, well, what's this? And what's that?
What emails? Sorry.
The stuff that we...
The one you were sending in.
Yeah.
That was all Kris that was doing those.
It was
Chris and Brandon.
Me, Brandon, and Boston.
Yeah.
You're a good dude, man.
So she pulled it up and I'm like, well, I'm fucked. I was just trying not to get him arrested because I didn't want him to shoot himself. And he would tell me he would get molested in prison, stuff like that. And I freaked out.
What would be his reaction when police would leave? Why did you fucking call cops? Or he was like, whatever, I can get away with the murder. Or like, I'm untouchable. What was his... He was arrogant? He was abusive and he started doing stuff?
Well, what I told the cop was, like, I couldn't talk my way out of what they had. So I was like, listen, this is what's going on with him. He has OCD. He has PTSD. These are the issues he's dealing with. I'm trying to help him. He's going to therapy. I don't want him to go to jail.
Which is true. He was going through therapy.
Yeah.
He would see a therapist.
Well, we went one time. Yeah. But
like Ashton going to the gym one time. Wow. Do you think you're gonna work out?
What a dick.
Yeah.
Fucking how it's gonna help?
Yeah. Wow.
Oh my God.
One time he went to fucking therapy one time. That's it. I cured. That's it.
He didn't even talk, did he?
The reason we didn't go back was because as soon as we got in, the lady was like, is this your granddaughter?
Oh my God.
And
ouch.
Russ said, this isn't going to work. And I'm like, calm down. And then they're like, well, how old is she? 16? I'm like, made it worse.
Oh, fuck.
But yeah, he didn't want to go back because of that.
Okay, so what was his
reaction?
Reactions on all these police presence in his front door?
Well, to that lady, she basically said, okay, I'll take some notes and I'll go. And basically didn't tell him anything about it. Let me handle it. And when I got inside, he was like, oh, I know who called. It's your best friends. Very angry.
But didn't do anything to you, right? So he would not be like...
No, because he didn't really know that they were actually my friends at that point.
Okay.
Or that it was my fault, because they didn't know what... He didn't know what the police had, because I dealt with the police. I basically told her, like, please, you're just going to make him more mad.
Mm-hmm.
So please just don't say anything. And she didn't. And then, yeah, nothing came of it.
Let's move to...
Can we... Yeah, I was going to say, can you guys both walk us through the day?
What happened that night and how everything happened, and of course Boston being involved in this. Like, she's a freaking rock star, dude.
He wanted me, like, when I moved in, he wanted me to make a video saying that if I died from him choking me, that we're just kinky. It was consensual. It wasn't his fault.
And did you?
No.
Never did.
Fuck no.
Dude, the guy has obsession of fucking choking.
I had never seen that obsession, right? Like I never got choked. But after the stuff started coming out about her, and we started going into that actors group, looking at the stuff of how he's talking to the actors, it is a huge part of the conversation. You need to make sure to choke them. You need to know how to grip up their neck. You need to, some of the actors
from Russ' perspective.
Yes,
like him talking to the other,
directing them.
Yeah, other actors.
How to properly choke?
There is one video that he shared a documentary of Guantanamo Bay, and he says in the post, "We do this better."
And some of these kids were like 14, 15 years old. He's telling them.
No, so this was when it was the adults. I don't know if we want to save those stories for tomorrow because those I got some pretty gnarly ones of that.
I think if you want, we can finish this chapter
maybe to go through, because that's all kind of culminating to the arrest and also talking
how
about
did all these happen?
Everything since the arrest is going to be a big part of it too. But can you walk us through that day? You each have your own perspective, but
it started out like a normal day with, Shay would reach out to us and tell us some stuff, and it had been progressing at this point. Like the calls to the cops were getting more and more
involved.
We were noticing, because there was a few times there was some lives or some photos she would post that we saw bruises, and we would ask her and she wouldn't say anything to us about it. But then we went to the cops and we're like, look, we noticed the bruises.
Yeah, I stopped telling them things because the cops got called.
We were getting a lot of hate because we were putting her in a dangerous situation by having the cops show up and not do anything. But at the same time, it was like, we're in our, like, we know him and we know where this is headed.
What he's capable of.
Do we just sit and let her be murdered?
Yeah.
Or do we keep trying? And maybe it does. I mean, like, we didn't want to think that it put her in harm's way, but with the amount of hate we were getting from people, we really were concerned that maybe we were.
But hate for what? Hating you guys for what?
People were saying that it was wrong for us to be calling the cops instead of her. It was wrong that the cops showed up because the cops aren't going to do nothing for her. And now she's in the situation that the cops came in, so it's making it worse for her. I mean,
you should sit and do nothing and wait until the person can get killed.
Right.
And then like, why didn't you do anything?
Yeah. And so the day started, I think that's when Shay sent us earlier saying a couple days ago, I got hit with the flashlight. So we were on the phone and you were on your way out, right? You were ready to move. We were just about there.
Yeah, I had packed.
Yeah,
she had
packed. We had a plan in place to get her out of the house and get her settled somewhere. We had everything lined up and ready to go. We just needed her to leave.
Yeah.
And I mean, we had a person on speed dial that was going to walk down the road and they were going to fly up and get her. Right?
You guys are fucking heroes. Like, seriously.
You probably saved her life. You know that, right?
Oh, they 100% did.
Yeah.
Huh.
More
than once.
we were ready for this to happen.
So I don't know the flashlight thing. So you got hit a couple days prior to that?
Yeah, we did a live stream and there was an incident where he choked me and I passed out.
On the live stream?
No. On the same day, I ended up doing a live stream and getting him to kind of admit to doing it. Because I didn't feel okay about that time because it didn't feel consensual. And it wasn't a sex thing. He just choked me out. And so I was live and he didn't know I was live. And I said, I think I fell asleep earlier, but Russ told me I didn't fall asleep. And he goes, you didn't fall asleep. And I was like, no, I think I fell asleep. But that was my way of getting him to like
try to admit it. He was like, no, you did not fall asleep. I choked you.
You were live in secret.
Yeah.
Did he admit it?
When he realized I was live, he goes, yeah, you fell asleep.
Yeah, it's crazy because like we all saw the live.
Is that archived anywhere?
I haven't.
I was about to say, I'm sure one of us between the two of us have
You
it.
probably picked up right away on that, right, Kris? You're
He's
lying
yeah.
through
Well,
his ass.
we already knew. We knew about it, and so hearing that, it was like, you motherfucker.
Yeah. So it was that day. I was just really done over some stuff. We were fighting again, and I went and he told me if I locked myself in the room again, which I did a lot, that he would break the door down. So I locked myself in the car. And
in his car.
Mm-hmm. And he, after like 2 hours maybe, I think there's a live stream of me bawling my eyes out, being like, I realized you can't help people sometimes. And he came outside and told me to get out of the car, and I said no. And he hit me with the flashlight. And
how did he get in the car?
Well, I wasn't locked. He has the key. So
Okay.
You're not live at this point, though.
No.
Okay.
No. It was right after.
Where did he hit you with the flashlight?
Like right here. Because I was kind of laid across. And he told me if I didn't get out of the car, he would drag me out. And I said, no, you're not. And he came to the other side of the car and dragged me out. I hit the gravel. But yeah, that was the first time that I was like, whoa, I'm really not okay with this. Like, yeah. And when I told him it bothered me, he said, well, get over it. It's going to happen again. You shouldn't have been out there. But yeah, so that was that incident.
And how
So that was a couple days before.
So we found out about that, and and every day it was like, Shay, come on, let's get you out of here. Let's get you. And she was like, all right, I'm going to pack, and then as soon as I can find it out, I'll leave. So we had like kind of like shifts. Like Brandon would wake up real early in the morning, and if she needed anything, he was right there. I'd wake up like midday and have till the late evening, and then Boston.
But you're not physically in the area, are you?
No, but our phones were
checking.
on us, and if she needed anything, if she sent any sign, or if she went live, it was on whoever was.
Because he would force me to go live a lot too.
Yeah.
So
Why?
To make it look like we weren't fighting. We broke up one time, and he made me go live to look like we weren't broke up.
It's just like a front every time. Like, go live. Let's make it look like
because we were doing a live stream, and he said that if somebody didn't report being sexually assaulted, they weren't sexually assaulted.
Oh my God.
And of course, I was like, that's not true. Like, most sexual assault goes unreported. And was like guilting the audience, telling them like, if you didn't report it, then it's your fault if it happens to someone else. And I was very verbal about disagreeing with him on that. And so we broke up because of that. And then he immediately made me go live to look like we weren't fighting.
Was that before or after we called the cops and my post that said, you told me to call the cops if I knew anybody was being abused?
I think that was before.
Yeah.
I think.
You did.
Yeah.
You called the cops and you said.
And because because it was right when you guys got into the big fight. And we were scared he was going to hurt you. So I made a post so that he was aware cops would probably come in to hopefully you wouldn't get hurt.
By that point, I was like, well, fuck, he's going to be pissed because he's going to know I told him.
But it was on camera. I mean, it was on the live.
But this is not the same day. Is this the...
No, this isn't the end day. So back to the end day. She's ready to leave. We have the shifts of who's on watch. And day was going smooth. Like, I ended up going to bed. Boston took over. She's up till the early mornings
Who
throughout
was
the night.
going to be the one to actually pick her up?
We had one of our moderators from the channel that lived in the area that was willing to get there as soon as we needed her to. And then we had a couple of backup people just in case something came up with them. But she was ready to be there at a moment's notice. So I fall asleep, 3 a.m., 1 a.m.?
3, probably.
You want to tell this part of it? Because I'm not here when it was you in Boston.
Yeah, we were just talking about the fights and everything, and
Can we introduce, Boston to this story? And why Boston? A stupid question. Because she's from Boston?
Oh, yes. Yeah,
maybe a lot of people obvious, and I was like, maybe
it's not a real name.
Of course.
So Boston is a good friend of mine. She's been a co-host of my channel from before we were doing the McKamey Manor stuff. She was never a part of the McKamey Manor stuff. But once Hulu came out, I told her, I said, you need to brush up on it because we're going all out. And so she got a session in training. Like, we told her everything. We showed her everything. She caught on to all of it. So she was just like my right-hand person who's always there to help. And we do ghost hunting and that together. And then her and Shay became friends in that time.
Gotcha.
Okay.
So
you already fell asleep.
You're talking to Boston. It's 3 a.m.
Boston taking over the shift.
And
Night shift.
anybody who talks to me like on the daily knows that I don't just ghost. I'll let them know if I'm about to be doing something. So we were talking. She knew me and Russ had just fought. She knew I was ready to leave. And he kept coming to the door and banging on the door like he did every time I locked myself in the room. And he was saying stuff like, you think I'm a real sicko? You think I like touching kids? And you're making me a monster. And just all that. And then he came back to the door. And the TV was off. And I could just hear him just standing at the door, breathing. And wasn't saying anything. And then he left. And he came back. And he said, my head's not right. I need to talk to you. Which usually if he said something like that, it was because he was having intrusive thoughts
Voices
about
or
kids.
something, yeah.
Yeah. So I shut my phone down because by this time he knew that I was friends with them. And didn't want me talking to them. So I let him in, and
before you shut your phone off, though, you sent an audio clip of him at the door.
Yeah,
saying that his head
To
is
Boston.
right to
yeah,
Boston,
but where
and then
he said the
phone
thing
goes
about
silent.
Yeah. Sorry.
Take your time. Take your time.
No, there's nothing.
Do you want me to chime in for a minute on it?
Sure.
So, phone goes silent. Boston doesn't know what's going on with her, and so like 25 minutes comes around, and she was like, I gotta call the cops. So she calls the cops and says, look, you guys have been out here a lot. My friend just sent me a voice clip that it seems odd, and I'm worried for her safety. Please go out there.
Go check on her.
Yeah. And then Shay, when the cops show up.
Yeah. Basically, he asked if he could sit with me, and I said no. And he sat. And then he asked if I would talk to him, and I said no. And then he asked if he could touch me, and I said no. And he just started doing things anyway.
How did he get in he got in the room at this point?
Yeah, I let him in because he said his head wasn't right, and I was worried.
So she was thinking that he needs help. And the voices and the kids.
Yeah. So
you didn't fight him nothing when you said no, and he still was doing it.
I had given up at that point.
At this point,
I was like, it's gonna happen anyway. The less I make a big deal out of it, the less it's gonna suck. Yeah. He choked me like twice. I didn't pass out until the third time. And then he did more stuff. And then trying to
Then he left.
Yeah, he said, let's go watch a movie.
Fucking nothing happened.
Yeah.
And tell me this is not definition of like monster, like I don't know what his definition is.
And I said, I need a minute.
I need a minute.
And he said, okay. And went to the living room, turned on the TV. And I powered my phone on, and I saw that she had called the police, and nothing was processing. I couldn't process anything. I didn't feel anything. I was just gone.
Yeah. Cops came.
Yeah, I just sat there for a minute, and then I got up and went in the living room with him, knowing the cops were about to come. And I just sat there and looked at him for a minute. And in my head, I was thinking, this is probably the last time I'm going to see him. I couldn't process if what had just happened was sexual assault or not. So I was like reasoning it in my brain, like, surely he didn't mean to do that.
The nice part of you, of course, trying to fight it.
Yeah.
So finding a good thing about him.
And then the cops showed up, and I was still in his shirt, and I had to like stay in that shirt for hours. Not allowed to take a shower or anything.
Which we stayed on the phone with Shay through
For the evidence, right?
Yeah, when the as soon as the cops arrived, she texted us, and when she could talk, that's when they called and woke me up, and we stayed on the phone with you for like 12 hours. Like that.
What was the reaction of him when cops showed up?
He gave me his phone, told me to record, and the cop kind of realized what was going on, and so he has cameras outside, so he was purposely trying to like make it where he could watch the camera, because he came and got his phone back, so he could watch the camera probably, and the cop realized this and took me away from the house to talk, and I just told them everything that happened, like step by step what happened. And
it was one cop or two cops?
So many.
Oh, okay.
There was a lot of cops. But the lady,
awesome.
But the lady I talked to, I started crying, and I was like, I don't want him to go to jail. Is he going to go to jail? And she's like, this is just an investigation. Just tell exactly what happened again, but on paper. And I did. And they were like, so we're going to have to arrest him. And I just started bawling my eyes out. I'm like, he's going to fucking die, and it's going to be my fault. His life is over. Like,
that's what he planted in your brain. That's what he wanted originally. Yeah. That you feeling guilty.
Yeah. And then they drove me back to the house, and I saw them taking him out of the house in handcuffs, and he was yelling for me, and I was just in the back of a cop car, couldn't do anything, couldn't say anything, he couldn't see me.
So he was like screaming your name?
Mm-hmm.
Like in a word, like, hey, Shay, help me, or
I
like
was just like, Shay. And I was just bawling my eyes out, like, yeah, it was a horrible feeling.
It's like you did right thing, but still feeling bad what's gonna happen to him.
Yeah, because the cops by this point, they knew I was protecting him because of the call from before.
And before.
So she was like, you need to tell the truth. Like, something has happened. You're vibrating. Like, just tell us what happened. And yeah.
Did you tell everything that happened prior to this? How many times he choked before and all his domestic violence? No? Only that one event.
Mm-hmm.
And it was enough to take him in custody and...
I think because of what they had told him about the dragging me out of the car and choking me to the point of unconsciousness several times, that's what added 2 accounts of second-degree murder. So...
Yeah, originally the charges were just domestic violence, and they put him in, and he was supposed to be held for like at least 12 hours before he could get out, and something went wrong, and they released him early. And at this point...
What could go fucking wrong?
At this point...
They thought AM instead of PM. That's literally what happened.
Yeah. And
they
so he was only in there for like a couple hours.
Yeah.
And so...
He was on his way home, and I hadn't even left the house. I was like still covered in everything, and like...
Yeah.
So he only was in there for a couple hours.
Oh, well, so then I guess he knew not to go home right away. He didn't go home right away, or he was on his way there. Maybe he had to walk. I don't know. The cops ended up picking him back up because they realized, fuck, that was a screw up.
They screwed up. Okay.
And they picked him back up, and when they picked him back up, the added charges went on.
So did he stay in?
Stayed in for what, like 48 hours?
Yeah, and then he paid to get out.
$100,000 bond.
Who paid?
He did.
He did.
How, where? From what?
He has money.
He has a lot of money.
He has money. That's the thing with the scam. He has the $20,000 that he could pay. He just will never pay
give it to you.
So how the fuck did he
won't even buy me a coffee? Why would he do that?
When I saw the documentary, it says that he has problem with taxes and stuff. He cannot pay for the car.
Cheap.
He got an inheritance. He got Navy money. All that. That's where the money came from.
Okay, so he put bail, right? Mm-hmm. He put money for his bailed out.
You can bail out with attempted murder?
Yeah. In the second degree.
Is it something Tennessee thing?
I don't know.
And then on top of this, he is in a lawsuit with Hulu. He is in a lawsuit with the AG because the Attorney General opened an investigation, and he sued the Attorney General for breaking his constitutional rights. So he's paying for all of this stuff and posts this bail. And he still is not in jail today.
Which is my fault.
Did he ever do any more? He never did any more time after that?
No.
And the charges were dropped?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why?
No,
my fault.
No, I mean, you got played again, and it was horrible.
All right. So
okay, so
you went back to the house.
You got out of the house that night.
You got out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we got in touch. Her family, we didn't know she had family. And her sister-in-law reached out to me and was like, hey, we're there. And so we coordinated. And
sister-in-law? Mm-hmm.
So we coordinated, and her brother and sister-in-law drove down and got her and then brought her back with them.
Yeah, I was in the hospital for a few days before I left.
Yeah, someone shouldn't pass out that much.
Well, not because of that.
Oh.
Other reasons, but yeah.
Oh, I got it. Oh boy.
Okay, so you did not stay in that house, right? When he already
they picked you up, took you, and you never went back?
No.
And he already packed at the time, right? So everything was...
I couldn't bring my stuff because he was at the house. So he went through all my stuff and dumped it in trash bags.
Wait, what do you mean he was at the house? They picked him back up and he was there for 48 hours, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but she wasn't able to get her stuff out of the house because
I wasn't allowed to be around
different
him.
situation.
Okay, so you physically left, but you had to leave your stuff there?
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because you didn't have enough time to get it all?
Yeah, because I was in the hospital for a few days.
Okay. And then by that point, he was already back at the house, so you couldn't go get your stuff.
Yeah.
And no one would go get it for you?
They did eventually. Yeah,
cool,
somebody.
Police?
No, the friend that lived close by, Ahmad. Yeah, and then when we went to court is when I got my stuff back. But he had dumped it all in trash bags, put a bunch of trash in there that wasn't mine.
It was a whole thing because we had to coordinate for a cop to be there, Carrie, our moderator, to be there, and Russ to be there at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like trying to coordinate schedules. But as soon as we got it, she went there and picked up the stuff and saved it for the court date.
Yeah.
But while all this is going on, Russ is supposed to have a no contact order. And I mean, apparently, I guess that doesn't matter, right? Because he was getting in contact with her through a third party, using their phone, using their accounts.
Saying what?
That he still loved me, that he wanted me to come home.
Typical.
Telling me what I needed to do to get him out of it. Make a video saying it was all consensual.
Were you engaging with this?
Why?
Because I thought I loved him and I wanted to help.
Did you love him?
I don't know.
But you did help.
Yeah, I did.
You did the video? You made the video?
Yep. I did. I didn't lie in the video. I just kind of flowered everything up.
And you're leaving out an important part about the video was Karen, one of Russ's right-hand people, told you that Russ was going to die because of you.
Yeah.
And that you needed to do this or else an innocent man was going to die.
Yeah. And I even told her what happened and she was like, wow, I don't know what to say.
Who's this bitch?
I know he didn't mean
Exactly.
to.
Like, where?
Chris, what was the name? I'm sorry.
Name was Karen.
I don't want to throw her under the bus.
Oh, I'm fine throwing her
Fine.
under the bus.
What?
Yeah, I'm 100%.
You're such a fucking nice person.
Shay, your entire life has been fucking hit and abused by people that you're apologizing for that you shouldn't be apologizing for. You have been surrounding yourself with people that use you and destroy and they milk you for everything they can to make themselves happier.
Yeah.
I've almost started crying like 5 different times just watching you.
And
my only hope and prayer out of all of this is that you find a way to put better people around you.
I have.
Good.
Well,
Good.
Thank God for Kris.
You need to be with someone like this guy. No, not to insinuate.
No pressure.
No pressure.
All right.
Keep drinking.
Well, the thing is,
I'm.
you have such a big, kind heart that even when people hurt you so much, you still
You need to look out for you.
Yeah.
Because you don't deserve that. You're a beautiful woman. You don't deserve people. You don't deserve that. You don't need that.
People don't deserve you.
Yeah.
I just want, I don't know, something that makes my life feel worth living is just helping people and healing people. And I feel like if I'm not doing that, I don't.
But what about you?
That's
deserve
it.
that too.
No, it doesn't work like that. You cannot. Everything starts with you.
And this is very recent. Have you gotten help? Like, are you talking to anyone?
Not really. I think.
Can we help you do that?
I think putting it out of my head helps me the most.
No, you need to talk.
But you can't just shove it in a closet for the rest of your life.
Yeah, you cannot just sit like, yeah, there is a fucking person. I've been in an abusive relationship. It's okay when men choke you.
This is just going to repeat itself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you don't,
I've been isolating a lot.
It's not healthy.
You cannot move to a new relationship without fixing what happened.
Yeah. I am taking medication and stuff.
But medication is not a solution. It's a temporary, it's a fucking Band-Aid. Yeah. That's it. The hole is inside. Like, you put as many Advils as you want, like, in your ass, like ass booting. It's not gonna fucking help unless you're doing it right.
Please consider it, and we'll help you with that.
Yeah, we all
even
here
if it's
to help.
just a little bit to talk to someone who knows what they're talking about, to help at least just deal with a little bit of this, so that you don't put yourself in a situation where your life is almost ended just for somebody else and their sick fucking fantasies.
Yeah.
We love you. We care about you. and you deserve people around you that feel the same way.
Thank you.
So if we can help, just, video and all this bullshit aside, like, please put yourself first. And I know this was really brave to talk about this, but like, going forward, because this will get posted and people will talk, people will say whatever they're going to say, but you're going to be back to a point where you're like, okay, now I'm back to me and back to my next steps. And, if you haven't healed this, it's going to come back in a different way, but in the same amount of pain,
Yeah. I guess I've been dealing with so much my whole life at this point that it's just like another one.
It became normal. No.
Yeah.
No, it's
like,
not normal. And we talked on the Zoom, and
I am so glad she had you around to do.
Me too.
That's all right. So
you made that video.
Can you?
So what is that beach name one more time?
Karen.
God, I'll find
Karen
out.
Basket, or what is what's happening with Karen?
That's Carol Basket.
Carol.
Nice.
This isn't Tiger King.
Well, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Yeah,
out
fine.
here.
Yeah.
No.
You can
Yes.
blame us.
Yes.
Fuck
Carol,
Karen.
fucking Karen.
Karen.
Oh, Karen, fuck, Karen. Is it in America this thing? Fucking that bitch act like Karen?
Yeah, but there's a lot of good Karens.
Yeah, I understand
all right?
that, but this Karen is a
this
bitch.
Karen can get fucked.
Art's ready to choke.
We're gonna
Karen.
name and shame. Like,
It was her and that Daniel Bladford. They're one and the
Dropped
same.
the last name.
Yeah, I did. I dropped the last name on
Good
that
for
one.
you. So what is the last name of that bitch Karen?
I don't know. She has me blocked. I don't remember
We'll
what
get
her
it.
last name
All right,
is.
we'll find her. We'll find you, Karen.
and it's not
So-
Shay's fault. It's not Chris's fault. You can
No.
come after us, Russ.
It's your fault,
Fucking
Karen.
dare you?
So how the fuck Karen was knowing about everything that happened to this person?
Russ is her friend, man. Because everybody has to be lying and out to
It's a
get
cult,
him.
right? It's
a
like
cult.
everybody, whatever the majesties
She
say
said,
so.
I'm sure he didn't mean to.
I'm sure I didn't. Yeah, he definitely didn't.
It's because he
mean it.
loved you and he was trying to make up.
Unbelievable.
Make up love. You see?
Unbelievable.
He was trying to fix
People have
it.
different make up love. How's your make up love?
Chris, when was the last time you spoke to Russ? Was it
When
the?
I confronted him.
Yeah, that was it.
He never,
Yeah.
no text messages, no emails,
So
nothing.
No. I'm blocked on everything.
Nice. Okay, so and I remember you making this comment on the Zoom. You said I was able to help get the charges drop, and I'll tell you why. Was it the video, or were there other elements?
I'll tell you what we were told by, like, my brother was there, my sister-in-law was there. He seems so sure that I was going to be prosecuted going into it, the district attorney. And then he went and talked to Russ's lawyer, and he came back. And it was different suddenly. And he said to me in front of my family that if we went through with it, I was going to be humiliated for hours. And that he didn't want to move forward with it. And
You're not a phenomenal DA, dude. What's happening with DAs?
AG, this was the Attorney General, right?
yeah.
What's his name?
Here we go. Diana is
No,
talking.
that's the district attorney.
Whoever he was.
Yeah,
It's probably the DA.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it was the DA.
What's his name?
Yeah.
I don't
Brett
want to get sued.
Why would you
For
get
what?
sued?
For telling your story?
Yeah.
No. Fuck that.
So I can say his name because I know
They can sue Trilogy. I don't give a shit.
it was Brett Cooper.
Brett Cooper,
Yeah.
Yeah.
district
So-
attorney out of Tennessee.
Mhm.
All right.
So this
So
Mr.
him-
Brick
Got it.
Cooper said, you're going to get humiliated
Yeah.
because you went through this, and I just saved you those humiliation,
Oh,
titillation hours.
It gets better.
Just don't talk about it.
Gets better. I said, does it not matter that I said no 3 times? And he said, yeah, but you stopped saying no. And then this was after him telling me and my family that he believed Russ would kill somebody and that he planned to kill me probably. And then he just didn't want to do it.
Oh.
So you have a 7 feet, 380 pounds of fucking gorilla on top of you, but because you said only 3 times and you cannot say anymore because he's literally fucking choking you.
And yeah, he said a lot of really distasteful things. He was like, "You're young and pretty. Move on. You can do better. He's ugly anyway."
Unbelievable.
Which country are we living? What is fucking happening?
I know you're accustomed to that threat of suing, because that's what Russ does, is he just threatens to sue, but there's nothing he can sue you for.
Yeah.
Defamation is only a thing when you are knowingly spreading false information as fact. So if you were making these accusations and you know they're not true and you're saying them publicly anyway, but it's just not what you're doing.
Yeah.
When you tell your story and you make your opinion made, there's not a fucking thing they can do about it. So fuck them and fuck Russ's way of saying, "Oh, I'm going to sue you. I can take the 50 grand and put it in his ass."
Well, my question is,
suck me off.
Well, be careful with that.
Well, make him.
Sorry, you have Ashton on your side now, so that's all you need.
Well,
this is all Trilogy branded, so if they're going to come after anyone, it's going to be us, and I am more than happy to take that fight on. I've dealt with scarier from, I've had better from worse. So
okay, when there is a very interesting element. This fucking Mr. Brick Brain Cooper, he went and he talked to Ross lawyers. Something happened. Why did he? What happened?
They showed him the video I made. That's
what video?
The video where
you
I didn't lie and say it was consensual. I said I did say no, but I think if I would have said no in a different way, he would have stopped. So that's what got him out of it.
You have a victim. You saw it. There is medical exams, everything in these, right? And
which no counselors ever saw me to be like, "Hey, your feelings are going to change about this," or nothing. It was just, yeah.
You made the video because Karen and Russ were both telling you that if you didn't, Russ would die and he's innocent and it's your fault.
Yeah.
Which is like, tell me it's not pressure, it's not blackmail.
And then I ended up talking to him about it, and he said he didn't remember me saying no until I told him what happened through my eyes, and then he remembered me saying no, but I said no in a cute way. So if I meant no, I should have said it in a different way.
And so why is all the decision, I'm not a lawyer, but in Brett Cooper's hands as to whether or not this happens or not happens against Russ?
Because the state was going after him, not me. And he represents the state. So,
are we having another Chihuahua moment?
It sounds like it.
That Lambros.
Yeah, this is like Lambros's fucking
maybe it's Lambros'
ugly stepbrother.
Yeah.
So have you ever considered going after him directly?
I did until I realized I can't, because technically it's nolle prosequi, so it's still kind of open.
But they dropped the charges, so what's open?
It can be reopened for up to 8 years.
Yeah, I think so.
At whose decision? The same guy?
The state.
Or anyone at the state?
Yeah.
So anyone on the behalf of the state of Tennessee can reopen this if they looked into it.
Which stops me from opening.
From pressing criminal charges, you could go after him civilly.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what would be, if people want to rally up and help you get out, like help this get reopened and relook at this, what do they need to look at and who do we need to contact?
I honestly don't want to, because I really want him to be out of my life. And I feel like the more I focus on it, the more it just consumes my whole life. And I have to keep reliving it. And I just want to move on and be happy.
But can you? Would you?
I've been really happy lately. Really happy.
Knowing that this creature is still alive, and you made all these fucking sacrifices so the other women would not get domestically abused by this monster. And this monster is like, it means everything was toothless, pointless then, right?
I don't know. I don't think he's really getting anyone anymore because...
Well, that's what you think.
Because of all the cases and stuff.
Did he like...
What do you think about that?
Yeah.
Do you think he's still doing it? There's another girl that we don't know about.
I feel that there is definitely always going to be somebody that is going to want that attention and will get suckered in.
You saw 17 years old, 17 years old, throwing herself at him on fucking video chat.
I was trying to, and that's the second one that I know of, because the other one I know Carol caught. She walked in and it was a 16-year-old.
He gonna do just
Carol or Karen?
Carol.
That
His
was
ex.
ex.
His ex in San
Karen
Diego.
is the one that
Karen. Yeah,
Okay.
Karen's the.
So there is a Carol and a Karen.
I just feel he's gonna do it more cautiously.
I was looking for when I was on my phone earlier, I was looking for photos, but it looks like he deleted them all. But
Who? Russ?
Russ on he's been doing karaoke recently. That's been his new outlet, is going karaoke. But
We gotta go.
His thing.
We gotta go.
Oh, hey, so I
gotta go.
I want to pitch an idea to you guys.
You do it. I'm already have a million ideas.
So, but his big thing to do now is when young women want to take a picture, he chokes them in the photo.
Are you fucking kidding me?
So it became like
He's
a
been
signature
posting
move.
it as a dig at Shay.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
I need to rally up
So,
some of those photos and
He
use it.
almost killed
I
you.
got them.
Mm-hmm.
You got
He
it? Yeah.
sexually abused you, and now he's mocking you.
Mm-hmm.
And he's walking freely, and you're okay with that?
No, I'm not okay with it. It's just a lot.
Well, that's why you need people.
And
That's why you need help.
That's why you need people around you.
team.
I've
right
also
team.
been convinced that I can't do anything about it so many times that I just kind of.
I mean,
Well, that's how so many fucking politicians getting away with a murder, because they're like, I have power, I can bribe, I can pull these strings.
Luckily, we have this platform.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, some of that's going to change. Holy fuck.
When you go through what Shay has gone through so many times and has wanted that help, has wanted somebody to be there for her and to just keep getting shut down, I can only imagine at what point do you just say, fuck it, I don't
It's just
want.
humiliating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you
I
just
know. I get
want to
that.
move on.
I get that.
All right, I'm gonna say something that nobody gonna likes it.
Great.
And-
Shit's what else is new?
Good. And I'm not talking about you.
Ah,
All right. A lot of new people here, including myself. A lot of people gonna be like, we have our own team. It's gonna be, every medal has two sides. So for those fuckers out there who's listening and watching this, saying, well, but did you you did all of this because you want to be famous? You wanted this. You're not a victim. Ross is the victim. You're a bad girl.
Well, his cronies will say that, I'm sure.
I get that a lot.
Mhm.
As soon as I
What
got out
would
of
you
the
say
hospital.
to all these nice, amazing people?
Nobody wants to be famous for being raped. Nobody. Nobody wants to be famous for being killed.
Yeah.
Like, when I'm in a hospital to get help and I see a newspaper that my boyfriend is up for attempted murder and sexual assault, and somebody thinks that's okay to bring me that while I'm in the hospital for help. Yeah, just people.
That's how you found out, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Being in a hospital.
And the newspaper.
Yep. And I don't know. It's nobody wants the most painful, like worst things that have happened to them to be talked about by thousands of people. And like, as soon as I got out, oh my God, my phone.
You said your phone was like, you
It
have
was
to stay away
bad.
from your phone, right?
No, I couldn't. I couldn't stop myself from reading it all, and people being like, well, you dress like that, so you wanted to get you say that, you do that, you liked it, you wanted it. After a while you just stop feeling like a human.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like you're just there for everybody's entertainment. And I've done social media for 10 years, and having something like this to like drown out everything I've ever done really sucks. Stuff I've put a lot of work into and was very passionate about, to have like the worst thing that happened to me be what people cling on to, and then say, well, you wanted that. Yeah.
Well, then that kind of brings me full circle to the first question I asked you, which is, why are you here?
Kris was having a bad day. I went to cheer him up.
It was so seriously the reason why she made the comment to you guys in chat. I was just having a really shitty day. And she made the comment and then she sent me a screenshot and she was like, this should cheer you up.
And it did. He had a great day after that.
Well, the initial message,
on the super chat.
On the super chat.
Which, by the way, thank you. You don't have to do that.
I've been doing it since 2020.
I know you've been. I know you've been. I remember.
And then actually, she was like,
I told my wife, I'm like, do you remember the only person that ever did Diana cosplay in our squad group like 5 years ago? She's like,
I started hashtag Trilogy to a million. Yeah, long time ago.
What a full circle fucking mindfuck.
Yeah, and we both go to bed like listening to you guys, so it was like, yeah, he's fangirling. You can see it.
Did you watch my live stream?
She's like, who the fuck are you?
Randy?
You're like, what?
You walked into that one, right?
Yeah, I know.
Question.
Answer.
What are the qualities that you're looking into men when you go on dating? Like, what is your perfect man should look like or act like, or what qualities he should have?
He wears a black hat and has a button up that's
Beard.
open.
What's happening? They can figure out without you being involved.
I see her dealing with so many demons in her life, and she's got this perfect teddy bear that cares about her right here. Like, what the fuck? It's so obvious on the outside, but I'm sorry.
Not kids anymore. They can figure that out.
I'm being presumptuous. I'm just making an observation. I'm sorry. I don't mean to insinuate
We were
anything.
making observations this morning.
Who? What?
Nothing.
What happened?
Nothing happened.
Anyway.
You look, by the way, you look amazing in your boxers this morning.
Yeah, you did.
All right. Okay, so listen, they say that a lot of guys look in qualities in girls as the quality of their moms, right? Mm-hmm. So like everybody have like not a standard, but at least those qualities I would love that my partners will have. Mm-hmm. What are the qualities that you've been looking for?
Write this down.
What the motherfucker?
He already knows because the day I started hitting on him, somebody asked me that and I listed everything about him.
About Kris?
Kind, compassionate, creative, sweet.
Teddy bear, look like teddy bear.
Creative,
intelligent. Nice.
Nice fashion.
Nice hat.
I love that.
Wow.
That makes me so happy.
Reversing this, what qualities are you looking since you're not married anymore and you're free on market? So what qualities are those?
Whoa, free on the market.
Don't assume,
Creative.
Creative is good. Do you like redheads or do you like
red with a hint of black?
Black. That's very, very that's great.
You better be bringing me.
Right? She was like, hold on, I'm the only one without girlfriend, and then.
Well, that's a good note to.
Well, I was just gonna say we've been going 3.5 hours. I was hoping, we were talking about beforehand, like, what do we do today? What do we save? I didn't want to like overanalyze it, but I wanted to just take a full pass through the story, which I feel like we did. And once I have a minute to process everything I've just heard, I'm going to have 69,000 more questions, which is why we wanted to do this in 2 days.
I actually have like a baby question for like 2 babies for both of you. Great. 2 babies. 1 baby for you, 1 baby for you.
That's great.
All right. I'm assuming both of you are a big fan of horror genre, right?
Absolutely.
Can you guys walk me through that? How did it, from which movies, like, what did you guys see? What motivates you? Like, what inspire you? Like, and
what inspires me for just all my content, Dawn of the Dead, the original, is a huge inspiration for me. I'm a huge George Romero fan. I got to actually meet him right before he died, like 2 months before he died.
Wow.
Where?
At a horror convention. Got an autograph from him. I had him sign my Dawn of the Dead script. So that is a huge inspiration. And then the other one is the Saw franchise. just because, those guys started with a project in mind
and no budget. I'm there with you on that.
Shots and everything.
And so that's like,
James Wan's one of my favorite horror directors.
And when I think of creating movies and doing that, like I want that story where it's like, you had a goal and you set out and then you made just this massive
franchise of What about you?
When my mom died, I had a psychotic break, and that lasted like a year. And I started taking it and putting it into like a horror game type thing, where people watch content and then they feel like they're in it, which he kind of does as well. But I made like a whole little movement, so that really got me into horror, because people start, they get so into it that their real life feels like it's changing. It's kind of like the red car effect. If you're looking for it, you're going to see more of it. So kind of it's reality shifting and stuff like that. But that's what initially got me into horror and I have nightmares real bad. So I really like writing and watching horrors, and I really want to do an extreme haunt. I don't want my hair cut. So I shouldn't have said that. Now they're all going to like cut my hair.
They're all going for it.
Halloween is like, I should give this, like, I should give a lot of things, and I always acknowledge those things in America. And Halloween is like one of those holidays, right? One of those.
My favorite.
Exactly. And we did not have, like, I only got introduced that like only in America. In Europe, it's like, all right, you go to nightclubs and they're like, all right, today is just night that all the creatures are out, just dressed like this, and kind of like not a big deal at all.
Well, in our show Scare Me, that's been on a bit of a pause, but we're looking for more episodes. I mean, we got we know the people to go to. So, we got to do some traveling and do some.
Yes, and yes.
Nope.
He said no.
I'm a Christmas guy. See y'all in November.
His tree's already up.
Kris, were you a kid as a
were you a kid?
When you were a kid?
No, he was never a kid.
You never a kid. When you were a teddy bear kid, were you in like trick and trees?
Trick or treat.
I was tricking those trees for sure.
Did you do trick and trees?
Trimming those trees when you were a kid.
Did you do it? Oh yeah. I always went. I was never like, I would only go to a few houses though. I was never big about doing like dressing up in costumes and that. But
you just could not collect all the candy with doing no work.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Growing up, my grandma used to always watch me because my mom was a single mom, always working, and she would always put on horror movies that I should not be watching. And so I have grown up with that horror mentality. I love decorating for Halloween. Best lawn display I can do, and
should bring them in for our Halloween live streams.
Yeah,
have some fun. Dress up and stuff. That'd be fun.
And what about you?
I wasn't allowed to celebrate Halloween. My mother was very strict. But when I turned 18, I was like, I get to dress up and nobody looks at me weird. I love dressing up.
Just come to LA. You could do that every day. No one looks at you weird.
Yeah, it was like high five, and like I'm seizing hoodie and high five ties.
I almost came in my maid costume.
You should have.
I'm saving that for tomorrow.
Yeah, there's always tomorrow.
You should have done it too.
Fantastic.
She's doing it tomorrow. She's already got it laid out.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And I was like, look at them. Early for jokes, 9 o'clock. They're already joking.
What is this?
One for each of you. It's the same thing, so you can open it at the same time.
Oh. Are we allowed?
Yeah.
On the camera?
Yeah.
All right, then one dildo for you.
It's the same thing. So, wow.
Same thing, and one dildo for me.
What did you guys do?
What
is this?
This
Open it.
was our idea, but it took him many hours.
What?
I have a feeling it's a painting or something. I don't know.
Make assumptions.
I touched it and it's hard.
Don't make. Did you know?
Me too.
Wow. Tell us more about how you touched it and it was hard. It was so nice of you guys to do this, whatever it is.
How much tissue paper did you use?
No.
A lot. I'm sorry.
Shit.
You have it?
That
the same?
is fucking awesome.
This is bad.
Show it to my.
Yes. Oh, look at this.
Oh
That's
my
great.
God.
You freaking kidding me?
How did you?
Who did this?
How did you?
I did.
Dad.
Did you?
So like
Wow.
whenever I do anything with road trip, I always put like wherever I'm going and with the road trip logo. So Trilogy Road Trip,
Dude,
just threw us all on.
You know
there.
what? I'm sorry. This character reminds me of a horror movie Scream.
What's up? Look at this. What's up? Chris, you made that?
Yeah.
dude,
Yeah.
Yes.
He spent so many
Yeah,
hours.
can you show them?
He
please?
wanted it to be
Oh.
perfect.
you guys,
You are so
dude.
talented.
Okay, we're putting this in a wall, and we have a lot of walls, and we have
yeah.
nothing to put on.
Thank
With
you.
the middle finger.
Dude, and tell me I'm not right.
What's up?
I freaking
Wow.
love this.
That is so good.
Trilogy Media Road
And
Trip.
that's the name of your new brand, right? It's Horror Road Trip, right? So yeah, we gotta we gotta talk more about that tomorrow because I want to make sure.
Tim
Oh,
Weasel, you're
fuck.
fucking rocking. Tim
This
Weasel
is
is like
so
just so fucking
cool.
amazing.
Thank you guys so
What?
much. Wow, that's it. I'm glad we ended it on a light note. That's great.
There is a
Holy
saying in my
shit.
ex-country,
I
the
love
best
this.
gift that you can give somebody is that made with your hands.
Wow. Wow.
This is freaking
wow.
badass.
You also said you had an idea to pitch. Do you want to say that for tomorrow
yes.
or do you want to do it now?
No, we can do it now.
Tell me.
Movie idea?
What do you have in
So-
law? No, it's something for.
So
Ooh.
Russ is big into karaoke right now, right?
Oh shit, okay.
That's
back
how
to
he pulls the ladies.
So that's how he pulls the ladies. So hear me out on this. What if there was one karaoke set up for a bigger competition, right? And he wins that. And so he gets an invite to a special karaoke event to sing. And when he gets up there and sings, you guys show up. But like while he's singing karaoke, I just thought it'd be real cool if on a video projector and start playing all the victims and the shit that he has done over his life. And then you guys show up and do your thing.
How would we pull that off?
Yeah, just what is, yeah.
I mean,
Like,
that's a
do you know where he goes to sing?
oh yeah. So I have infiltrated the karaoke community, and I've
Such a weasel. He already did weasel job.
I've
Like
gotten him
already
banned from most karaoke places, so I know the few that he can only go to now.
And I can tell you the model of the
my
projector
God.
that is streaming. I know already the hooks and
I mean, I'm
boys
down.
should go.
I'm down to go on a plane and go fuck some shit
I
up.
could
Where-
definitely set it up. I know I could.
where this creature lives.
Tennessee still.
Summertown.
Same house.
Summertown.
Okay.
But he has to travel to Alabama almost to be able to do anything now because
Because everybody
I have
exiled
him.
him.
The restrictions and areas and stuff.
No, just people know about
Because
him and don't
I've-
want him in there, right?
Yeah, because I'm reaching out to the karaoke people and letting them know what's going on with this dude that's coming and singing.
Yeah, and a lot of them knew me.
Yeah.
And when they saw the news, they were like,
So let's just sum up this thing. How this monster is still walking free. What is the prosecution like? What the fuck is happening? What
Attorney
is
General decided not to
So
prosecute.
the
Or district attorney, sorry,
for
DA.
her. But there is an attorney general investigation going on for business practices.
Okay.
It's not criminal though.
Yeah.
It's only
Civil
business.
shit.
Yeah. And then he has the lawsuit against Hulu and the
On what
other
grounds?
guy. So he's going after the one guy that was in it who said he hacked into his emails and that Hulu showed those hacked emails. So that's what they're
So they're going after the showing emails that he wasn't allowed
invasion
to
of
have.
privacy. Yeah.
Does Disney own Hulu?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure they have some good lawyers.
Yes,
over
they
at
do.
Disney.
Yeah, I think they're all good.
Luck,
Yeah.
Russ. White trash.
He's suing for $8 million.
Oh my God. Unbelievable. Okay. This has been enlightening.
God.
This is
This is
amazing.
just like-
love this so much.
and don't fucking touch my shit.
The only shut the fuck. The only
It's
thing
my
missing is you
fucking
guys to sign it.
Oh, yeah.
we have actually gray. I think gray will be great on this black.
Thank you for this. I
inside.
love
Yeah,
this
no
so
Thank you
much.
so much.
And
Seriously,
we'll
dude,
cherish
this
this
is so-
forever.
Like
everybody's making animated faces. I'm like, elevator music. Boop, 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 boop.
I love this.
You're just along for the ride on the car. You're just like,
I look so tiny
I love
next to
it.
everyone.
I
And I
love
just-
it. She looks like she's plotting. She's
Yep.
ready to go.
yeah, she was
I'm
like,
always plotting.
I love it. I love it. All
Okay.
right.
Then we're regrouping.
Let's regroup.
Yeah.
Thank you
Whoop, whoop.
so
Regroup.
much. You guys good? You
Whoop, whoop,
okay?
in group. Yep.
Wow. That was a
I
lot.
think this was such a
This
positive
was-
ending on
yeah,
this.
This is great. Great timing with that.
Seriously,
Let's
thank you
regroup.
so much.
Thank you for joining us. We'll have you guys back part 2 tomorrow and fuck some more shit up. I'm excited.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for your bravery, for your openness, for helping us to tell this story in a way that's never been done. Let's let them rest. You guys are incredible, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wow.
Don't risk your life for 3 inches, people.
What? Best ending ever! What? Day 2, ladies and gentlemen.
5 devices.
Oh my. So many cameras.
Remember that?
So many cameras.
So many cameras. How many cameras?
Cameras.
So many cameras.
How are you guys feeling?
Feeling good. Feeling good. It was we got pretty deep yesterday. That
Yeah.
was
I was telling Ryan just before he walked in, just like, I went home and I don't know. I don't know. I don't understand. I understand.
You understand
that I don't
you
understand.
don't have to understand. Perfect.
My wife was like, how'd it go? I'm like, it was fantastic. And she's like, what happened? I'm like, I don't know. Like, I can't. I don't know where to.
You just have to watch the video.
Start. My brain I had a hard time winding down. Yesterday was deep. Yesterday was incredible. And I'll never be able to fully express our gratitude for you guys being so open and trusting us with this story.
I almost cut you off, and now you start
what
being
else is
like,
new?
not
What
like
else is new?
Now you're becoming good, good,
Wow.
kind.
Fucking wow.
All right, I have a question. Nothing to do with all of this.
Great.
The person like me who traveled across the fucking world and saw ocean the first time, and I have my own emotions when I saw the ocean. How was your?
Oh my God, it was the best day ever. It was such a perfect day, like filming here and then getting to go there. Got to see one of my favorite YouTubers. Saw the ocean with him, which was awesome, and him obviously, which was the best.
Which
Where'd you
beach?
go?
Which beach?
we went to Venice.
Okay.
Venice Beach.
right here. Right down the road.
Beautiful.
So just
beautiful.
for the people watching, you've never been to the ocean in your life.
Never been to California, never seen a palm tree. So
Guys, and then the first text message when she landed, blah blah blah, high tide. I see a palm tree, and I was like, yeah, we have those a lot. Why? What
I
is
thought
it?
they were a myth.
Okay, so you saw the ocean. Did you guys? Did you go into
I
the
touched
ocean?
it, yeah.
Did you touch it?
I touched the wetness with my feet. Which is
Wet?
That's
normal.
always a good day.
Normal, but
Yeah. Did you?
I did.
Did you get in? Did you go swimming?
Yeah.
Anything? Yeah.
No, I didn't go
No.
swimming.
No.
but
Just walk
It was dark. It was a little cold,
Dabbled.
but
Oh, you guys already went after the sunrise.
yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody was gone,
Ah.
which was perfect.
Because when you guys left, it was still sunny, still warm.
Wait,
Yeah.
you went this morning or yesterday?
No,
we
last
went
night.
Last night.
Last night. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
sunset. That's sunset. Sun rises
I
early
see.
in the day. You said sun. Okay.
I did.
Yeah.
In my head, it was
yeah.
sunset.
In
Mom
your
and
head.
Dad are fighting
What you
again.
meant, buddy?
Thank you.
Fucking
Hey,
team
you
weasel.
know-
Team weasel bullshit.
Yeah, and you know what?
Nonsense.
It is nonsense. Yeah.
Sex on the beach.
Oh,
Her hat is my response
not
to
this
you.
time.
Oh.
Maybe next time.
Oh, Ashton, salty balls.
Oh,
Tell us. That's his character. I'm sorry. There's so many characters with so many characters.
So confused.
It's all,
We
it's all
didn't
fake.
film that.
It's
Well,
all fake.
one real realization I've really kind of been gradually seeing throughout since yesterday.
Clarity.
Yeah, except it actually is.
That's usually my fucking phrase.
Yeah, I hate that phrase because it always means there's some bullshit coming from you. You'll look-
Realization, clarity. It means something coming from
People
your soul.
can
Like,
realize bullshit.
"Oh."
Okay. Don't make me. That's not about you right now.
I just ask about
I was
clarity.
about to say something deep and
tell us
deep.
about your clarity last night, Ashton. Tell
For
us.
fuck's sake. Can I have a day off from you? Tomorrow. Actually, I'm not going to see you tomorrow. It's great.
Wednesday going to be our Friday. Anyways, all right. Go.
We've been talking a lot, even before you guys came, just like what is the story? Like we know what the story is.
Mhm.
The elements of the story have been covered ad nauseum. People have talked
Yeah.
about the manor, but like this is your guys' story, and the happy ending is not going to have anything to do with Russ.
Yeah.
You know? And maybe there hopefully will be elements of that. I would love to see this fucker back in prison, and maybe that'll happen. It's out of our control.
Yeah.
But when I saw you posted or put on your story this morning,
It was a beautiful post.
that tell me about that post, because that's the ending.
Yeah, it was just, I was having this really surreal moment, like, oh my God, I'm in the place I always wanted to be. Getting to do it with like some people I've looked up to for a long time. Sorry. And with him, and it's just everything felt perfect and like so separate from the rest of my life.
Mhm.
And it just felt like, wow, life can get good.
Yeah.
It was just, I don't know, that was crazy.
Can I, like, there is a little bit observation.
Is it a
There
fish?
is a Belarusian observation.
One very simple question. We won't pry. But is it a fish?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a fish.
You think?
That warms my heart so much.
What fish? Did you guys connect it? What fish?
Yep.
What?
Are you left out?
What the fuck's
Oh my
fish?
God.
What fish?
A fish. It's short for
You're
official.
getting red again.
Catch up.
I didn't know that
Dude,
was either.
what? Thank you. Is it a fish? I was like, what?
fish.
Did it smell of
got
fish?
it.
What
Fine.
fish? What fish?
Jesus.
That doesn't smell any fish. What fish?
You smell like fish.
You fucking smell like fish.
Oh my God.
Then fucking say it. Official
I don't
double
need
F.
to.
Official
The people
double
that
F.
matter understood.
Just gonna hide under here.
Well, that's really exciting, and that is the best ending ever. Is
When this fish happened? How
Wow.
long ago?
if you whatever you want to.
Because okay, this is let
We
me
don't
tell
want to make you
about my
uncomfortable,
observation.
but I love this for you guys, and I love that this happened in so many levels. Not with Russ and not with Russ. It's just perfection. It's
It is.
perfect.
So when fuckface called Uber yesterday,
yeah,
right? My
okay.
business partner.
Got it.
So
What I called your people, remember?
yeah, you called my people.
they
Yeah,
fuck it up.
That was fucked up. So anyways, so you guys walked. We all walked out, right? I was walking you out,
Yeah.
and when you got to Kris, you have like this like reaction that you want to grab his hand, and then kind of like. You hesitated. See, I'm fucking 6'5". I can fucking see what's going on planet Earth. I can see that, you know? And kind of like... And I was like, And then you start bickering with him, like, you know? And
You
I was
want
like,
to fight?
yeah. You want
why you
want
bicker
to
with
fucking
me.
fight? You want to fight? You
why
want to
you
fight?
is that why you
And Kris
bicker
was
with
like,
me?
I don't want to fight. I don't want to fucking fight. Then I said, Shay, you see, like, not, you know... Don't fight. Just make
I
up
say
sex.
that because me and my ex always fought and we never really fight. So it's kind of like a joke. Like,
Yeah.
want to
She
go?
tries to fight all the time. It's all the time. I'll be
Wanna
sitting
go?
there. I'll be watching TV like
Peaceful as
last
heck.
night. I'm watching TV, and she's like, "You want to fight?" And I was like, "No, I just want to watch TV."
How can you fight with Winnie the Pooh?
On top.
That's a good fight.
Good answer.
That's the best fight ever.
Oh
You want to
my
fight
God.
me? Get on top.
You can't get
No!
I'm not doing that.
Not you. That's what she said. No.
Fuck.
Did you just say
Him
like?
on top?
Yeah. No.
On top.
No. But
What?
you said it to
Hold
me, and I
on.
said no. Fuck off.
But I was not talking.
This is
referring
about
you.
them.
Yes.
Jesus. You said it to me.
Yeah, no, but it's not about you. I said if
Okay.
you want to fight,
He
fight
just
on
wants
top.
to find out if you want to fight on top or on bottom.
Should I say that to scammers then when we confront them? Just like, get on top.
Ask you if they're top or bottom.
This is listen. We happy.
We're very.
Me too.
That's
I
like,
always
the best
me,
thing ever.
people that I love, everybody.
Mm.
When I see people happy, makes me 69 more times happier.
I think he's 69 times more happy too.
Yeah. So you happy? It means we all happy. Winnie Pooh, there is your girlfriend on top fighting you.
It's
But
not-
life is fucking perfect.
It's not Vinnie Pooh.
Drink.
Winnie the Pooh.
In my country, it's Winnie Pooh. Winnie Pooh.
Hey, boo.
Just
Winnie
Winnie.
Pooh.
Just
Winnie.
Winnie.
Wow. Well,
Wow.
that's
Yeah,
amazing.
that's
and
fun.
congratulations,
Wow.
guys.
Thank you.
I really hope we're gonna be invited. If it's gonna be
Oh, wow.
too fishy one day. Too fishy. If you guys gonna get too fishy with rings on, just you know how to find us.
Fishy.
No, yeah, no pressure.
That's so funny.
No pressure.
Somebody commented on my stats like, "Are you getting engaged in California?" No. No.
Not yes, but no, not for right now. No pressure,
That's for
Vinny.
tomorrow.
It's true too.
Well, that's awesome.
Yeah,
And
right.
I love that post warms my heart.
Mm.
And
And
I
you were
hope,
happy.
I hope
like, genuinely
you keep
happy.
in mind that you don't need anyone else to give you that happiness.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, that's something
And-
I worked hard on to be able to even go for things I wanted was to work on my own.
Mhm.
Like, am I happy without anybody?
Yeah.
I worked on that first.
You make
Everything starts
your own
with you.
reality.
Yep.
And,
Yeah.
and you also are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with.
Yes.
So I'm glad to see
So
you two together.
we're expecting 5 more poos. Vinny Poos, you know.
Oh my God, you gotta move on from that analogy.
5 more, you said 5 more people.
I-
you know, it's a
It's not
association of 5
You're
people around
literally
you.
train wrecking
Okay?
every point I'm
You know,
making.
Vinny Pooh and 5 more poo.
Great.
Get back on
Go
track.
take a poo and leave me alone.
I guess we're going back to the dark side.
I always do.
Well, before we do, I think a great introduction into a few of the points we want to recover from yesterday, but let's also look ahead. What is Horror Road Trip? Tell me about it. Tell me how it came to be in relation to Russ. Obviously, it has nothing to do with Russ now, right? But like, tell us about it.
So, Horror Road Trip was made to talk about everything other than McKamey Manor, to show that there are these wonderful immersive and extreme haunt shows out there, that it's artists telling a story. It's not a scam to go into. It's not a competition. It's you are going in to experience something that you just can't in the ordinary world. So Horror Road Trip travels all over, reviews these haunts, interviews the creators, talks about the safety measures that go behind these shows, just to show, because people have so many questions. You know, they see the videos and like, that's not safe. It's all about pain. No, it's not.
Yeah.
There's an actual message and story to each of these, and Horror Road Trip shows that. Recently, we have, because of the Hulu doc, start focusing a little bit on McKamey Manor. We have a series that broke down everything, trying to take away that legend. So we have all that on there. And then now I am going to paranormal conventions with Horror Road Trip, and we have our own little mini immersive that we're taking with us. It's an audio immersive where it's about 5 minutes long, and people sit in it and experience a little taste of a very slight extreme haunt in a way. Nothing too bad. Anybody can do it. But yeah, I'm going to be at the Rock Island Roadhouse Expo that is going to be on October.
Halloween time.
Oh, yeah.
Is this mostly like a channel where you talk about these other things, or are you eventually wanting to put on your own like set brick and mortar version of this?
I mean, so this thing at Rock Island that I'm bringing is just a mini one. It's not going to be something that I want to really expand on. It's going to be something for people to come and just get a taste of it, because it's really hard to explain what these shows are and how immersed you can be. Mm-hmm. So this is just giving you a little sampler that there's a little bit of physical touch. Nothing much really happens. You hear some different audio, and it just transports you to a different world for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And then from there, then you can pick, is this something that you want to look more into and find? And then you can go to Horror Road Trip, and we show you all the different options that are out there and when these shows are running.
This is so fucking smart, because you're showing everything that this monster created, right? And people think like, this is normal. You must be tortured. You have to get tortured. You have to go through pain to learn this fucking experience. No. And that's what you do. You go, you show, you open your channel, you educate people. It's like, hey.
And it can be done just for fun. It doesn't have to be a scam. It doesn't have to be a fucking...
It could be horror element. You can get like spooky or scared from, from whatever, but nobody gonna fucking... physically.
Thank you for Ryan. Is that from the channel?
Yes.
Okay, so from your current, that's a current channel, right? You're uploading on it still. Like,
yes. Yeah. We upload probably about once a month a public video, and then we do a few member only videos a month.
The road trip team. It's been a long week. The road trip team travels the country and the web to experience all the horror and immersive events there are. Join us on this journey as we bring you some horrifying and unique experiences, along with exposing the infamous McKamey Manor. So do you go through some of the other ones, and like, are there other ones that you like endorse, or like?
Yes. If the nice thing about the channel and the creators out there, they've seen the channel and they understand the purpose. They have an open door to come on and kind of promote their show and talk about safety aspects. When I go to these shows myself, usually I will go through it, and then afterwards ask for like a tour, and they show me everything that goes in line.
I love that.
And
you kind of review it almost.
Like, it's like being a chef, right? You go and you're like, all right, I'm gonna go to that restaurant. I'm gonna eat it. I'm gonna eat it. I'm gonna review it.
He's gonna eat it.
Yeah.
And
that.
So it's cool because I can see, because when you're in these things, you do not feel safe. You think things have gone wrong. And that's the part of the immersion.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But when you see the behind the scenes and you see how many precautions that they have, and it's night and day compared to the Manor, you know?
Oh my God.
Like there's no EMTs at the Manor, but you go to any of these shows, there's EMTs in the background waiting just in case something happens. There's checklists. They know everything about you. If you have a food allergy, if you have neck or back problems, the actors all memorize your stuff before they go out and handle you so that you're
That's
safe.
how it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
That's how it's supposed to be.
So when you look at the more commercialized like haunts that you see at like Universal Studios and just the walkthrough stuff, is that just like child's play? Like, does that not even entertain you even in the slightest? Like,
So yeah, I walk through. I'll go during Halloween through the maze haunts, and I'll go alone, and I don't jump. It doesn't scare me in the slightest.
Right.
I don't even want to see them. I'm scared. Heck no.
Yeah, if you can get me with a jump scare, you did really, really good.
noted for the end of this podcast.
Yeah, noted for the end of the night.
Oh shit!
Scare you.
That would be like because I'm going to be spending a lot of time on your channel too over just as we've been getting more information and collecting everything for this. But that would be a cool, like, that's something as a viewer I would love to see, because I have an interest in that stuff. I don't know if I would do it, but I'm still interested to watch other people do it.
Oh, come on. You can get them to do it.
But like, I'm just thinking from a viewing perspective, that would be a great like show you guys could even create together. Like the two of you go and experience everything from kitty pumpkin patch haunts to the most extreme things, and you could like rank them on levels, like kind of like we do with Scare Me, of like how scary it is, or how the production value of it, or
that
like the value for the money, all that good stuff, and like
just go like literally.
And for those that are maybe too like I'm never going to do that, but I'm still really interested. There's a lot of people that will look at McKamey Manor and say, I will never in my life do this, but there's something about the story that fascinates me to watch this or watch other people and live vicariously through them that they would love, I'm sure, to do with you guys. So that would be cool to maybe one day we could even do something with you.
Another possibility, another business.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you can go, and it's like one of those things, same stuff. I don't know if you know who is Carl Rock.
Okay.
Yeah. He's from New Zealand, and he moved to India. His wife is from India, and we actually met with him. Amazing freaking guy, exposed so many call centers with Jim Browning. And what he does, he has like that traveling experience. You know, he go to India, he go to Pakistan, Bangladesh, Dubai. But when he travel India is fucking gigantic, right? Like it's like a lot of land. And he will go and he will travel. And he like, through him, I was like, oh, wow. And when we met him, I was like, dude, Carl, thank you. Through your eyes, I traveled the countries. Through your eyes, I have experienced that. I was like...
That's how we feel about you guys sometimes. It's like we're living vicariously through you, because some of the stuff you guys do, we want to be able to do that. Especially, you know, like from my past that I kind of talked about, doing the like baiting and stuff, kind of seeing the way you guys do it. A lot of people don't do it right. And you guys do it right, and that's how we want to do it. We want to do it right.
There might be some people that disagree with you, but thank you for saying that.
Well, I disagree with them.
We do it our way, and it is what it is.
That's all we know.
We love the Trilogy way.
We should. Thank you. We should link her up with you know, if that's something you really want to do.
I do.
You know, that crossed my mind yesterday, but I was like, I am never going to mention that unless she mentions it first.
We've been talking about it a lot.
You know, that is a really mentally dark place to go, and I would never encourage anyone to do it that didn't already like say, I'm going to do it anyway.
We were in Boston, Florida, and this is something that shook my core, my soul, out of nowhere. And we're already in child predator community, right? So we are busting child predators.
Child predator busting community, not the child predator community.
Child predator busting community.
Just to be clear.
Just one word. Yeah, one word made difference. And I think like it's been like a year, and we're already with Courtney, with Skittles, busting everybody.
Skeeter Jean, by the way, we call him
Skittles. And we're in Florida. We went out, and we have like bust early in the morning, and it was me, Banana Pants, and Ashton. So they were like fuck off somewhere, I don't know, like getting something from the bar, and I'm like sitting waiting, right? And I like turn around, like in my own world, in my own business. And then I see there is a woman like passing by, but going straight directly to me. And I can see it in the corner of my eye. I was like, kind of like a little bit, I was like, all right, probably just maybe relatives or friends next door, like next to me. And she just came to me
and with a big fucking teddy bear just grabbed me, hugged me, and whispered in my ear. She was like, I'm a victim. I got abused when I was a child. Thank you for what you guys doing.
Wow.
Yeah.
And she took off, just like, that's it, gone. And I'm sitting like in shock.
Yeah.
I was like, and then these fucking Goombas came, like laughing. And they're like, Art, what's wrong? And I'm just sitting like this. I was like, this is what happened to me. And they're like, wow.
Yeah, that's life changing.
Yeah.
When you realize you're a part of changing other people's lives, that's like
Something we don't get to see face to face, just being online. Like, you know,
and being always on the move, always like next one.
You see the comments, you're kind of trained to like keep them at a distance just for your own mental health. But like when you come face to face with somebody that's actually affected by something you did, it's like a bonus perk that is like, fuck, there are actual real people watching this. Like, you know.
And it's another, when we start doing Scare Me and paranormal activities, we know our squad because of scam baiting, right? Yeah. And then we start doing child predator hunt, right? Like choking them, arresting them. And then our squad like, that happened to me. Yeah. So it's like the voice starts speaking out in our community. And then we start doing Scare Me paranormal activities. And all of a sudden we're doing live stream in Clown Hotel. And squad is like, oh, I'm the biggest fucking paranormal person that you can find in the universe. And I was like, you? And I was like, but I know you. I was like, yeah, that
it all just ties in.
Yeah. It's amazing.
Wow.
E, can you put a little bit down the AC, please? It's actually getting warm.
Down or up? Because you always backwards.
He knows me.
Okay.
He knows me.
Wow.
Don't talk to E.
E speaks Russian
speaks
now,
my language.
apparently.
Okay? Fucking yeah.
Okay. Before we get into the
nitty-gritty,
reckless Ben, I know you had mentioned something about the screening questions.
Oh yeah.
And I did actually mean to print it. It's okay. I have it. I have the digital copy of the waiver. But can you talk a little bit about the waiver process, and also when you were involved with training people and what you were told to do, and kind of just that whole experience? And I'm going to pull up the thing as well.
So to first even get to the screening process, you had to get into the closed group. It's
a closed.
What is closed? A closed Facebook group.
Closed, not close.
Closed.
Yeah.
You have to be fashionable. Onesies only.
Onesies only. So
Onesies.
You got to get into this Facebook group, and to get in, you have to answer a couple questions, and it's like, what's your favorite top 10 favorite horror movies? Are you in any hate groups? For a while, it was, do you know or befriend Kris Smith?
What?
Yeah,
and I put nope.
Wait, so like after you left, he put that in that screener?
Yeah.
No way.
Oh,
in hate. So he's like it was like paranoid about.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He hates me.
Infiltrated by you or anyone that. Yeah. Oh my God, that's amazing.
So the thing is with these movie questions, if you put any movie that has like a SA incident in it that's very graphic, then you are automatically banned from the group and not able to get in.
Yeah.
Why?
No Stephen King, because Stephen King wrote about kids having an orgy in the Conjuring book, I think. One of the books.
So even if it's part of the narrative of a movie that you like, he didn't want you involved?
You were not allowed there. And it would be, I would ask him sometimes. Yeah, I would ask him sometimes, like, so because somebody watched a movie that you don't agree with, why can't they come through? And he said, because they will taint anything they touch.
Contaminate.
It's
part of the OCD. The energy of the rapists and the child stuff. And
because it's like him projecting his own.
Yeah. Meanwhile, he'll watch stuff that he made me watch so many movies that had gross stuff with kids in it.
Do you mean porn?
No, like Lolita. You know what Lolita is?
Back in the
horror
OG,
movies that feature that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So what kind of movies does he want people to say? Like, what is he looking for?
Like
just slasher films?
Frankenstein, Saw, like anything that's just a gore fest.
Why does he care? What does he even care what movies you like?
Because if you watch that stuff, you're into that stuff in his head.
Yeah, contaminates you, contaminates him because you watched it, and that relates to what happened to him as a kid.
And he's totally projecting his own
everything,
his own issues on
yes.
Yeah. So, say you pass the screening. Now, when I was around, they didn't do this, but now you have to send a picture ID to him and a short video message of who you are so he can compare it to the ID and see that you match that name.
Which is actually because he wants to date people. That's his dating process. He wants to make sure people
probably
aren't
to vet out potential infiltrators, right?
So I can't get in with a fake ID or anything. I mean, he doesn't know it. When I left, I put like 10 fake alts into that account.
That's amazing.
So I'm still in there.
Oh, good. So why does he hate
dead.
you specifically so much?
I think because of what I know. And the conversations I've had with him, and he knows.
He's just afraid. He just threatened.
Yeah.
By your knowledge, because you have something like not blackmail, but you know he's nitty gritty.
Yep.
I think his 2 least favorite people. Well, 3. Me, you, and Ben.
Yeah. Me, you, and Ben are definitely
so
his
happy.
least favorite.
Oh my god!
I was about to say that.
and
he's
so-
all enemies actually in this room, all of them.
Which is funny because he was all about you guys when I told him about what you guys do with predator catches, and
Nice
he was
guy.
like,
Not for long.
He said it looks like nice guys, right?
Yeah, he
probably
said,
not
I
for
hope you get
long.
to work with them someday. And I'm like,
Well, since you
Dreams
brought it
come
up,
true.
you sent us some recording. We talked a little bit yesterday about this. When you started recording things, but there was one that you said was in reference to he was like screaming at you, and it's because you wouldn't denounce Reckless Ben.
yeah.
What happened there?
So it was because I used to watch Ben for like 2 years
Right.
before I talked to Russ. And you can tell from his content, he's not like a bad person. You know, you can kind of get a feel for who people are. And so I would try to like help Russ see like from his point of view why he did the stuff he did, what he meant by certain stuff, would kind of try to like be like, well, did you know he like helped people out of occults that abused children? Did you know like this? And he just wouldn't. So we fought a lot. We broke up probably somewhere around 40 times because of me defending Ben.
When you say broke up, what is it? It's like 5 minutes breakup?
I mean, it's only 6 months or 7 months long, right?
Like every other day.
Okay.
Like,
So
you
you
still
break up
live-
for 24 hours,
But
right?
you wouldn't move out. It would just
No.
just
Yeah. That was before I even moved in, though. All of our first fights were about it.
So when he was screaming at you in that recording, what was the setting like? Where were you, and why? He was saying something like, "That's the worst thing you could have done to me," or something like.
Oh,
what did he
that
say
was
you-
because I wished Kris a happy birthday.
Yeah. Imagine. And now, the full circle, the enemies
I
are
have
together.
a special plan for your birthday now.
Oh
Yeah,
my god!
This is full circle.
Yeah.
He hates you so much, but now
Can I play
you're
it?
fishy. You're fishy with Shay.
Can I play it?
It is not
Yeah.
fishy.
You don't mind? It's not going to
Go for
traumatize
it.
you?
No.
Okay.
You're fine.
Wait, is this
Oh,
it?
this is the Ben.
Oh, this is the Ben thing.
This is different, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, it's one of these that you sent me. That's the no.
Yeah, I'd forgotten about sending you that one. That one was about
I
Ben.
think I sent the one.
Maybe
Kris,
you
how many
did. Let me go back.
submissions would you get? Like to screen? Was it like daily you'd get 100, or was it like
No.
live? Or?
It was like
The 20,000 was
we
bullshit, right?
we would struggle to get like 10 in a month.
So everyone got in then, like. Right?
Oh yeah. I mean,
He just
But he will make you think
well,
that
to get-
there is a line.
The
Yeah.
Facebook group would be a lot. The Facebook group, you're looking 20, 30 a day to
Okay.
get into a Facebook group. But to screen for a tour, which we'll get to in a second, it was more so tracking them down. He would track them down and be like, you want a tour? You want to do a tour?
Gotcha.
And then find a reason to get them in.
So yeah, it was from Kris. You
Yeah.
said this is one of my favorite audios.
Yeah. It was the
from
best
when
birthday
Russ
present.
found out Shay wished me a happy birthday.
I used his favorite song in the post, too. He didn't know that.
A giant post.
You fucking put it on your reel.
I told you I did.
That's it. That is the most disrespectful, sick, disgusting thing you could have ever done to me.
Wishing him a happy birthday?
You should see the sick, disgusting things I do to him now.
About to say it, but you already said it. Don't have to say it. There it is. Now it's fishy.
Oh,
Ocean is wet.
God.
Yeah, it was.
And then, okay, it was the first one I pulled up came from you. And you said this was because I wouldn't say Reckless Ben was a bad person.
Yeah.
And that
remember
was,
that.
No, that was this one. Nope.
Yeah,
fuck
let's not
me.
play that one in front
Okay,
of Ben.
no worries.
No, you can play it. Just not in front of Ben. Don't embarrass me.
Oh, no, I won't.
Okay.
Life-changing shit that he's putting out there for the world. That's called slander and defamation of character.
Defamation.
Does he know the facts? Does he know reality on any of it? Fuck no. So how can you, that's what he was told. Well, he was just given that information. He was told that. Come on now. He was told it. It's okay. He was just doing what he was told. He just thought he was doing, Are you fucking serious? That's okay to you? To destroy somebody? That's what he's done, God damn it. He's destroyed my fucking life. About shit that isn't true.
No.
That bullshit is true.
Fucking.
Broken bones, torture, this, that. It's all bullshit. And who cares? That's what I've heard. That's not how you do it. That's not what a journalist does. I don't have any facts to back it up.
Shit, investigators.
Golly, this person, that person.
I guess not only us.
That's not how it works.
Do you know what? Blows my mind? That nowadays everybody on social media and people can record you.
And he just said that as a voice note,
exactly.
right?
Yeah.
Oh, I have like ones that are 17 minutes long. Just of him talking to me like that.
Mm-hmm.
Just yelling and screaming at me. Mostly about Ben.
What was there was one where he gave you a list of the order he was going to sue.
Yeah.
And it was me, Brandon, Ben, Danny. Then he was going after Carol, Susan, and Holly.
I thought Carol was on his side.
No, Carol hates him.
Or no, it's Karen.
Karen. Yeah, Karen.
Ex-wife, or were they?
They were never actually married.
Yeah. Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
She makes it seem like it, but they were not.
Actually, I did not ask that yesterday. We touched a little bit base about his daughter. Have you talked to her? Have you met her in person? Did you guys meet her?
I've never talked to her in person. I've talked to her mom very briefly.
His ex-wife.
Yes, ex-wife. She follows the channel. I recognized the name when she showed up one day, so I reached out and just said, "Hey, hope all is well.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully nothing here is too triggering for you." And she said, "Just keep it up. Please don't reach out to me or my daughter." And I was like, "Okay, cool."
Whoa.
So that video that I saw, like a little clip from Berg,
Danny Berg.
Danny Berg. Yeah. It was her saying about all these sick stuff. Who filmed that?
That was an old interview with a podcaster from probably like 5 years ago now. It was like one of the first like real exposure videos, and she saw it and asked if she could come on panel. And that was like the first time any of us had ever seen her as an adult talking. And so there's only those two. She did 2 interviews with that guy, and that was it.
Do you think we have a chance if we're going to reach out to her to?
Maybe. I mean,
do you know anything about her? Did you ever mention anything in your relationship with the daughter?
I intentionally didn't want to know much about her because knowing him, I know what she went through growing up with his thoughts. Because I was like, if I ever had a daughter and you said you couldn't control when you see her ass thinking about sexual stuff with her, I'd probably kill you. So, yeah. Also, I'm pretty sure we're around the same age, which freaked me out. So I didn't really want to explore that.
So you guys really don't know anything about her and stuff, because I only saw like once and I was like, hold on 1 second. I didn't even know that he has a daughter.
As far as I know, she just wants to kind of be left alone.
Yeah.
As far as I know.
I mean, understandable.
Can you blame
Same
her?
with his son.
Yeah, son's completely off the grid because
So he has 2 kids?
He has 2 kids, yeah.
He basically disowned them and calls them haters.
Hater is his go-to word for
everything.
It's his way of justifying his behavior.
Do you know how long he been with his ex-wife? How long they've been together before they got divorced?
I don't think it was too long, was it? I mean, he was married twice.
Oh.
He was married twice.
I thought he was
before.
married 3 times.
Wow.
Maybe I only knew of 2 with, and then Carol.
I don't know. He tries to marry everybody.
He does try to marry
He tried
everyone.
to marry me.
But he only have kids with
He only
one
has 2 kids. Yeah.
from the same woman.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I ask you about? So this is the waiver.
Yes.
That has San Diego's address on it.
Yes.
It's 23 pages.
Oh
Yes.
shit! It's an old
So
one.
no. So it's actually the 40-page waiver because he blows it up. So that 23 pages turns to 40.
So he makes the text bigger?
Yeah.
And I love that literally the first sentence on here is
I already have a joke.
Yeah, he always has to make things look bigger than they are.
Yeah,
His
that's gonna go there, but
expectations are.
That's
exactly what I was about to say. I have a small pager, but I will extend that.
Expectations
if you zoom it, it looks
reality.
bigger, right?
That's why I
We're
wear
not a shower.
glasses.
Jesus.
And then I took them off because I'm like, those details are not.
Wow.
Something I want to see.
Good luck sleeping tonight, bitch.
Okay, back to the contract. I love how the very first sentence already has typos. Form must be completely in its entirety.
Yeah, he can't.
What does that mean?
Who put this together?
She can't
That was
spell
him?
very well.
Did it change over time? Because this one still has San Diego on it.
This
So
is the last one.
it still has San Diego on it, and he's in
Yes.
Tennessee.
So yes,
Wow.
when the contract that I sent you was the one we have on our website, which was right after 2019 when the city came and inspected him. He had somebody go and try to grammar correct. Obviously we see that did so well.
That didn't work so well.
And that was the version that was sent back because I was copied on it. So I had that. But let's go to the screener questions first.
Are those on the same document?
No.
Oh no, over here. Yeah, screener
So,
questions.
all right.
So this is where does this come in the order of application? Is this the first thing they answer?
Yes. So what
Can you turn
happens
the
is
computer
person gets into the Facebook group.
Uh-huh.
While they're in the Facebook group, then when he's live, if somebody says, "Are you still doing tours?" he says, "Oh, you should do a tour. You should totally come down and do a tour." People in this group get first dibs on tours. They don't have to wait in that line.
Because
Yeah,
there is
message
no
me.
dibs.
Yeah.
It's-
And so then he'll message them like, if you're seriously interested, call this person. He'd give out my phone number. And then all of a sudden I get a random phone call from somebody wanting to go through and be like, "Russ told me to call you for a screening." And I would have a list of questions here. And I was supposed to go through, and some are basic and they're all right. But then there's a few weird ones that get in
All right,
there.
start basic. Phone
Yeah.
number, address, email. How old are you? How tall are you? What do you do for work? Your
Weight.
weight. Do you know how to swim?
Tall.
Do you have glasses or contacts? Tell contestants to bring eyeglass case, if applicable. Tell them not to wear contacts because they can get messed up and they'll be blindfolded anyway. Have you ever been in the military? Survival training, extreme hunt. Have you ever been in any McKamey Manor hate groups? If so, ask why they were in there and then use your judgment on that. Oh, this is like instructions for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Do you have any medical insurance? If no, they can still do the tour. Just write and sign a piece of paper saying that they take full responsibility for the injuries that occur and release McKamey Manor from all liability.
Shouldn't that be the only thing the contract is?
I mean,
Like-
that's basically what the waiver is, right? What are your
Mhm.
top 3 fears? Do you have any allergies? Do you carry an EpiPen? Do you have allergies or conditions that require that cause you issues while doing stunts? Other fears? Why do you want to do a tour? What top 3 horror movies?
That's exactly
Write
what
these down. We follow the guidelines for getting in the closed group for the most part. Usually give people a break if it's not too bad.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a Serbian film?
Oh,
Oh my God.
What is
That's
Serbian
what you're
film?
talking about.
Yes.
What the fuck is
and
this?
So I've never seen it. I probably will never see it.
Serbian film.
It's called a Serbian film. You can probably explain it better than me, but it is notoriously the most graphic, especially against kids and infants, film on the planet. And it's banned in most countries. Maybe you can
Yes.
explain it better.
So yeah, I've never seen it either. I've had plenty of people tell me what happens in it, and I have no reason to want to see it. I get
Yeah.
a lot of hate on my channel because I made like top 10 most controversial videos,
Mhm.
and that was number 1. And people were like, "Oh my God, I can't believe you would hate it. That's art." And I'm like, I don't think what that movie's about is art. But it is a adult film star who gets in ties with like the mafia, and they make him do a series of videos for them before he's like released and free of what he owes them, and it's him doing things to children,
like reprehensible,
infants.
repulsive things to children.
Yeah.
And it was like online something, or it was like
it's it's a movie. I mean,
Yeah.
it's like a scripted director. It's a movie.
Yeah.
But it's just so reprehensible with how graphic it is, and especially towards infants and children, that
So it's
most countries, I
I can
guess.
guarantee he's seen it.
Oh, probably. But have you ever seen a Serbian film? And then beneath that, it says, if so, automatic no. I usually ask, are you sure? And then if they say yes, then it's a no. Okay, that doesn't really make sense.
I have to ask them several times, you sure? You're sure you're not lying to me? Because if you saw it, it's cool. Like lead them into baiting it. And there would be times where I would tell them, I'd be like, dude, I feel like people are actually just saying yeah because they think you want them to say
have seen it.
And we got into fights because he said, how dare you think that I would want anyone to see this?
Yeah.
Like, you are sick and disgusting to assume that I would want anybody to see this. Why would you say that? Take it back.
Fuck.
That was the average conversation with
Why
him in
is his
general.
obsession
Did
with
you
it?
put this question, or that was his question about
These are all
Chorizo?
his questions. I
All
just put
his
them on my
questions,
So
okay.
he has
website.
to ask the people.
Right. No,
But
I
they're
understand
Russ's
that. Yeah.
questions and Russ's instructions. Can you get a sports physical? Do you have any felonies? Okay, the following questions are personal, but we do have to ask them as it is part of our screening for all contestants. Do you have any PTSD? If so, ask them to describe it, outlining any triggers. Is he looking for triggers?
Yeah.
I do think that is a fair question to ask for something so extreme, so that you don't bring up some past trauma or something.
But doesn't he want that?
Yeah, he's using it for a different purpose. Yes,
Towards his advantage.
But if you're going through the screening process, I don't think that is like a red flag to be asked. Is where I'm going with it. However,
Like a normal haunt.
he is using it.
Have you ever been sexually assaulted or been a victim of domestic violence? If so, did you report it? For sexual assault, it's an automatic no if they did not report it. For domestic violence, ask if they're currently still in that situation.
Yeah, that's something we argued about on a live stream was you weren't sexually assaulted if you didn't report it.
And if you
irony.
didn't report it,
Yeah.
no matter what, even if you were sexually assaulted and you report it, he doesn't let you go through. He changes his mind.
Because you're contaminated.
Yes.
And you're contaminating everything.
So when you say contaminated, it's a for him a physical touch
so
contamination.
I think like it's like virus.
It's like
gonna
he has,
spread.
it's like
So
they're gonna
like-
get like if they're sick. Like it's the same
so
thing.
like I would talk about stuff from my childhood with him, and we'd go get groceries, and we'd drive all the way back to the store and return them because they were contaminated. Because I talked about my trauma.
Dude, that's some next level OCD.
And then he would say I was contaminated and I contaminated his house and all that if I ever disagreed with something he said about kids. And
So groceries is okay. It's gross. No, it's contaminated.
Yeah.
That's it. But meanwhile, he's in relationship with you.
mm-hmm. Yeah.
So don't touch the groceries, but I can touch you.
He
I can
seems
choke you.
to only get in relationships with people who have traumatic past.
Same as the contestants.
And if you did not report it, all the mods had to continuously message you on why you didn't report it and tell them how bad it is that they didn't report it.
Which he did to me, actually.
What is his
told me
obsession with reporting, not reporting? What?
Because
if it has nothing to do with him, what?
Why
because
even
he
these
projects
supposed to be there?
He projects it all like it would be like him not reporting it when it happened to him. And then it makes it where other people can get hurt because you didn't report it. But like
God, the fucking
when we
irony.
first started talking, after a while, he found out some stuff and he told me he wouldn't talk to me anymore unless I reported somebody from my past. And so I just lied to him and told him I did. And yeah, he did that repeatedly.
Imagine you go to Universal Studio and there is like rules, right? Have you been sexually assaulted? We want to know because you're gonna get spooky. We want to know everything about you.
Spooky.
And the whole line is like, fuck off. I'm going home.
Yeah.
You're not gonna take my money. Like how these? But because he's a monster.
So what's the difference between the waiver and the contract?
So the contract is there was like an intro packet. You would get part of the contract here. The contract has the non-disparagement and that's where the $50,000.
I just about to say, what is the part of 50 grand?
Yep, and then it also says like you're going to call the cops.
This is where Reckless Ben changed it to $1.
Yes,
that was funny,
iconic,
clever, and he just obviously doesn't read them.
No.
Does he now that happened?
No.
Here it
No,
is.
there hasn't been one since.
Yeah, there's been no tour since.
We've stopped every tour since.
Because everybody that came in was a troll.
Yeah.
Participant understands that if they violate this agreement, that agrees. The grammar in this is awful.
Yeah.
To pay McKamey Manor $50,000 as damages. That's not even how suing works. You don't get an invoice. Like.
Got PayPal?
But
And you don't want
anyway,
$2 for coffee.
it's not.
But also,
yeah.
question, how police did not get annoyed?
Oh, dude, they hate him. But
yeah.
so he's in.
Because people, like, if you have
Then
like
they can be annoyed.
5-10 tours, how many, like, on average, like back in the days, how many tours you will have a month, let's say?
he would have 4 a month.
4 tours a month.
Yeah.
So 4 times he's gonna call police and gonna say,
If we're shooting a movie,
if
we're
there are
shooting
any
a-
screams or
I
anything.
didn't really kidnap the person that's tied up in the back of my car with duct tape over
The one
their
that's
mouth.
bleeding? Oh, yeah. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he lives in I can't think of the word, but unincorporated land, right?
Mhm.
So there's no real police department. The state will share and all that. So nobody really cares.
Yeah.
Nobody wants anything to do with it.
Participant agrees that during their tour of McKamey Manor and for 20 years after their departure from the tour, that participants shall not, through any form of communication with the press, public, clients, media, blogs, social media, disparage McKamey Manor in any way.
You as a Mortimer,
Mm.
you will be get fucked. You're 90, and the next 20 years, dude, you cannot say anything. You cannot sue him. You cannot do anything.
And you know what I found out to be crazy was like he saved a bunch of the contracts from the people that going through. Somehow my contract's like one of the few ones that is missing because I don't know. Maybe it was because I didn't sign
I
it.
just about to say that because you did not, right? You started,
Good boy.
and then you said, "I'm gonna go back
Or
to the
did you
house." But
delete
you did
it?
not finish
Yeah.
it.
You never signed it, or
No,
you just
I never
deleted
finished it.
No.
Good job.
Well, you don't get it till you're there.
Yeah.
And he had
Wow.
the emergency and he left.
That's right.
So
And
you
he-
did everything
And he
without
makes you
signing
read it,
anything.
Yeah.
you know, in the rain or whatever, outside in the
Yeah.
cold.
Yeah.
Page
Under
by page.
distress.
But you know what? Snakes.
Right.
Unbelievable.
Be ready. I'm gonna dump a lot of snakes on you.
Is there anything
Oh,
else in
fucking
this drive
scam.
that we should talk about while we're here?
God, I don't know. The chain drag. I mean, did you want to talk about?
Actually, yes.
Yeah,
Rhett,
let's talk about
right.
these, and also,
And then let's go into Reckless Ben.
yes, when you see the hunt for the hard drive, right, from everybody, what is it? How we do it? Who, like, whoa. How the fuck did you get hard drive? I mean,
And maybe contextualize it for those that don't know the story with Reckless
Right,
Ben
about
and
exactly
what the hard drive
what
is.
hard drive is and
So-
why it was so important and valuable.
Russ has tons of hard drives. All of a sudden, one year, one of them got corrupted, and he went to somebody and said, "Can you get these files uncorrupted?" Guy said, "Sure." He said, "Awesome." So he gave him the hard drive. The guy went to charge Russ for the hard drive, and Russ was like, "I'm not paying you." And the guy was like, "Well, then you're not getting your hard drive back."
Russ is very gullible.
And so
Very.
Russ said, "Well, fuck it. I don't want it then." So the guy said, "Okay, who wants Russ's hard drive?"
Oh my God.
So Russ says it's the stolen hard drive, right? So it circled years ago. It circled around, and so we knew of its existence.
Who bought it?
And I mean, none of us bought it. Some dude was like, "Hey, do you want?" It was a guy that we knew. Talked to my buddy Brandon. Was like, "Hey, I got a copy of it. Do you want it?" And we were like, "Sure." And then
So
that's when Ben was looking for it at the same time. And then because we were in the process of filming Hulu when Ben was filming his series. So we really couldn't be a part of Ben's series till the end after we were done. And so we had the hard drive and we're watching them go through, and it's like, how do we tell Ben to get how do you get the hard drive? It was like a game in itself.
Was there a specific reason that this hard drive specifically was of utmost importance, or is it just any hard drive of his will have a lot of unedited footage that he wouldn't want people to see?
So, I mean, yeah. So all of them are going to have some unedited footage. This one had 2 particular things that were never shown. And maybe it was because of it being corrupted right away. He never got to put it out. I don't know the reason. I personally think it was because break some laws in it. a lot of the hard drive has just old YouTube videos already edited, done on it. And then there is one with Rhett and one with Marissa. Now, the Marissa one, Ben dives into a lot, showing how some things were faked and all that throughout it, that she was a plant sometimes.
And he was telling her, like, scream now, scream now. Like,
right.
Yeah.
But if you see the show, how it starts out, like, it doesn't start out as being a plant. She's going through it, and there's footage of when she's trying to read the contract, they're pouring beer on the table and making her drink it while she's trying to sign a legal document.
Is she the one that ended up in the bathtub still reading it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, they pick her up. They beat her up while she's
Before she signed the damn thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a very unintimidating guy that yells at him.
Yes, I remember that.
At one part, I know you probably...
Are you scared?
Hopefully you fast forward through it, but it's 45 minutes of Russ just in her ear.
Oh my God.
Saying Marissa. 45 minutes long.
That was me.
Fucking
every day.
why?
To be annoying.
Yeah.
To be annoying.
So is Rhett in here?
Yes.
Which one? What is his name?
His real name.
Jesse?
No.
Can you contextualize the truck dragging? Because this wasn't the first time that it's been done, but what is it? It's usually over grass, and then he pulled him onto gravel without his, like, what happened here?
So,
and it's also, sorry to interrupt, but it's part of, I think it was Ben's video, right? When he's doing the screening or the contract signing, he's even telling him that it's all fake or we'll get good footage. Like,
yeah, so that's a big part of it that you don't see in the movies. And everybody's like, why would you sign that when it says all this stuff can happen to you? Well, what this video shows that we started releasing from the hard drive is the part where Russ says, okay, so read this part. It's all fake. You're not really going to get hurt. This is for the show. This is part of the show. Just sign it. It's all smoke and mirrors. It's going to be a good time.
We're going to get great footage.
Yeah. We're going to get good footage. You are going to be a star. Right? And that's what this hard drive shows is the back and forth. And in Russ's videos, he just cuts to participant knows that their teeth can be pulled at any time, and then he puts some music on, you know. But he's telling you everything in this is fake. So think about it. You have no sense of sound because your ears are taken away. You're blindfolded. How do you know that you're actually about to be dragged behind a car? You don't. He's told you that. You're assuming that this is all fake. He told you it was fake. Obviously, once it starts happening, you're probably pretty sure that it's happening. Rhett holds on to it. Twice he lets go, and the third time he wraps it really tight, and that's when he's not letting go, and Russ is upset that he's not letting it go, and he goes over gravel road, and it pulls him.
Have you seen that clip?
I don't think so.
Is this, do you know if this is the full, or if I should fast forward to a certain part?
No, I definitely do not think this clip.
So he's over grass here.
I think it's, yeah, there it goes. Go back just a little.
Gravel. Gravel.
God damn it! You even hear the guy say he's still on it. Like,
so what's happening now?
So, I mean, he's hurt. He's laying on the ground. Russ is going to turn him around and basically say, you know, you're fine. Walk it off.
Walk it off.
You're barely bleeding. And you can see on his arms, there's blood already on his arms. His shirt's already torn. Now, the burns in that are under the part of the shirt that's still up there. That's where the road rash is. And from there, you think, oh, maybe I should stop. This guy just got hurt.
Right.
No, you know what we're going to do? We're going to put you in a straitjacket, and I'm going to calm you down and sit you on this ledge here, and we're just going to chill. And then he grabs Rhett by the throat and dunks him into the water while he's blindfolded. He has no idea to hold his breath before he's going underwater. There's no idea of that's about to happen. How unsafe is that?
Tell me if that's not definition of being tortured.
Wasn't he in the hospital for like 2 weeks after
Yep.
that? 2
Yeah,
weeks.
he was 2 weeks because the infection from the dirty water and the road rash.
Oh, that's the guy.
Think about how much money, or like, hopefully he has insurance for that. Like,
Yeah, Russ didn't pay.
right. Like,
Yeah.
So what was the aftermath of that with Rhett? Like, did he? And I guess, and also the timing. When was this?
This was 2017, I believe, was when Rhett happened. He was one of the first few.
But you didn't know, like, how does that tie into you learning about things? And
I never knew about this till I was out. That's when
Until you're gonna find that hard drive
because he
you
never
find it
posted
later.
this one.
Right. He had never posted it.
Yeah, of course
so
he didn't.
Hulu Doc comes out. Ben has the video up, right? Or he's talked about how he had the hard drive. So Russ starts to panic, and Russ is like, you know what? Shit, I need to release it. So he finally makes a version of it and he releases it.
Which was exactly when I started talking to him.
And
But when he released
But
it,
it was-
he skipped the
he
parts,
skipped-
right?
Yeah.
Obviously.
he skips the part where he hits the gravel. He shows the 2 parts on the grass, and then he goes, see, it wasn't bad. There was no gravel. None of this happened. Shows the pictures of the aftermath of Rhett, and is like, see, this is all added later. Something happened after he left the show. And then he was like, he never got dunked, cuts all that stuff out. So
he thinks by cutting it out, it's like people will believe it. It just didn't happen.
he tries to give that, like, submit that stuff to the courts, and the courts are like, this is edited footage. No.
To the court. Why was he sending?
Because of the AG investigation going on. And so
I asked him why I cut it out, and he said, because it makes me look bad.
Yeah.
I'm like,
So you had seen it.
and
yeah, I saw a lot.
How did you feel at that time?
Scared. I'm like, he would always excuse it like, well, you can see there's not these burns. I'm like, burns take a few days to show up. Yeah.
Was he just like willingly showing you the raw footage?
Was he
like,
he showed me a lot of raw footage for his like 16-hour long movie. I saw all of his tour, all Brandon's tour, all of the Marissa video.
What's the worst thing you've seen?
I think the Marissa video. That was bad. Where they were like threatening her kids, and yeah, it was not good. Yeah.
Wow.
That's
and so
every single time when again, especially catching child predators and when police involved, like the first thing that they will ask, hey guys, can you give us like the full unedited footage?
Right.
Just here we go. This is link, upload from the beginning to the end.
You can't
How
give
can
them
you just
puzzle
like
pieces
you
and
go to the
expect-
court and it's like, all right, here we go. This is movie here, 40 minutes of everything is amazing. But meanwhile, you have like hour and a half that you filmed, and you like.
What people don't know, and I don't know if I'm allowed to say, so you might want to cut this out because I don't want to get sued. But he had like a big tub of hard drives, and his attorney thought he might get raided, so his attorney told him to take all of those, take him to the attorney's office, and they're just keeping them there so that the cops
What a
can't
fucking
see
great
them.
attorney!
Wow.
Why would you?
Is it Saul Goodman?
Yeah, that's a good one. I guess, yeah. But even the fucking P. Diddy lawyer, he was like, no, fuck, I don't want to represent him.
yeah.
Wow.
How? He knows, the fucking attorney knows who he is, what happening in those hard drives, the people got hurt, everything.
Yeah.
Why would you would you fuck money hungry bitch?
Another thing, well, he is getting a lot of money.
From who?
From Russ. He's getting
Oh, the attorney.
a lot.
Yeah.
The
Okay,
attorney,
sorry.
that's why he's like,
yeah.
is it money?
But when Russ told him about like his thoughts about kids and stuff, his attorney said, that's okay. I've had worse thoughts and represented worse people. And
Creatures stick together.
Daniel
Yeah,
has said similar. His friend Daniel, the one that was always trying to get me to do tours.
And that's why they're close, is because they bond over
Yeah.
that.
What is the name and last name of attorney?
I'm not trying to get
I honestly
sued.
don't know
I'll
the
find it.
attorney's name.
He's already slandered me and freaking.
Now we're gonna have
Yeah,
put your
gotta find
fingers
it,
on.
yeah.
When we cover a story about DA, we're gonna. Ashley
I am
already said like, I'm already gonna put the DA face while Shay's talking, and now we're covering this subject.
I can't wait
Shay,
for that part.
Was it the DA or the attorney that said that me and Brandon need to keep our mouth shut and stay out of it?
Oh, that was the DA. He said I shouldn't be friends with you guys.
Brent Cooper?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's going to have a bad day when this drops.
Fuck. It's
Yeah.
like that. When
His
you
attorney already like said in the media towards me that we're unfortunately there's a lot of people that want to play victim status and blah blah blah.
Do you have this?
Oh, it's yeah.
This is on video or something?
It's
It's in a
he said it
post.
to the media.
Yeah, he said it's in
In
the
the media.
newspaper.
Okay.
And
Maybe
then
you
I
can help
have
me
a
find some of
recording
that,
of
yeah.
Russ admitting I said no 3 times. So
That's what happened when you go to and you think like there is one monster, but behind every monster is gonna be like those little you're like,
yeah.
So Russ puts up the video of Rhett where it's
Mhm.
edited, and I'm like, that ain't gonna last long. So I hurry up and I download it, I screen record it, and sure enough, the lawyer tells him take it down. So he takes it down. So I'm like, guess what, guys? Movie night on my channel. I play his movie, but then I went and put the footage that he forgot because he said he wanted to tell the full story.
yeah.
So I wanted to help.
So good.
I wanted to help my man out.
Yeah.
So I inserted
You were editing
him.
content for him after all, right?
No. So you saw the gravel, you saw
So-
everything.
So for this, whether either in our video or the extended version, we'll put your video and then his video side by side, and you'll see where the cuts were made.
but I guess we have to put this on Trilogy Plus. You can see it.
it'll be blurred. It'll have to be
uncensored,
pretty blurred
but
on YouTube.
yeah.
But anyway, yeah, if you're watching this, all the uncensored stuff will be on Plus. But
Everything is fake.
oh my
Here
god!
we go, my version, and then hold my beer.
Did anything ever come of that? Did he react to it? Did it? Anyone ever?
No, that's when I think that was when the 16-hour video all of a sudden was coming up and the gaslighting. That's when the gaslighting started about me. All of a sudden, every video that I helped him out with where I'm in it like, Russ is a good guy, or I went through a tour and it was fun. He starts posting all of that stuff everywhere. He's like, wow, doesn't sound like a big hater here, does he? Doesn't sound bad, huh?
Is that him?
Yeah.
That's why he always tries to
Awesome.
make people make videos.
Good job.
Nicely done.
Sorry, what'd you say?
That's why he always tries to get people to make videos so that once
can
they
use 'em later,
realize he's
yeah.
a bad person, it looks like.
And he makes them do the video on the property the second it happened.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to lie to them, you know.
you're still a little
you're going to
scared.
lie to them because you're nervous, right?
Yeah.
This corruption goes so fucking deep with all these tentacles. It's unbelievable.
Can you talk about the safe word aspect? And is it because aren't you
Safe
told
word.
that you can use one, but it doesn't work?
So if you want to look for it in the waiver, safe word is saying it. You would think a safe word would be 1 or 2 words, maybe
Something you can remember.
Pineapple.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
that's something easy to remember. Well, they give you the most vague safe word ever. God, I don't
Or
know
something
if it's
political.
if it's in here or
Participant acknowledges that it 100% it's again grammar. Everything's wrong.
Mhm.
It agrees that it 100% the participant's responsibility to use the safe phrase, not
Yeah.
word, if they feel they are suffering from any bodily injury, from any mental impairment, or the tour becomes too much for participant in any way. So your bleeding isn't enough. You have
No.
to say the phrase. The
Mhm.
phrase that pays.
And I don't know, it might be in the intro packet and not there, but the phrase is so friggin' long. And it even says at one point, just be entertaining. Say whatever you want. Like there is no like
There is no safe.
there is no safe phrase. It's I went to McKamey Manor. It kicked my butt, stole my lunch money. I'm so and so from so and so. I thought I could do this, and then it says like literally do some trash talking.
As the safe word?
Yes.
Trash talking to who? To him?
Yeah.
Like about how you thought you were a hot shot and now you got.
Yeah.
demolished.
So you have to say this whole mantra?
You have to say
Yeah.
like a monologue.
Does he give it to you, or he asks you to set it beforehand?
He gives you that first part of, say, McKamey Manor stole your lunch money, whatever. So you know that part. But then you have to then just talk for a while and then say, I quit.
And then if people try to do that during the tour, what happens? He just ignores you, or does he?
I mean,
Most of the time.
I said I quit a bunch of times because when you're going through your head about it, you're not thinking like when you got a bunch of dirt going into your mouth.
You're not finding the sentences,
Yeah, like, McKamey Manor stole my lunch money, guys. It stole my lunch money. And
Well, maybe you said it in a cute way.
yeah.
Oh, wow.
And again, going to that footage, what happened to you? It's like, hey, stop! Like it's enough. Like
Yeah,
stop.
that should be the
that should
fucking
be
safe word.
stop.
Yeah.
It's enough.
No.
Stop.
Yeah, I'm
Not
fucking
like
done.
let's go to the page of this and tell me this paragraph. But if you didn't say full sentence, can't stop. Your problem.
Participant understands for this specific show only that participant is being offered a safe phrase. It is up to the participant to use this phrase due to their weakness if they feel they need such a weak precaution as a safe phrase.
That sounds just like him.
Because you're weak if you got a tap.
So if he's paying out the ass for an attorney, why didn't he have an attorney write this? Because I know an attorney didn't write this.
Because
Is
he's lazy.
And he didn't want to spend money. He's
Yeah.
freaking cheap.
So Carol wrote a lot of this, I believe, and she worked at a law office, and that was
Mhm.
like their
Is it Tennessee law?
no, it was
Office?
San
No?
Diego.
So what is this about? Participant agrees that their entire tour will be viewed by a live audience in Las Vegas, the Philippines, and or Thailand, and they will act appropriately.
Did
The
you
fuck
ever
does
see-
that
He
mean?
Did you
wanted
ever
people to
see
think it was a
Hostel
red
3?
room type
No.
thing.
Huh?
He wanted
Red
people
room?
to think it was like a red room.
Remember
Yeah.
Red from Dark Web?
Yeah, I know Red Room. I never saw Hostel 3, but
So Hostel 3, when Hostel 3 came out, it was about people being tortured and Vegas betting on them. The second he saw that movie, all of a sudden he started putting cameras up all around and being like,
course.
Vegas is watching you.
oh my god.
Do you think?
like fucking Squid Game?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Love Squid
No,
Game.
that's not really happening.
It never happened.
No, the cameras aren't even plugged into anything.
But
He
he's
can't
live
even
streaming it.
He can barely get Wi-Fi when he's doing the stuff on his phone. Like his feeds always cut out like crazy, but yet he has like live streaming feeds going to Vegas,
Oh
and
my god.
like the cameras are just like pinned to trees. Like there's no wires or nothing. They're just
And whose benefit are they there
Everything
for
is
if the
scam,
participant
dude.
is blindfolded?
Yeah.
Whose benefit is they there for?
It's-
What the fuck?
He want to be so bad. He want to be like so big and so bad, like
Yeah.
we talked about yesterday, right? And
He wants to feel like he's
Yeah.
getting to torture people.
Mhm.
That's his whole MO.
Yeah, and there it will be like, just so that you know, everything is fake. This is all theater of the mind. Nothing is real. And then the next one's like, you could die.
Like we're telling you for real.
but he told you exactly the same when he was like, yeah, just go. It's not a big
Yeah.
deal. Everything is fake.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden he doing shit to you nonstop. And
You know?
Like
But-
so much of it is fake, but then like the hurting people part is real.
yeah, it's real.
Line item 93. Participant fully understands that at many times during their tour, they will be in a panic state of anxiety in which they will feel that they will drown and that they may die. Participant completely gives permission to McKamey Manor to put themselves in those situations.
That was me every day living with him. 'Cause- yeah.
What
Also,
the fuck?
You know, praying again, the connection, all the dots. When you're busting a scammer,
Mm.
child predator, they're all preying on weakness or gullible or like either older or younger.
Compassionate.
Yeah, exactly. And he loves. It looks like it's just absorbed that energy that
Yeah.
he loves when
He
you're weak.
sucks people's energy.
Sucks people energy.
Yeah.
He broke you. He finally broke you. Like you're a fucking weak bitch.
Yep.
Here we go. Yeah, come on, bag me.
Mhm.
Okay, well, on that note, because it's almost 1 o'clock already.
Okay.
Is he going to message you when he's here?
I'll
How's that
probably
gonna-
message him.
Okay. Can we talk about Reckless Ben and a little bit about
Yeah, so we can walk-
how
Mm.
you found him, how he works into this,
Mm.
Ben doing his own investigation, and then linking up to the fact that Reckless Ben is actually here. He's coming.
He's gonna be here
We didn't know this until last night. This is incredible.
Mm.
But how did this happen? And yeah, bringing us up to date with him.
We were like this morning when I walked in and boys are chatting and I was like, hey guys, Ben is gonna be today. I remember the pizza, the Uber, and everybody like, this dude is
fucking amazing, crazily amazing.
Fucking fearless.
Genius.
Yeah.
Genius. He was like, you have to call Uber. Our Uber is here.
If you go DoorDash, I'm not gonna believe it. Like,
Your cheeseburger is coming. I'm already. What do you want?
Where's
You want
the
pizza?
news?
It's here.
He's got a level of pettiness to him that is so awesome in the sense of like, I don't like you. I'm gonna fuck with you in such a small but amazingly effective way.
Yeah.
So
Back off my property. Back off my property.
have you guys
Stripper
met him in
Danny.
person yet?
Yeah.
Ben?
Have you guys met?
Oh
him in
yeah, I
person?
hang out with Ben
Okay.
all the time.
Got it.
Yeah.
I got to meet him yesterday on the beach.
Oh, nice.
So you had never met him in person, but he came to the beach.
How
Came
was
to
your
Venice.
actually?
It was amazing.
And Reckless Ben, just so people know, is how you discovered McKamey Manor.
Not how I discovered, but how I was reminded of it.
Okay.
I discovered it a few years before I started watching Ben, but I started watching Ben a few years ago. He has some really good series about, going into cults and exposing them. He did a Scientology exposing thing, which was really cool.
Really
He
good video.
I've wanted to look
he
into that
projected
too.
Scientology sucks on the film.
Nice.
Hollywood.
Fuck
That's a
yeah.
Hollywood
Dude,
film.
what?
That's amazing.
That's
He got
that's
into
balls.
what was the other cult?
The Yellow Deli.
Yeah, that. Yeah.
Love that.
So yeah, I'd been watching him for a long time, and I kind of, when I saw the Manor series, I saw a lot of me in him too, because he tries to see every side of everything, which gets me in a lot of trouble. But the way he approaches it from like a, well, why are they like this? How what is the right thing to do in this? What is
He's trying to understand.
Yeah,
It's like both
he really
sides.
wants to get in their shoes and and then it's not all about views and stuff. It's about the story.
His background,
mhm.
his childhood, and why the issue coming out right now.
Yeah, seeing that compassion come from a creator who didn't have to approach it that way was awesome. And so I had messaged him and was like, he was having people go in and infiltrate. So I was like, how can I infiltrate? I want to see if it's real. And he was like, I don't know, sign up. So instead of doing that, I started talking to Russ and blah, blah, blah. You know how that went. How did you meet Ben?
Oh, I just reached out to him because I saw what he was doing.
Yeah.
The series hadn't come out yet. He hadn't done it, and like I said, we always reached out when somebody was about to go through.
Mhm.
And so I found him, and then I was like, wait, I know this guy. And so I saw his stuff. I was like, I think he's trying to expose Russ. And I set up a phone call with him. We did a Zoom meeting, and I swear he was playing me, and like we were both trying to feel each other out because we didn't know. Like,
On which side?
Yeah.
Who's real, who is not?
And I remember it was like a fever dream phone call. I get a phone call. It's like super late at night. It's a video phone call, and he's talking to me, and all of a sudden I hear this screeching and a bunch of things break. He's like, the pig is out, and he drops his phone, and I just see his feet go by, and I see these pigs' feet go by, and then his feet go by. And
Isn't
this
the pig's
pig's
name
like knocking,
Bacon?
Bacon. And he's knocking shit all over the place.
So it's a real shit.
It's a
He has a pig at home.
Name Bacon.
Name Bacon.
Yeah.
He knows his future.
And then Lydia picks up the phone. She's like, hi, who are you? And I'm like, I'm Kris. Who are you?
What the fuck?
What a great first introduction.
Wow.
Here, there is my pig.
Okay.
You're gonna shit on your face on a cell phone.
So, and then he later published his series, and you just stayed in touch?
And so, like, afterwards, I was like, you don't believe it. And at that time, I think he really believed some of the stuff was real. I think he had some shred of hope that something was real in there. I mean, mind you, he had gone through literally hours before I had talked to him. So
Wow.
he was barely
Is it Ben calling?
No.
he was barely in his into his investigation. But yeah, so then we stayed in touch. He looked into me, saw who I was, and he was like, all right, we're on the same team. Let's let's keep talking.
So the first videos that I saw, and
Is that his lawyer? Him and his lawyer?
Yeah.
Oh,
Fuck.
the thumbs up one?
No, it's not the thumbs up one.
Okay.
Are they
He's
in
so
court?
proud,
They're,
dude.
they're,
He's
they're
so
in a
proud.
courthouse.
Yeah.
Is that after the charges were dropped?
Yeah, and then the other picture
fucking proud.
right after that is Russ going like this.
Jesus.
So when Ashton sent me, he was like, okay, Weasel, watch Hulu documentary, but also here are 69 links that you can see from other people creators. So the first people that I saw was Ben. And at that time, who originally started exposing Ross? Is that Ben? He was like OG person who went into it? Or it's like more people?
I think he was the first one with a larger audience.
Ben, I would say, is the only one that actually went there.
Yeah. Him and Danny too. Danny
there's
has a
other
really good
YouTubers
series.
like Savannah Marie's done it, and there's been some other ones that have.
Savannah's great. She's never gone to it.
But you did a video.
We've done
interviews
quite
with
a
her,
few
right?
videos with Savannah. She's amazing.
She's amazing. How's Savannah?
Savannah's great. She does her, she just does, it's like this where we just talk.
Yeah.
And then Danny goes undercover with Ben, and Ben and Danny film at the same time, but then create two different versions of how they want to tell that story. So Danny and Ben's series is both very good, and I recommend to anybody to go check those out.
We'll share all those links.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Well.
Like at the end of our podcast, I mean,
So he's now since met you. You met him yesterday, or yesterday, right? Yeah, last night. Does he know how much of an impact he had on? Does he know everything? Does he know?
Vaguely. Vaguely. I've been a little shy, so no.
Okay.
Does he know what we're doing?
Oh yeah. He knows vaguely.
Did he say anything? He was like,
does he know
He's
you're
like,
here?
sick.
yeah, that's Ben's catchphrase. Sick.
What's up?
That's what I was like, you're still showing up today, right, Ben? He was like, sick.
And he's a surfer, right?
Yeah.
Of
course no, he's not a surfer. Ben
he's a
doesn't surf.
slackliner.
Of course
he lives here, though.
Yeah.
In LA.
He does slacklining, but mostly he does videos.
Okay, because like you can see his videos and there is always surfboard.
There's like this gap because he hasn't been uploading, but he
in like a year.
is working on stuff.
Wow.
Lots.
Yeah, me and him are working on
his
some
last
big
long
things,
form was a year
and
ago.
I can't wait.
Is there anything you can tease?
No, I'll let him.
All right.
It's his baby. I'm just along
Is he
for
going
the
to upload
ride.
more?
Yes.
Soon.
Okay.
I mean,
Say all right.
Well, he went deep. I mean, he did a lot of videos on it, and I also know that his second episode got removed from YouTube.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll
talk about
we'll
this
definitely
and-
need to talk about that. Yep, Scientology. Yeah, that's cool.
How long he been around? When did he start his
His first video was posted 9 years ago.
Okay.
Climbing a fucking something.
He was on like Tosh.0 and all that.
I remember a lot of that. Yeah, I've seen some old stuff of his. Yeah. That's
crazy.
cool.
Yeah, his content was really inspiring for me because of how far he goes like outside of the box to just like
Reckless.
weasel his way. Yeah.
When you say Tosh, you're talking about the guy on
Tosh.0. Yeah.
So when I did my dating
When
series
you did
back
your
in the days
dating?
when I won that reality show dating.
Should we play it?
Like dancing with
Fuck you. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I have a video of the hot dog videos. Remember that?
Yeah, even better. Even
Where
better.
he's-
She knows everything.
I don't want to talk about it, okay?
You brought it up.
So Tosh actually took that clip and he played on his show about my
Really?
yeah.
Oh.
I
So you have two
people and they have good chemicals? Yeah, that one. Yeah, I remember
You
back
can't
in the
replace
days,
good
and that's why I
chemicals.
found out that there is always shit on the internet, and
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
How did that work out for you?
fantastic chemicals. It's all about the chemicals, Ash.
Oh
All right, so Bam gonna be here. Okay, what else do we need to talk about?
I want to talk about.
kids. Can we
Kids,
talk
yeah.
about
Yes.
San Diego kids? And let's talk about this.
Yeah, because Ben's about to head out, so he'll be here in a few.
How far does he
Is he
live
coming from Venice?
Marina?
I know from the hotel he said he was 7 minutes without traffic.
Okay.
Like
Yeah,
half an
be here.
hour.
But that's not his home base, right? Not Venice.
No, he lives. He lives in a warehouse.
Oh,
That's where he hides.
Okay.
Right.
I mean, hey.
I'm sure he pissed off a lot of people, and
Yes, he
especially Scientology.
Oh,
Yeah.
there was one
You have
time
no clue.
when I first
You
met
have no
him.
clue?
He sent me
I wanna talk
through
about it.
a thing called Ben's Basement,
I wanted to
Yeah.
go so bad.
and so
yeah, it was in his series.
yeah, I had to
His
get in
creed.
I had to go into an alley at 3 a.m, find a random car and get into it. Give me the license plate number. I get into it, and I'm nervous
already love it, dude. I already love
Already Squid Games.
I get nervous as hell, and all of a sudden these two guys come up behind us with feather dusters and start tickling our ears. And I'm like, what is going on? And then Ben and his girlfriend come into the front seat, and they're like, you're going to play chess. If you cannot beat the computer in so many moves, then your tour ends now. And so we then realized that the three of us together really had never played chess. And
First of all, chest.
yeah, chess.
Chess.
And so we end up winning, and then they're like, okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to, we found this abandoned warehouse. We're going to go in it, and we're going to take a look around and play some games in there. And so I'm like, okay, how do we get in this big fence? He's like, well, we hop the fence. And I was like, but the fence is up. Like, I feel like this isn't an abandoned warehouse. He's like, no, just hop the fence. Hop the fence, get down there. There's 2 Mercedes parked right there, really nice. And I was like, Ben, this is not an abandoned warehouse. Like, nobody's just going to leave their cars in here. He's like, no, it's totally abandoned. Nobody goes in there. We walk in, and we're in there for about 5 seconds, and all of a sudden these dogs come out of nowhere and start growling at us. And then some guys come out, and they're like, what are you guys doing here? Get down. And I was like, I didn't see your faces. I didn't see nothing. I'm trying to walk out, and then find out it was all staged. It was Ben's warehouse.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, that's right. That's bad,
dude.
Wow, he's a prankster, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
All right.
Can you imagine him in
and on a
school?
swivel.
Before he comes, I mean, reply if you have
Let's
to.
talk about.
Let's make sure we cover.
Let's go back to San Diego era, and let's talk about what we
which,
want to talk
as
about.
a reminder, was before your time.
Yes.
But
Right.
you came
What
to
do you
obviously
know,
learn
and
about it.
What are the evidence, and what did you hear?
So I started reaching out. You know, he had a few actors that were like his right hands that, you know, they did the abuse. Russ told them what to do.
When you keep saying actors, what does it mean? Like actors,
People helping in the hunt, people facilitating the torture and stuff.
He just films most of the time.
Why do you call them actors?
Well,
Because they're acting. They're acting like scary, you know.
Okay, gotcha. They're playing their characters.
Actors usually pretend to be other people,
Dude, never been that.
and
really.
they put on a show.
Fuck
Okay.
off, really?
Great questions, by the way.
I never knew.
Fascinating. No, it's like, you know, like,
learn things
because
you
we-
do learn things every day. Wow.
yeah. We coming from entertainment industry, right?
Right.
And we're like, okay, like obviously we know what actors, but you keep saying actors. I was like,
It's what they refer to in haunted houses when the people playing the parts to make this house haunted. They're actors.
He found out you were in Parks and Rec, and he was like, "What?"
oh really?
Yeah, you?
Oh, I was like, who? Ross? I was like, what did you
No.
like?
You.
No.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Chris. All right. So
Okay.
San Diego.
Spectacular questions, but
he
please go.
he had these few actors, and they're all adults, right? There was one child actor that stuck around after all the other kids went away, and I've interviewed 2 of the child actors. One had a very odd story, and you can see it on the channel, where he talks about how he would have sleepovers and Russ would make him shower, and we talked about that a little bit yesterday.
Yeah.
The next one, though, was a young lady, Mercedes, and I'm comfortable saying her name because she's done many interviews with the channel, and she's a very good person. She wants to be a voice that is heard and wants her story out there. She was 14 at the time. She was considered the only medical professional at McKamey Manor. So she had to deal with people having mental breaks, having broke noses, fractured eye sockets, broke nose. You know, she was their medical staff. And every time she would try to get them back into like a sane mind space, Russ would be like, they're fine. And he would grab them and pull them back in. She tells this story. At one point they were sitting around and they said, have you ever taken a tour? Have you ever gone through it? You need to go through it if you're going to work.
A 14-year-old.
14. She says, no, I haven't. They didn't have her sign a contract, didn't have her parents sign a contract. Not that at that point it's null and dumb for what she's about to go through. Mm-hmm. 3 grown men put her in a cage and dropped it into a pool, a kiddie pool. So the water was going up, and then they proceeded, as she would get her face up to the bars to breathe, to pour water on her over and over again, and then tell her how horrible she did for not lasting.
And that statement came from Mercedes, right? From her.
When
So
she
she was
was
like
14.
openly, she was like, look, this is what happened to me.
And he's not in prison for felony child abuse.
No.
What happened with the parents?
So she lived with her grandparents. And we'll get to that too here in a minute. One of the actors that was Russ's right-hand guy started to take a liking to her and started to tell her how pretty she was and groom her and start to give her drugs. And one day Carol saw him, taking advantage of her. When she was
Who doing that?
The actor of
Who's
Russ's,
adult, right? Who was
adult. He was 21, I think. At this time, she was 16.
Russ was too doing it?
Russ wasn't there, no, but with how close these guys were, how I guess the relationship went on for years. She talks about it in the interview with me, that the relationship went on for years. So basically, the cops get called. Guy gets arrested, does time.
Okay.
So
good.
So that at least had stuff. But then Carol and Russ show up at her house and tell her, because she's telling people what happened, tell her that she needs to write an apology letter, that it was all a lie, and to take it all back.
Fucking Carol.
And and so they.
Carol or Karen?
This one was Carol.
Okay.
Carol.
They threatened to sue her. And so when I was going through the interview process of finding people, I had interviewed Carol before this, just did a phone call, and I had asked her about Mercedes, and she said, well, you can't reach out to her. It's illegal for her to talk to anybody about McKamey Manor. And I was like, that's weird. I don't see how that could be illegal. So of course I went and talked to her. Well, yeah, they wanted to shut her up. And what I think it was the assault happened, the guy got arrested, and they were afraid that the cops were then going to look more into the situation when she was talking about all the violent stuff that happened.
Itself, yeah.
So they silenced her. 16th threatened to be sued at this point, because after the trial and all that stuff, it was like years later.
And I'm assuming she came from a broken family, no?
She was raised by her grandparents.
There we go.
And, they bullied the grandparents. Grandparents had a hard time understanding what was going on as well. And they forced her to write apology letters and put it all over social media.
And she did.
Yep. And so she was silenced until we started the Rise and Fall series, and we reached back out to her and we're like, let's give you this platform, tell your story. And it's on my channel, still have it up today. There's a lot of trigger warnings and all that on there because it does go into detail.
How old is she now?
Oh God, I think she's
mid-20s,
20s.
Yeah,
early 20s.
Yeah, we need to.
Wow.
Yeah,
she is. I will say she is healed. She is doing good. She's striving. She's happy, and she just wants her story out there to warn everybody.
Yeah, I can't imagine being that young and already going through that, and then having everybody telling you like you need to shut the fuck up.
So Russ was there for the tour and the physical.
Russ was there when she was dropped in there,
but not for the
sexual assault.
Sexual assault. Okay.
You know what the beautiful about social media is, and especially about Trilogy Media? We go and we do our investigations. Call us unprofessional, whatever fuck we do, how we do. It's our business. We have amount of law enforcement from FBI, federal agents will reach out to us separately and like, yo, there is a video that you release on this occasion. We want evidence of this, and this.
Yeah.
I know you're going to be watching or you're going to be listening, and you as a person, as a father, as a brother, as an adult, as a normal fucking human being, and being in law enforcement, which we have a lot of appreciation for that. Do your thing, please, whoever you are. Do your thing. It must happen. It must fucking happen.
Well,
people should be not fucking silenced like this.
That's a great way to tag all of this is what would you, other than the happy ending that you can control.
Mm-hmm.
What would you like to see happen if people want to help? If there's any kind of, again, we make it very clear in our videos, we do not ever encourage or try to promote people to harass anybody or to do any of that. We're here to deliver information. But is there any kind of productive, healthy action that anyone can take about any of this to help either you guys flourish or Russ be hurt more and taken down further?
I'd honestly say for anybody, like, he's really good at silencing people and getting you not to talk about what's happened. Like, there's stuff that has happened that I'll probably never talk about because of the guilt that he puts around it. But
you're being a role model by doing this now, you know, to other people that might be afraid.
Just tell people, like, it's going to suck. A lot of people aren't going to believe you. A lot of people are going to blame you. He's probably going to try to reach out to you, make you feel guilty. But just talk, because there's a lot more people and a lot that has happened. And I don't think we even know the half of it. Knowing how much he talks to people and what I've seen a lot of them go through, just tell your story, tell the police, anyway, don't be scared of this guy. He's not going to do shit.
Yeah.
He's an insecure, powerless fuck.
Yeah.
And I love that you have refound your power.
Yeah, me too.
Well, and also I wanna say this. Starting in scam baiting, right? And then we transition. How many elderly people only were able and speak up publicly? 2 or 3 in the past 10 years. And number one question is like, why are you not doing this? It's being afraid, ashamed.
Yeah. It's not just with scams, it's with any kind of
exactly. And that's
predatory activity.
Exactly. And that's what I was just about to say, that it's hard to, I was like, starting with Susan, our number one elderly person that we helped as community. And she was like, yeah, even my relatives, my friends doesn't know this story. I'm ashamed that at this age, I can be scammed like this. But that shows that all it takes is like one person being fucking strong enough and just go forward and like, hey, I know they are there. I know there are sexual assault victims. This story is so demonic. It's like I want to do things in my head, but you know, it's just, but we in America, right? So fucking do legal shit. If you police officer, if you prosecutor, if you fucking DA, do your fucking job, please.
Amen to that.
A lot of people, a lot of victims out there, silenced by who? By who? Russ? Who the fuck is Russ? Just another monster that lives in our neighborhood. So you make the difference, and you making the difference. You have balls of steels, quote unquote, to be here and face that and say your truth. And, you know, people gonna say like, yeah, like it's gonna be a lot of shame. Yeah. Shame me.
Yeah.
Show us your shame.
It's like I've already experienced all the levels of shame I possibly can from all this. Like, as soon as I got out of the hospital, it was just, it was bad.
You know what's amazing to me as a human being? That when we do catch a child predator, right? And you go and I just laugh about it, about the comments, right? And they're like, yeah, but you were like, you should have wear suit and tie when you arrest. You cannot be Bonnie. You cannot be a fucking Russian Grinch when you're arresting those predators. So everybody will do everything wrong we did, right? And person got arrested, person in prison. And I always just, I don't comment, I just laugh about it. But I was like, you all fucking joking until it's going to happen to somebody that you know or somebody that you love. And then you're like, you know what? Be that Grinch, be that fucking Luigi and Mario, but you arrested your own way, your unprofessional way, the one more less monster in neighborhood chasing your kids. Like, come on.
Yeah, it's not even just with Russ. Like, if there's anybody that you're emotionally attached to, so you don't want to say anything, where are they going to be when you want to die? Like, at the end of the day, when you have to deal with yourself
for the rest of your life. Yeah.
And it gets too much and stuff. Yeah. Like, they don't care.
Yeah.
They're going to move on with their life.
They move on to the next
victim. They move on. They do this. They do this. They don't care.
Yeah.
And they'll do it again. They don't care.
Shay, we fucking love you, girl.
What is Sorry, go ahead.
No.
Yeah.
Thank you for being strong. Like the voice, like, and that's the platforms. You can do bad shit, like this motherfucker doing bad shit on his platform. But there are platforms like your platform, our platform, anybody platform that exposing that.
Yeah.
And it just blows my mind. Everybody knows, everybody affected. Victims are there silent. And meanwhile, DAs and what is that?
You're pretty. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
All right, I told
No,
you.
the other fuck. The other fuck who is his this
The
fuck.
attorney.
The attorney. Yeah. I have more deep. I have what kind of thoughts? I have
worse thoughts.
I have worse thoughts. We good, Ross. You good? You're good. My thoughts are.
Keep giving your money.
Please, you're listening this. You're doing this.
Did we talk about the name of the fuck who you told us in the Zoom call? There's another guy, one of his cronies or whatever that was coming after you, or
Daniel?
Is it? I don't remember the name. But
Justin, we don't want to talk about him.
No,
Justin.
The more attention he gets, the worse he gets.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was.
He blackmails
sucker.
people. He was threatening he'll threaten people's families. He'll say he'll put your kids on child porn sites. Like, it's not good.
So why aren't we exposing him?
Yeah, exactly. So why when you're talking about this fuck face?
I mean,
what?
I mean, you can.
What is this?
I mean,
he'll strike all your videos.
It's a whole nother
level of fuck
subject. I don't know how much you want to dive into it.
I mean, we can. It's just
how is he related to all of
your
these?
judgment.
He's the one that Russ is suing. He's the one from the documentary that hacked the emails.
Okay.
So he got embarrassed when he went through really bad.
Because he couldn't do anything. He just laid there.
Russ. And so now he wants to be the one that takes Russ down. So at first,
which is a good thing in a way, right? It's
so the movie comes out. Me, Reckless Ben, Danny, Brandon, Boston, we're all mods for Justin. He has the biggest group on Facebook exposing McKamey Manor. And so we're the mods for him. We're like, yeah, we're all on a team together. Things are going good. And then I started getting text messages from people, like if they didn't like him, they would make a comment on the internet. And so then he would start like harassing them with fake profiles. And at first we thought, okay, this can't be Justin. This is fake profile, whatever.
Somebody else doing it. Yeah.
And then so we ended up getting so many of them. We ended up making a website where, if you click on it, it'll tell you who's the traffic that's coming, right? And so we sent a link to the fake profile on one day and said something was on the website that person check out. We got that IP address. And then we waited like 2 days and we sent Justin, we changed the name of the site, sent Justin a different one saying, hey, check this out. Look, I think people are coming at you.
Dumbass clicked twice.
He clicked it, and it was the same IP address.
He's very dumb. He's very dumb.
So we were like, okay, this is him. Since then, he's had more screw ups where like he even uses
the spelling, right? It's the same one, guys.
The spelling's the same.
Same emojis.
My favorite one though is when when it used to be his original profile, Justin. So people tagged him in comments, and then when I click on the Justin name, it takes me to that fake profile.
Oh my god!
So it's out that it's him, right?
Okay,
this is recent, December 2024. Russ McKamey versus Justin. You're an ass.
Your ass.
So what's
he was actually one of the first people to harass me online when I started dating Russ.
If he's trying to, I don't get it.
He wants to be the only one to take Russ down.
So he's got an ego?
So
he wants to be a superstar.
If anybody else tries to do anything, he tries to victimize, make them scared off the internet. He harasses her for speaking up.
Oh God, yeah.
How many times he made memes of people being choked out and saying this is Shay.
Or he showed Russ holding something up and he said the last thing Shay saw before the police came and stuff like that. Yeah.
Was he in the doc?
Yeah.
Visually?
Yeah, I saw him. I know exactly what you're talking about.
He's a little weeble wobble.
Yeah. That's what we call him.
That's what I call him, is the weeble wobble.
How's he talk?
He talks like this.
He writes like a super villain.
So he's not on anyone's side. He's just an ass.
He messages Russ.
Yeah, he messages Russ
under fake accounts, and Russ knows it's him, But he'll take whatever he sends him.
So he's trying to take down Russ, but he harasses other people
He will
trying to take down
eliminate
Russ.
everybody who wanna take Russ down.
Yeah, so
it's kind of like it's me, I'm the number one on the internet.
He takes anything that I could possibly be sued for from Russ, and he screen captures it and sends it to Russ.
Or he sends any posts I make to Russ. And then I get angry texts from Russ.
So basically what you did yesterday is already at Russ. It's already has been around.
It's like fucking elementary school.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. It's bad though. Like, so he starts sending, like, Brandon, he sent his wife a rose and said, "You are married to a woman abuser. If you ever need help, contact the wolf."
Which Brandon
he goes by the wolf.
Sweetest guy.
The wolf. I remember that from the doc. Okay.
And also these
like a child.
This little dumbass child saying, if you're gonna say
That's Brandon. No, that's Brandon.
It's Brandon.
Yeah, that's Brandon.
We love Brandon.
Yeah. That's what I was going to say. We like him.
Yeah. He's the one ex-military.
Yeah.
He's badass, but fuck. Okay, question. Why? Like, we get it. That's his ego, and he still did not grow up yet. Not enough experience, life experience. Why would he bring kids to this conversation? Is that the one who says,
because it's the thing that would trigger people the most. Like, you're going to threaten
if you're
my
not
kid?
going to back off, I'm going to put your kids on child porn.
Yeah.
Or he tells, he threatens to call CPS on people saying that, "Oh, I'm going to say you're a druggie. I'm going to say you're a problem."
Does anyone just tell this guy to get fucked?
Oh, dude,
all the time.
so many fucking times.
Let him call. Let him do his whatever. Jerk off in the corner. Like, what the fuck? He has no power.
He went to the extent of finding an ex of mine and talking to. He's married, has kids, manipulating her into a romance, getting images of her, and basically saying that if I don't back away, he's going to release all her nude images online.
And then Russ sent that to me and was like,
"Isn't that
don't
incriminating? That's
Kris."
legal for him to say that to you."
We've talked to the cops.
That's blackmail.
They don't care.
I have blackmail so many times. Like, "Hey, I'm going to go after every one of your friends and make sure I ruin their business if you don't just leave." I have all that. We've gone to the cops. We've sent C&Ds. It's like,
where does he live now? Is he in Tennessee too? Or?
No, he's in Pennsylvania.
Oh.
And it's like, it's just
the things people do to be famous.
They create their own little worlds, and they just think that they're just the king of everything. It just.
Yeah.
But you know what's interesting?
So funny.
Everybody want to be rich and famous, regardless how they got to that level, right? And when you're rich and famous,
all that shit's gonna come out.
You don't want to be famous.
Yeah.
You like, fuck, I wish I'm a normal human being that I can go eat right now and be at the restaurant without being these, and I can have normal life. And then you go do all these stupid shit, sacrifices, do the Sakovic, do the whatever you do. And then you're like, oh, fuck, no, I want to be normal.
Yeah. He'll never be normal, though.
No, you cannot be normal. Like, even just, again, if it's just like a chihuahua who barks.
That's what I call him, Chihuahua.
Yeah.
I've so many fucking chihuahuas out there.
He just yips.
I would be lying if I didn't say, like, whenever he does something, I make sure to get some really good digs in on him. I made a whole album.
He doesn't change his shirt.
He doesn't change his shirt.
Do you want to say anything to him now? To your close-up?
Oh no!
I think he got
weeble wobble. You know me.
Chris is talking to me again.
Weeble wobble.
It's enough prime time for these. Yeah. Okay.
Where's
Did we get any
Benjamin?
response from Ben?
Yeah, 2:00 he'll be here.
2?
Okay.
Two.
All right. 1:30. 1:30.
Okay.
His girlfriend's with him.
Cool.
She will be here too?
Yes.
And she was there when it was like fake warehouse. She was there as well, right? In the car.
Yeah. She in the video when did you see the one where the car breaks down and they all?
Yes, and
she's
in
the
his
one
driveway
with the pizza on her.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The whole family, I love that. Dude, that was so funny.
Well, you two could sit there and they two could sit over here. And
Cool.
That's hilarious.
Crazy. Ryan, anything else?
Is there anything else from you guys too that you
All right,
wanted
we'll
to
cover San
I have a
Diego.
question. Would people hit you up after they took the tour? Like, because you would screen them. They obviously had your contact info. Would they hit you up and be like, "Bro, what the fuck?"
No, I never got anything anything like, hey, that was bad, what happened to me, or I feel like I got scammed. You knew the people that came in and did that, they're like, they told me I wasn't going to win the money, so they just realized the hard way that I was trying to warn them.
Mhm.
But I never really got any reach out from a person that went through. I got a lot of people that hated the Manor reaching out to me and death threats and, fun little comments. So.
Wow.
We still get those.
Yeah, we still get those.
Daily.
I cannot even, both of you having such a thick skin deal with this on a daily basis.
Oh, yeah.
It's like when you say, like when you say things like, yeah, it's Ross moderators, mods. And for me, mods is something so precious, something so like we have mods,
support
the best
system.
like the best support that we ever had in our life. It mods, angels. They never ask for anything. They never ask for money, for nothing. They dedicate their time to be here, to organize, to make everything community healthy. How can you go? I guess there is angel mods that on Trilogy Media, and there are mods on Ross channel that fucking evils, protecting evils.
Yeah.
You cannot be positive in negative community.
Yeah.
Damn.
What the fuck? I understand that I don't understand.
Wow. It's a recurring theme this week.
So many questions, but I have no more questions. It's like, any questions? You have a question?
What's next for you?
Yes.
Well, we're gonna work on the one thing, hopefully.
Mhm.
And
We will connect.
Oh, yeah.
guess
We'll
I'll
connect.
go back to work at Dollar General. Face my boss who's very mad at me
Why?
because I'm here.
Did you call in sick?
No, I told him straight up. I'm like, I'm gonna be in California.
Basically, you tell your boss, fuck off.
He knows. No.
Off the record?
No.
Hey, boss, you know what? If I'm going to choose between Trilogy and then work at Dollar Store, boss, fuck off.
Boss, give
See
her
you
a break,
tomorrow.
please.
Yeah.
Give her a break.
And a
I'm
raise
sorry
as
about the
well.
truck,
And a raise.
Dan.
And a raise.
And some
Be
paid,
nice.
and some paid time off.
Dan is very nice.
And dental insurance and health insurance and any insurance that she wants. Please,
Dana,
boss.
Dana,
Dan.
Dan. What a
Dan.
fuck, Dan. Be nice. Come on.
No. What did you say?
I said, what a fuck, Dan.
Oh,
Be
what the
nice.
fuck? I thought you said get fucked, Dan.
Dan is
And
okay in my book. Just, give her a break. That's all I
Yeah,
ask.
no, seriously.
Just like that,
He's like-
Shay
she
became
means
Like, I
unemployed.
wish I would have had a break in the past 16 hours. I've worked 3 days in a row.
Give her
Sorry.
a break.
How long have you been working at that store?
3 months maybe.
3 months?
Yeah, I'm a key holder.
Okay.
Good.
Moving up to a manager.
Dan.
Dan.
You know what's up, man.
I don't want it.
No.
No.
Jim.
Too much of my time. Mm-mm.
I was shocked. It's interesting that you said that. Back in the days when I was a security, and it was a nightclub, and it was like 10, 20 security guards, right? So my best friend, who actually helped me so much, he helped me to get this job, right? So I started, whatever, and it's get to the point, right? The trust and everything. And they're like, all right, so we need a main security, right? Like a manager who will manage everybody. And everybody like, yeah, like nobody want the job.
No, it's extra
And
work.
I said, what the fuck? So I came to my friend and I was like, and everybody's older than me. I was like, guys, like you 60, you 45. I'm like 30. And I was like, fucking take the job. And they're like, no. We don't, it's so much headache. You have to organize. You have to put things together. You have to first coming, last leaving. You have to close the nightclub, everything. And I was like, I want it. I was like, you don't want to you don't want a promotion like in America? You don't want you don't want to be a fucking manager? What's wrong with you? That was my mentality till present day. Like, what? So,
I think for me, it's not what I'm passionate about. And I want to have time to focus on things I'm passionate about and find happiness in. And working is a good distraction for me.
Right.
But that's all it is.
Yeah.
It's a distraction. It pays bills. So
you see, for me, it was if I can make extra $3 that I can give to my immigration lawyer or extra $3 I can send to my family back home. For me, it's like,
well,
offering me.
What's it going to take to get Horror Road Trip full time for both of you? What's that? Do we have a plan in place?
we have
for
to be
this?
closer.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, I'm at this point, I'm completely open. I just recently had a career change. I think I told
Really
you
proud of
guys.
you for that.
My cousin opened a business and years ago, and he's like an older brother to me, and he put his all into it, and I wanted to be there for him, and so I helped run his business and grow it, and now it got to the point finally a few months ago where it was like it's running on its own. Things are working right, and I decided to step away and just do full-time content now.
That's
Taking
awesome.
the
Oh,
risk.
good for you.
Yeah.
Question
Good
for
for
you. I know we have a lot of generous people, and we're blessed to have those people in our lives to keep the lights on.
Yeah.
If somebody would love to help you
Wants to
do
support
this
you
and support you, do you have a
directly.
PayPal, Venmo, anything, any ways?
Oh,
If somebody
yeah.
want to like, hey, we want to put the tour together.
Website too. I know you have.
Yeah,
that.
yeah, we got the McKamey Manor road trip website. Our PayPal is horror road trip. I think at Gmail.
Well,
You see the
we'll
little,
include that.
you'll
Put all the
see, you
links.
see
Yeah.
the shield and all that. And then I mean, we got memberships on our YouTube channel, and a lot more content is about to start coming out. I've been working on a few projects. We have our big thing that we're starting up. I'm very excited about that because
We might be doing it on a different channel.
yeah, we might because of the monetization.
Can you say anything about it?
Yeah, I mean, so we want to get into the baiting stuff, and but we're going to put the immersive twist into it as well.
Yeah, really
Okay.
play up the acting side.
Nice.
Yeah.
And just kind of put
Help
these
them
people
dig their hole deeper.
put these people
Literally
into a world of what the fuck before they get fucked.
Yeah. That's the channel name.
What the fuck?
There's
oh
your-
shit, I got fucked.
There's your channel name right there.
This is so good.
It's perfect.
What the fuck?
And what was the name?
Undercover road trip.
Yeah.
Undercover road trip.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
That'll be fun. Let us know if we can help at all.
Definitely.
Yeah,
We'll
whatever,
definitely
if
need
you
a
have-
lot of advice.
If you need a maid, I got one for you.
Twins.
Great. I mean, I guess, right? This is it.
It's
We have-
cheap too.
Oh.
Hey, speak for yourself. Oh, that's amazing, and that's the thing, and us especially being business owners and starting what we started in the living room, right?
Yeah.
Tripod, blue fucking bucket, and we cannot even afford to buy iPhone 4 or whatever it was before.
Negative 16.
Payments. You go all in,
Mhm.
and that's the only way.
I know.
You have to jump from that cliff,
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
that cliff is security.
Scary.
it's your like staying in your box. It's like no. It's like no.
Yeah.
You must jump. Only when you jump, you will figure out, and we figure out.
That's crazy. That's what I told him about his job. He was really nervous to leave. And I was like,
Stability
I was like, nothing's going to work out until you clear the way for it to work out.
until you fully.
And then
in.
like, here we are.
I told Ashton he had his own jobs. I have my own jobs. And I was like, brother, if we do in Trilogy Media, we cannot do 50-50. We cannot do 20.
Yeah.
Like we cannot
It has
do
to be
dedicate
100,
20% and 80 we suffering, struggling, doing something, make other people happy. I was like, no, fuck it. I don't know how we're going to pay rent. I don't know what's going to happen. Let's
Yeah.
go. Let's go. All we have, it's each other and let's go. And it's just,
And if it didn't work out, we were just going to put you on the street corner in the maid outfit. You know,
I'm not going to join you on that one.
whatever.
he's got that
gonna
one
happen.
covered.
If nothing, and that's what I always say to other people who follow their passion, you always can get a job at dollar store.
Yeah.
You
No
know,
offense to anybody.
You
You can go to whatever job you want to be, Pizza Hut, whatever you fucking do, you always can go those
if you
jobs.
hate your job, you can always get another job you hate.
Yeah. Oh my
Yeah.
God. It's easy. But to get those emails after everything that we've done and people got inspired by our story and they said, you know what? I'm 65 or I'm 70 and I fucking wish that I discovered your channel
Yeah.
when I was like, should I do it? Should I not?
Mhm.
And then you choose that safety
Yeah.
for next 20, 30 years. And I was like,
All that wasted time.
yeah.
Mhm.
All
Yeah,
right.
that's kind of what
I think
inspired
you-
us for sure. Is
Yeah.
Yeah.
watching you
Can't
guys
wait.
and where you
Oh,
came
yeah.
from, and
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
that was
Well, and thank you both for supporting us
yeah.
for the last however many years you guys have been watching.
forever.
For you, it's like half a decade,
You know,
5
something
years.
like that.
Can I embarrass you just a little bit?
Wow. That's your team, you see? That's your team.
But I don't see it as embarrassing. I think it's awesome, but you might not want me to. But Diana,
Is this video?
circa 2020. No, it's more just pictures. Have you seen these?
Oh my God.
Right now.
August
That's
2021.
the
There we go. Shaylin. There's more. So I also found I did a deep dive in the squad group from years ago, and our first time we started a podcast that we weren't in the right space to do that long term, but you were one of the first to ever even share it. And
Is that episode 1?
April 2nd,
the first to do Trilogy 2 million. I knew it was going to happen.
April 2nd, 2020. Trilogy podcast. What? Go follow. Feeling pretty Diana lately in COVID mess.
Wow.
Happy birthday, Ashton, and happy birthday, Trilogy Media on August 23rd, 2020. Team Ashton wins even when he's not competing. I love that one.
Wow.
March 2020.
She's been
And she's been right from the beginning,
I have something like
more. Bow down, peasants. Amazing.
Wow. You know what's crazy? When I was like, who is she? Like,
I'm a busy batch.
and he was like, yo, because we see what's happening on Trilogy Media Squad page. And he was like, this is Shay.
Isn't that great?
I was like, no way. He was like, yeah, this is Shay.
5 years ago.
That's insane.
You got the shirt, the mug, and now you have the tote. Oh, the tote's in that picture. Wow. Is that the same tote?
Yeah.
The one you have with you? Fuck. Amazing.
That is
So great.
But honestly, again, a lot of people can relate why they want to be Diana.
Yeah.
And now I understand why you choose Diana. And
That's
everything.
Wow.
Clarity.
Well,
Good fucking clarity.
For once,
Yeah,
it was.
fucking clarity.
Well, see, Diana was born out of me working the jobs I
Being
hated. That's
miserable.
where that comes from. Can I ask about this photo that you found? I don't want to bring up more trauma, but is there anything you can say about finding this photo that you posted in the squad group from May 2021?
Yeah.
Our 200K signed photo.
Yeah. So I think I always had mom watch the streams with me because she got scammed so much. And I did like a little super chat for her, and she won the signed thing, and it meant the world to her. And we always kept it like on the top of the closet where it would be safe. And then when she passed away, I found it, and I was like, man, they really impacted a lot. Like, she wasn't the best person, but she started becoming a better person around that time. And so, yeah, it meant a lot.
Fucking full circle.
Yeah.
200K. And there is a little, do you still have that cat?
Yeah.
You do?
Do you remember this?
Yeah.
Look at that. Dexter
that
and
with crayons.
Weasel. I love it. March 2020. Oh my God. Guys, thank you
Seriously.
so much. We will be seeing more of you guys very soon. I know that. And a big bomb gonna drop here in a matter of weeks.
God.
Hit that like button,
Yes.
subscribe if you want it, leave a comment below.
Subscribe to Trilogy Plus.
Subscribe.
you.
Yes, but that's not necessary. Thank you. Just thank you for being here,
Yes.
everybody.
Lick the like button.
Lick it. Cheers, y'all.
Cheers. Bye.
Reckless Ben in the house, everybody.
Woot, woot.
As of just finding out last night, this is so crazy how this all worked out, and we've also never had 6 people at once at this table, so this is cool.
We literally like finish everything and getting ready for day 3 for us with Shay and what's your name? Weasel. And all of a sudden we're like getting group message and we're like, Ben is around and he might stop by. We're like, what? All lead players of this story together in one room.
You've gone deeper than anybody, and I mean, maybe other than them, but deeper than anybody into this
I went a
manor.
little too deep.
Are you aware of how much you impacted them and this whole you have a super fan in her, by the way.
Really?
She won't say it, but
Told you not to say that. Hey, stop.
it's okay.
I don't know. I mean, they definitely went deeper than I. Like, he was like working the haunted house.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to do, but I couldn't get that far. He found out like what we were doing before we got that far. And then I guess you like lived with Russ
went
for like,
deep.
yeah, you went way deeper than we went.
Well, it wasn't that deep. Length. But
You get it?
Jesus. Wow. All right. Yeah, that's hey, truth is truth, right?
How did you? What made you want to do that? Like, how did you find out about it first? And like, you're like, okay, I'm just going to go in and do this now. Like,
so I actually found out about it like right when it kind of started getting like really extreme back in like the 2014 days, I guess. Just I think someone showed it to me. They're like, Ben, you do extreme stuff. Like, you should do this haunted house. And I was like, yeah, I'm down. And I started looking more into it. I was like, this looks sick. He's like talking about like all these crazy zip lines and stuff and bungee jumping things. And because normally you have to like pay like lots of money to do that, you know, but in this case, he's going to pay you to do it. I'm like, dude, that sounds sick. And then I started like getting like, but I wasn't, no, I think I just turned 18. You had to be like 21 to do it. So I was like, I'll just wait till like my 21st birthday or whatever. And then like every year it seemed to get like more violent and violent. And then like people were coming out with like broken bones and stuff. And I'm like, oh shoot, like maybe I don't want to do this. So I kind of forgot about it. And then like I started doing like YouTube videos and I was like, maybe this like it gave me a reason to do it again, you know? It's like maybe I could do it for like a YouTube video. And I went there and it turned out to be fake, I guess. And it like wasn't anything that I thought it was gonna be.
yeah.
But like I like fully believed that, like all this crazy stuff was happening.
Were you like, did that not obviously didn't deter you, but you weren't scared of getting your legs broken off or like?
No, I was, but I was kind of in a situation where like, I just got like hugely like shadow banned on the previous series I did. I like snuck into a cult and like a lot of those videos were getting like taken down and like I wasn't really doing that good. So I was kind of like at a point where I was like, I'm ready to like die in order to do something awesome, you know?
It's the next logical step, right?
This is, I can relate so much to your personality, and I love that it says, you know, the name. It's like Ben Reckless. It's just Reckless Ben. I think like our partnership, I will be extreme. Ashton will be by law, and we'll find that ground middle, you know. And when you go and
okay, it's one way to put it. I'm maybe a little more rational than you, but you know, anyway.
So, anyways, yeah, I just again see the stuff that you're doing, and I just want to know your background. And you just mention the BMX and all these stuff.
Yeah, well, I don't do BMX. I do slacklining. So that's it's like a bungee cord, I guess, and like a trampoline combined. You do like crazy flips on it, but it's only like this wide.
That's crazy.
So that's what I'm used to. It's like really scary. It like pushes yourself a lot. And so McKamey Manor is kind of like, I was like, oh, that's going to push me also, you know, but not really.
What is your background? Like originally, where you from and how did you, again, like you were in sports, you're a very active person, obviously. And you like, I myself, I'm adrenaline junkie. I'm doing a lot of stuff that I'm not supposed to. And you do a lot of stuff that you're not supposed to.
Yeah. How did you two meet also?
Yeah. So I guess the first question was, where am I from? I'm from Ohio. I think Shay, you said you're from Ohio also. Yeah. So I guess from Ohio here. Well, you're from Michigan. So like, same area, I guess. My background was, slacklining, and I did cross country. That was like my other big thing. So it's like, how far can you push yourself? Like how like hard can you go? Like how many miles can you run? So it was always about like, how hard can I push myself? And McKamey Manor kind of seemed like the ultimate endurance test, even like more than cross country. So that's like, kind of like why I always wanted to do it. Because like I think the concept of McKamey Manor is really cool. Like we're gonna put you in this thing where we're just gonna like put you to the ultimate test. Like we're gonna do these things that scare you in a safe way, in a way that like you get better. Like so the idea of it's really cool, but then the execution I think is really bad.
He doesn't even let you in the house. He just exerts you outside, and I mean it's just all that's disappointing.
Yeah.
How did you end up being like, okay, so today's the day I want to be on YouTube? How did you become a content creator?
So I posted one video. So I was getting really big into slacklining, and I was kind of just like, oh, I wonder if we dress up as Spider-Man, if like the slackline could pretend to be our web. And then we just like ran around the city, like doing tricks on the slackline, like setting up in random spots. And then that kind of went viral. And then we waited like a year and didn't really post anything. And then COVID hit, and we're like, dang it, like all the slackline competitions got canceled. And that was like what I was really trying to do, was be like the best slackliner in the world. And then it looked like for the next like 2 years, like everything was going to be like stopped on slacklining. And I was staying at my friend's house that lived right across the building of Scientology. And I would try and look up, I'm like, okay, like what goes on inside Scientology? And the only thing I could find out was that was a mystery and like no one's ever gotten footage from inside it. And I just wanted to see like, what's it like inside, but I was like too scared to go in. So I was like, I'm just gonna go in with secret cameras and just figure it out myself, and I'm gonna be the first person to like post what actually goes on inside. And then people seem to like that. And so I just kept doing that, I guess. So then McKamey Manor is kind of the same thing. It's like this mysterious place. No one's ever seen what's inside. Let's go show what's inside it,
I actually haven't watched those Scientology videos, but we know about.
They're really
obviously,
bad.
we live in LA. We know exactly what Scientology is. So my question to you is, what we learned from the others when you try and go to expose that cult, they called religion. Did you get a lot of back?
Did they hit back at you?
Did they fight you back? Did you
The
get
McKamey
followed?
Manor people?
No. Scientology.
Scientology. We hoped that they did. We had so many funny bits for like when because we were like send them on like scavenger hunts and stuff to like try and find us. But they
freaking bad.
But they never did. They I don't know. Yeah, because we always heard that we're like they'll like come and kill you if you like talk bad about them, and they'll like make bomb threats in your name and stuff, so the police come and arrest you and SWAT you and stuff. But they never did, which was kind of sad. And we did. We had so many funny bits. Like another funny bit we had was, so you have to do confession, right? And so you have to say all the bad things you do, and they write it down. And if you ever say anything bad about Scientology, they make a website about you with all your like darkest secrets. So we would tell them a bunch of things that we did that we thought was bad, but really it was just like things that we did in our other videos. So that way, when they made this website, we'd be like, oh, it's like just free promotion for like our videos,
So you did sign up. When you go in, you did sign
to
up.
watch that.
Yeah, I signed the billion-year contract, so I'm still.
Yeah,
So
that's
you're a
another.
member.
You kept saying the
billion
name
years,
you're not
yeah.
supposed to say.
Yep.
Oh my
For the next
gosh.
billion years, my soul is with Scientology.
That's my next watch. I binged your
Yeah.
McKamey Manor series over the last few days, and it's so good.
Okay, so you
it's
got
so good.
disappointed. Nobody follow you. No bomb threats. Nothing. You're like, all right, fuck. I need adrenaline, so I'm going to Ross
Yeah,
story.
yeah,
Gosh.
pretty much, yeah.
And you finally got your pizza with him.
Kinda.
It is.
It counts. You said it counts.
In a sense, yeah, he was like, "Hey, Ben and Danny, let's eat the pizza." I don't know. It
Yeah.
was that's as close as we were gonna get. I think if we went any further, it probably would have been like harassment at that point, and it wouldn't have been funny anymore. Like,
Back off of my property. Back
Oh
off.
my god.
we wanted it to be funny the whole time. We never wanted it to get to the point where we're like actually just harassing
Yeah.
some dude, you know. So I feel like if we pushed it we pushed it as far as it could go with it still being funny. I think
It was
so.
hysterical. And I love that, he tries to play it off like it just haters is no big deal or whatever, but like now learning what's going on the inside, like you really fucked him up. Like,
Oh my god.
right?
Audios.
I mean, like,
I don't think Ben's heard the audios.
No.
Can I play it?
I don't know. After
Sure,
the
yeah.
last episode, I just started working on new stuff, and I kind of forgot all about McKamey Manor. Chris and Brandon kind of like took control and just made sure it didn't start back up again. And then I was like, if it ever starts back up again, maybe I'll like come and like set another troll in or something. But until then, Chris and Brandon's kind of been taking over.
Which was my plan, to go in as a troll. That was the plan.
that was the
Okay.
initial plan, inspired by his video.
Can
by
we
his
can we
videos.
play you
So
audio
this
clip?
is him talking about you.
Oh yeah, I don't think I've heard this.
You fucking put it on your reel.
No, this is Chris.
Shit,
my
sorry,
birthday.
I always mix the two up.
She made a birthday post about
Fucking
me on
A,
that
I don't
one.
even know.
Oh no.
Life-changing
There we go.
shit that he's putting out there for the world. That's called slander and defamation of character.
Aw.
Does he know the facts? Does he know reality on any of it? Fuck no. So how can you, that's what he was told. Well, he was just given that information. He was told that. Come on now. He was told it. It's okay. He was just doing what he was told. He just thought he was doing, Are you fucking serious? That's okay to you? To
Aw.
destroy somebody. That's what he's done, god damn it. He's destroyed my fucking life.
That's the best quote ever.
Nice.
He's destroyed my
God
fucking
damn
Oh no.
Yeah.
Dang.
Whoa.
Whoops.
Yeah.
We were
Oops,
talking
I-
last night when we were in and out, and I think Shay was saying that he's kind of changed to doing karaoke now.
Yeah.
Which that was actually kind of one of our. I was saying that was actually going to be one of our like grand finale things. Was like we were like, dude, let's set him up with an audience, like a microphone. Let's have him sing, like because like that's like another one of his hobbies. He has two hobbies. He's got the haunted house. He's got singing, and so it's like, dude, why doesn't he just like because like singing's not hurting anyone, you know, like people like it when he sings actually, you know, it's like it's making people happy and stuff. So like what if we just like, what if that's the ending, you know, he becomes like a singer again, you know, and it seems like that's actually from what we were talking last night.
But he has to go to Alabama to do it, right? Because he's like everyone's blocked him from there.
But that's like kind of what we were thinking would be like one of the best possible outcomes, you know, is like he just does something to like help society instead of hurt society, you know? And it seems like singing, even if it's not helping that much, it's still a net positive rather than a net negative, you know? And I think I see that as a win. So
I think it's like, again, everybody has their own, you know, it's not hobby or like escapism. I think for him, it's like, again, like you just said, he's tour and stuff.
I wish
and
he would have done
people.
that only.
Yeah.
He would have been much better in life.
But you see the pictures after he's singing, right? Everybody is like right above the age, adults, females with him, and you know, like in pictures and everything. And it's like he's attention whore. He just wants all the attention, the ego, and everything. So the crowd.
Yeah, you're right. But I don't know. I still see it as a huge win compared to him torturing someone. Because before he was torturing someone once a week, you know? It was like,
well,
he was lying to people and scamming them. And
you guys put a
torturing
stop
them.
to it. That's that mad respect to that. How did you get in touch with them? Was it before?
So Kris reached out to me, I think. So well, Shay, I just met her for the first time yesterday. And then Kris reached out to me and he was like, dude, I got a bunch of crazy information for you, but I can't be in your documentary because there's NDAs with Hulu and stuff. So that was kind of a big bummer.
Conflict of interest.
Are you the way he got the hard drive?
No,
that was a different.
It was a third party.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think I can disclose that.
That's all right. But you connected. You got a bunch of info and
well, Kris was like kind of like they were kind of in the same page. Like they were like living with Russ in a sense, and they were like
I didn't live with them.
I guess you stayed the night a couple times, but that's about it.
In the dog cage.
In the dog cage, yeah.
Jeez.
But I mean, you knew Russ probably better than anyone at that time, and so you were like a great like just like you'd call me and be like, hey, these are like the facts, you know, and I'd be like, oh, thanks, and then yeah.
Dude, your hunt for a hard drive, it was just hysterical. And it's like everything, it's like, it's a quest.
I was just going to say, what did you think about all this? But you were actually in, you were the one.
Yeah, Lydia was there the whole time. Yeah.
That's awesome. But
what do you think about your boyfriend, what he does for a living? Let's say, no.
I actually enjoyed watching him get tortured at Russ's. Yeah. Me and my friends all got together and we were just like all watching the live stream. And it was like kind of funny.
How long was it from start to finish, like unedited, like that whole experience?
Oh, was it like 7-8 hours maybe?
And all outside?
It was, no, I went in the barn and that's what, because Kris caught that. Kris was like, that was all Kris. He was like, dude, he almost got shut down because there was supposed to be, he's like, his barn wasn't up to standard. Like he didn't have the fire exit signs, you know? So it's illegal to... because like OSHA standards or whatever, like you can't have someone in there without the fire exit signs or sprinkler systems. And then I think I put that on Patreon or something. I put that video as like a Patreon cut. And then Cecil saw it and he's like, wait, Ben was in the barn. And then you had that great line where you're like, oh, so we put the sprinkler systems in there. And then Cecil's like, no, he didn't.
Yeah. And you're like, he didn't have sprinkler systems?
Oh my God.
It was weird because like this was months after Ben's series had started and like none of us placed Ben in the barn. I actually went and found a video that I did on my channel while your series is going and I'm talking about it and I listened to it and I'm like, now this stuff used to be in the barn, but ever since before Reckless Ben went through, the barn's never used anymore. Like we had no clue. And it wasn't until Cecil said that. And then we look at the footage and we're like, the onesies. You can see the onesies on the back wall. You can see when the camera falls.
And I think, because he kept me in that cage thing for so long that when I finally got out, I like fell. I like had to like force myself out because I like couldn't breathe anymore. And then because I think I bumped into Cecil and he like moves the camera over, and then you can see the door of the thing. So that's how we were able to, because he kept me in there for too long.
Yeah.
Did any more like bite backs from him happen like after your series? Like I know that the whole thing about like him trying to sue you and stuff, but like did it continue?
No.
Past?
Or did
he ever reach out to you?
Are you still in legal battle with him?
I don't know. I think at this point, if it happens, we were talking about this last night. Like, if it were to happen, I think it would be kind of like boring now because it's like, it's like too much time's passed. I was like really excited for him to sue me before. It would have been sick.
Yeah, he was literally like, Russ, sue me.
Well, this is my
I love your outlook on everything. It's awesome.
So he was going to sue us because we said the word McKamey Manor in our documentary, but we own McKamey Manor, so it's
That's
like
right.
we could sue him for that.
bought
You
the
know,
trademarks.
so he's running a haunted house in our name,
And you still own it.
Yeah. So he's running the haunted house in our name.
So fucking smart
What's he
that you
going to
guys
sue
do
us
this.
for that? And then the other thing is like defamation, but it's not defamation if it's true.
No.
And I'm pretty sure everything we said was true. So yeah,
that's amazing.
Because it's not like we just make a baseless claim. It's like we tried to give them like sometimes in like when I was first starting like the Scientology document, I would just say something like Scientology does this, and I would just say it because like it's like common knowledge. But in the McKamey Manor documentary, I was really trying to give Russ as much of the benefit of the doubt as I could. So like instead of just saying like, oh, there's no rats here, we would go up to him and be like, hey, this guy thinks there's no rats here. Here's your chance to prove him wrong, show him a rat, you know? So we really tried to give him like as much benefit of the doubt as possible, where it was like, this person saying this, here's your chance to prove us wrong. Like, and we would try and give him all the chances to prove us wrong, and he never could. So if that's defamation on our part, I think that's a wrong definition of defamation.
Well, that's what makes you being so unique. And we covered a little bit subject about you, that you not just came in like, all right, I'm gonna fuck you up, dude. I'm gonna show everything about you. I'm gonna go deep. I'm gonna expose. I'm gonna show the victims. I'm gonna let people, you know.
You did as thorough of a true fair investigation as anyone
You like,
could.
okay, I'm gonna get in his freaking shoes and I'm gonna like, maybe it's not that bad. Maybe there is a reason for that. Maybe because you came from a different perspective, which is so much respect to you. And that's how, you know, the journalism that he said, what is this fucking journalist? Like, what he's doing? It's like, well, that's the journalism.
Yeah,
you know,
that's
like,
what we were fighting about is I was like, he's just trying to see it from all perspectives.
Right.
And like, I tried to explain
covering
like
all angles.
Yeah. And yeah.
It's incredible.
But, you know, if you just say something like you immediately hate her, that's it. It's like, doesn't matter what you're trying to actually help or just give him a chance to explain himself. You're like, no, hater. Ben is a hater. Fuck him.
Well, that's what we found out with every single group we've infiltrated so far. There's always a term for the people that disagree with you. So I think the biggest thing that makes like a cult is you have to like ostracize any questions. And they like always give a name to the people that like question you.
Yeah.
So in Scientology, if you ask a question, they kick you out and you're labeled a SP, which is a suppressive person. Yeah. If in McKamey Manor, you're a hater, if that makes sense. So he's like, you're an LIC, a low information crowd. So if you ask a question, you're a hater. In the 12 Tribes is another cult we infiltrated. I forget what theirs was. They had a name for it too.
They kept saying the evil ones. Stuff like
enemy?
that.
Yeah, the enemies. Yeah,
Enemies.
they would say we have to defeat our enemies. Like if you ask a question, they banish you, and now you're an enemy is what they would call it. So there's always a word for the people that question that, and it's a way to like get like common like people to agree with you know, because say like, oh, like the haters are asking these questions. Now it's like, oh, well, yeah, I don't want to listen to the haters, you know, like in Scientology, I don't want to be a suppressive person. That sounds bad, you know? So like if you can
discredit them.
Yeah, you can discredit them by like giving them these names, you know?
Actually, question, how do you manage criticism, negativity, haters, like you being content creator and especially touching when you go after, you know, churches, after cults, after so many things that people, it's prohibited to talk about it, and especially in this town. So how do you deal with this? And did ever came at any point that you got in danger, your life get in danger or something like that?
No, I've never felt like my life's been in danger, but so I think there's two types of like hate comments online. There's the kind that are true and not true. So if it's not true, you don't really have to worry about it. Like say someone's like, oh, Ben is too fat, you know, it's like, well, I think I'm too skinny, you know, I need to like gain weight. So like, I'm not going to, if someone says I'm too fat, I'm not going to be like pissed off about that because I just know it's not true, you know? And then there's the comments that are true, which is like, oh, you made this claim without supporting evidence, you know? And it's like, oh, that's true. Maybe I can learn from that and make the next series better, you know? And so I feel like I always try to read the negative comments. If it's not true, you just don't listen to it. If it's true, like, okay, let's
I want to do better next time.
Improve.
That's amazing.
So like if you go back and watch like my Scientology series, you're probably going to be like, oh, this sucks in comparison to the McKamey Manor one, you know? So,
but that's how content creators, that's how we learn. We look at ourselves at 2016 or 2017, we're like, did we really say that? Did we do that? And then we're like, all right, learn from that, and that's how you go and stay longer in the game by.
If Scientology didn't hit back, was there ever a group or something you exposed that did in like a bad way? Or
I mean, they always like try and sue me. So Scientology tried suing me for like $1 million or something. And then part of the fun is like coming up with like out of the box solutions to like, how do I like get out of this lawsuit the not traditional style?
This is the weaseling I was talking about.
And so for the
How did you do it?
The Scientology one, we created our own religion. So usually I try to so normally normally these like bad groups are out there because they're exploiting loopholes, if that makes sense. There's a reason that these bad things exist because like as a society, we don't want bad things to exist. So if bad things do exist, usually they're being creative. So I just steal whatever they're doing and use it against them. So for Scientology, they're getting away with all their stuff because they're a religion.
Right.
A lot of the stuff, if they
Not
were a
paying
business,
taxes and all these stuff.
well, if they were a business, they would be shut down for false advertising.
Right.
Like one of the first things they advertise is you have to be in a sauna for up to 8 hours a day, every day for 30 days to get rid of all your toxins, it's fake science. You're only supposed to be in a sauna for 15 to 20 minutes.
Yep.
But because it's a religion, they believe that it's healthy to be in a sauna for 8 hours. So because they're a religion, they can get away with things businesses can't get away with. So, so they were trying to say that we were saying like bad things about them. So I was like, oh, let's just create a religion called Scientology Sucks. And it got approved by the IRS. And we just believe all the things we were saying. So even if they think it's not true, we believe it's true. So we believe that you're only supposed to be in a sauna for 15 minutes, you know? And if they're like, and we believe that it's bad to be in a sauna for 8 hours, you know? And so
you're right. He's a fucking weasel.
Genius.
It's not
oh my
defamation
God,
anymore.
dude.
Genius.
So they can't say anything that we're saying is defamation. And actually by them saying that what we're saying is defamation, they're discriminating us against our religion. So they're suing us for what we believe in.
This is incredible.
And,
this is incredible.
You need to tell them about how you took down the 12 tribes.
Oh yeah, same thing. We always
What is 12 Tribes? Can you like?
It's a restaurant chain. It's called the Yellow Deli, and they basically run this restaurant, and they have slave labor. They have like children working for them, and basically they're told you have to work your life at this restaurant. They work like 15-hour days. It's like grueling work, and they basically, they're just like, it's basically like legal slavery. Yeah. They believe like black people are like not as good as white people and stuff, and like it's just like whites are the superior race and stuff. They like support Hitler. They're like, yeah, the Jews were like in the wrong on that. Like Hitler was trying to purify the nation and stuff.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
they were trying to send her to hell. Didn't care if she died.
Yeah, we told them that she had a gay thought once.
They murdered me pretty much.
Yeah, we
they were
told
like,
them
just let it happen.
Oh my God.
But basically they get away with slave labor, and it's like, well, how can you get away with slave labor in California? Don't we have a minimum wage?
It's in California.
You know? Well, it's all over the United States, but the one we went to was in California.
Right, okay.
It's like an hour and a half from here.
But in California, I think the minimum wage is like $14, $15. So how can you have slave labor when you're not paying your employees when you legally have to pay $15 an hour? So of course they always have a loophole. Their loophole is that everyone that works there is considered an owner of the Yellow Deli. So that way, because owners don't need to be paid wages, they're paid in like percentage of the company. So they technically own a tiny, tiny percentage of the company. And they also have another clause in their LLC that says like, in order to not have any like one person take over the company, any decision has to be based on a majority vote. So we basically got all of my fans. We had a giant like fan meetup, and we had them all go and work at the restaurant, and they just accepted them. They were like, okay, yeah, go to work. So they worked a full shift, and after that shift, legally now they're all considered owners because they didn't get paid.
Right.
And the reason that they legally didn't get paid was because they're owners of the company. So then we did a majority vote to fire all the racist workers, which in California you're allowed to.
This is fucking genius.
And we have a bunch of footage of them being racist and stuff and saying like, yeah, like America was great until Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves. That's when America went downhill because there's a bunch of black people in America now.
So how did you get away with filming inside, like secretly, like
hidden cameras?
Did they not come at you with the two-party consent laws
we got
or
the
anything?
spy watch, spy glasses.
But I mean, legally, like they don't come at you for not having consent in a private space, or...
I think about this a lot. I think what we were doing was less illegal than what they were doing. And I think we were justified in our illegal thing.
Of course you're justified. I'm just saying, just from their perspective of having something to happen.
Well, thanks, Ash. Now they're going to think about it.
No, that's not what I mean. I just,
Thank you for bringing this,
I'm
Mr.
sure he
Lawyer.
thought about this already. I'm just saying.
Internet, so they're not going to watch this.
Well, there's that too.
There we go. See, even Team Dexter's already said, lay back, lay back. Continue, please.
That's pretty much the end of the story. Yeah. In California, you can't fire someone unless you have like a reason, but racism is a legal reason. Like what they were saying, like if in every single worker there has to believe that or else they get fired. So we were like, hey, we're not going to be racist anymore. So everyone racist is fired. We fired them, and
they took over
legally. Yeah, we took over the business. Yeah, we put up a huge sign that says we're not a cult anymore.
Oh my God.
Then it actually turns out it has a really sad ending. The police ended up showing up, and they actually give the police free food. And the police were like being like really corrupt. They were like, because we showed them the LLC and everything. We're like, hey, here's the LLC. This is how it works. And we're like, we own the business. And they're like, oh, well, they give us free food, so we're going to side with them. And it's like pretty much word for word what they said.
Can you please tell me which sheriff county department and all these that happened? Is that in your investigation?
It was in Vista, yeah. And then we were going to sue them, but then we kind of got into like a moral dilemma where we're like, okay, we can take their restaurant away from them, but then we're not hurting like the people at the top of the cult. We're just hurting like the people who are already being screwed over by the cult, if that makes sense. So it's like, do we want to kick people while they're dead? It's kind of like the same thing with Russ, like we could take his haunted house away from him and then even keep kicking him while he's down. But it's like,
yeah, see, it's the seeing it from all sides thing.
It's like ideally we'd want to hurt the people at the top of the cult and like free the cult members, but like, well, if we would have actually taken that restaurant away from them, like it was a funny stunt, but maybe it would have made the situation even worse for the people at the bottom, and that's not what we wanted.
So police basically said we got free shit, free food, and
fuck off.
Yeah,
unbelievable. Eli just said,
he was like, I've never seen you work here before. I was like, I've been working in the kitchen for the last like 2 months. I'm like, here's video, and they're like, oh, well. They're like, the guy was literally like, he's like, what's an LLC? I'm like,
oh God.
I'm like, it's a limited liability company. I'm like, it's literally the contract that like this business is run on. He's like, I've never heard of an LLC before. He's like, I think you're making an LLC up.
And the guy keeps saying,
police officer saying this.
Jesus.
I think my favorite part was they keep saying reckless Ben spelled with a W. Like, you're spelling it wrong. And the Ben's like, no, I'm not. And I had to like look it up. But the guy was just really hung up on that.
Yeah, they just kept trying to like prove me wrong. Like they were trying to like out-alpha me and doing a really bad job at it.
Oh my God.
I think they were like, because I was just like kind of sitting there as like some like goofy like little kid. I think they're like these like macho police officers like, oh, if we could just out-alpha this guy. It was like an alpha battle kind of. And they're like your name's not even spelled, or like you can't even spell your name right. And
but like, meanwhile, what the fuck is LLC?
Yeah,
what is it?
Oh, jeez.
Like, we've never heard of an LLC before. I'm like, it stands for limited liability company.
That's
for some reason amazing. You see how we coming again full circle. DAA. We talk about the Ross lawyer, who just hashing money in his pocket and he's okay with his.
Why did they remove? I know they claimed something in your second video of the McKamey series. They give you a time code of like of harmful. What was it? Just you using his footage, or like why did they?
It was dangerous acts, is what it said, and it was when I showed an empty cage of his house. So there was a second theory. I think some other podcasts did a thing where they. So I basically showed a Google Maps view of his house, and some other podcast came out and said maybe it got taken down because I showed his house, and it's like considered doxing. But at the same time, you couldn't see what street he's on. Also, if you just type in McKamey Manor,
it shows
his address.
People would show up to the house when I was living there.
I don't think I doxed him, but in you just see the outside of his house. There's no streets that like you can't see like what street he's on. Like it's all blurred out and stuff, so you can't see anything.
And how's that harmful or dangerous? It's not that YouTube makes any sense.
But I showed an empty cage.
We're dealing with YouTube here, so
I just about to say that like it hit our like scam baiting community a lot because again, exposing scammers, locations, name, addresses, all stuff. No, you cannot fucking do it, right? And now when we move to expanding and catching child predators, like our video got removed like a couple of weeks ago, same stuff. It's like, no.
I think the AI gets confused a lot because this has happened to me every single, I've never posted a series and not had a video getting taken down from it. And every single time, like, say I did like a video on a pyramid scheme, like that whole series got taken down, the pyramid scheme one, and they said I was promoting a pyramid scheme. But really, I was trying to
Exposing
take
is
down.
promoting.
So maybe for you, it was they thought you were promoting child predators,
Yeah.
when really you're trying to take down child predators.
Every
Oh.
single person in child predator catch community affected.
Yeah.
Nobody makes money.
They say
Videos
context matters, but
demonetized.
then they don't look at the context.
And then like a lot of my cult videos, some of them got taken down. It said they were getting down because I was promoting racism, when really I was trying to take down the people that were racist, and I was trying to.
And you appeal it and nothing happens.
I have I think 2 videos online too where I think I'm on YouTube support for over like 10 to 12 hours and just contacted for 12 hours.
Just annoy the shit out of them and they're like, all right, fine, take that video.
I had a thing where I said, I was like, so here's a pyramid scheme. And I said, YouTube, I drew out on a piece of paper for them. I was like, YouTube is against pyramid schemes. I said, Reckless Ben is against pyramid schemes. And then in the diagram, you can see, I was like, Ben and YouTube are on the same side. See this?
Explaining the toddler.
Me, you, good.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
You eat your carrots, you got your vitamin A. You got your vitamin A, it's good for your body. And it's just like the circle.
Well, what's next for you? Because you haven't uploaded in like a year.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I mean,
What
I can't really
happened?
talk too much on it yet.
All right.
I'll just say this. I haven't really spent a day off since the last McKamey Manor upload.
Okay.
Maybe like 1 or 2 days off here and there, but it's
You've
been
been
pretty
cooking,
much
huh?
every day like working. But I don't know if I can upload to YouTube anymore just because it's like I'm just getting screwed every single like I put so much work into these videos just for them to not get seen by anyone.
We trust me, we get it.
So I'm just looking for, we'll just say, other ways to release it that I won't get shadow banned on.
Yeah.
I'll just say that, but there's some pretty crazy
I
things.
see you have part of it pulled up.
Yeah, Kris is Kris was one of the main characters in one of the videos.
Yeah, he didn't say much, but he said you guys are doing something. So where's the
that's just a teeny tiny plot point of one of the things we did. Yeah.
Oh my God.
I was with Russ when that news dropped, and he was like,
God.
"Oh, Ben's going to jail," and I'm like, "I wouldn't count on it. He's got."
But you have safety, right? Attached. Did you have safety attached to this point?
I was harnessed in.
You're
that
harnessed
was
to
very-
the rope, but there's nothing above you, like holding you. Like
No, yeah, I know.
Yeah, it would have been like a rope swing if I fell, but I didn't fall. I walked it like 8 times and I was fine.
You did it 8 times?
Yeah.
Can we talk about this relationship? Like, do you know what your boyfriend? You know what you signed up for, right?
Well, she snuck in the towers with me.
I hid from the cops for 9 hours
Oh my
behind
God.
a trash can, and I like fell asleep.
So
Okay.
the match makes sense.
Yeah, just about to say that. Now we're gonna see who is more crazy.
Oh my God.
What is that influence coming
That's
from?
badass.
From you? From you?
Dang.
I don't know. Who do you think is crazier?
I don't know. I don't really see it as crazy. I just like doing things that like push like yourself, because I don't know. I feel like if you do something that's like in your comfort zone, you're like not as satisfied. But if you can do something like out of your comfort zone and you like actually accomplish it, it's like really satisfying. And then like if you just do that every day and you're just taking small steps every day, it's like going to the gym and you like lift a little bit heavier weights than you lifted the last time. And if you just do that every day for like 3 years, you're gonna be lifting really heavy weights.
Sounds like
me.
But you're not really
Cool.
thinking of it. You're not like, like this is like something super hard I'm doing. It's just you just gradually increase it over time, And
That's what Ronnie Coleman said. He was like, if I'm gonna give advice to anybody, it's like go to the gym and when you pop some iron, every day just add a little bit more. And lightweight.
So same with this.
Yeah,
like
buddy.
I started the slack line like maybe 6 inches off the ground when I first started. Then I set it up the next day like 7 inches off the ground. The next day I set up a foot off the ground. Then you just go a little bit, like each time you just go a little bit more, and it never seems.
Now you walk from one penthouse to another penthouse. Just like from one neighbor to another neighbor.
But you never like see a moment where you're like, oh, this is like that much scarier than what I just did yesterday. You know, you're like yesterday I basically did the same thing, and then.
Do you feel it's actually coming from ex-athlete, and I've been in Olympic Academy, and I met a lot of people who's like sports and everything, and it's like I want to do crazier, I want to do better, I want to like. Do you feel that if you not pumping that adrenaline to yourself, that is just kind of like the life is boring? Like what's motivate you? Like what is your like?
Yeah, sometimes. I don't know. I just like doing fun things where it's like you can look back
And
on it
dangerous
like,
things as well. Like you
that
can
was
die
cool.
from those things.
I mean, that wasn't that dangerous. I was harnessed in, but I was more afraid of the like police. That's what I was like really afraid of. Because I had like another video I was doing, I think a week after that. and I like really needed to have a clean record. So I was like, dude, if I get caught doing, I can't spoil it, but I was like, it would have destroyed this like super, super epic thing I was doing. So if I got caught doing this, it would have been like, the whole next video would have been thrown in the garbage. And I did like a month of research to like preparing for it. So I like couldn't get caught. So that was like what I was really afraid of. But I wasn't afraid of dying on that.
I don't know who's sponsoring you. If Celsius or Red Bull around, like this is your client.
Oh
if
my
you want to
God.
put a lot of money, please do.
Yeah.
Well, is there anything, I know, can't talk about certain things you're working on, but is there anything you can promote or want to promote? Like
and if somebody wants to support you, where they can find you.
Somewhere, like where can people check this stuff out? In the future?
Yeah, Reckless Ben on YouTube. Also, my friend Danny did a video series on it also. We haven't really talked about him yet. So yeah, Danny Burke on YouTube, Reckless Ben on YouTube.
Yeah. That's the one.
Yeah. I think you gotta actually search it up though and like click on the channel because they're so shadow banned. You can't just search it. You have to like literally go to our channel and then click on it and watch the videos.
He sent me, I think you sent me a link about Danny Burke. Yeah. And that's how I was like,
yeah, he's in Bali right now. So we did a video where he got in like pretty big trouble. I was the only person in the group that got away. Everyone else got felonies.
Oh shit.
And so he might never be able to like leave the country again. So he's in Bali right now, just kind of like hiding out.
See, that's what happened. That's what happened.
That's why I have you in my life. You happen to me.
You're grateful is what you're saying.
That's why Danny's not here. But yeah, he's usually here with us. But
did you meet Danny through Kris?
No.
Are you new?
I met Danny through Ben.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I met Danny through, I don't know. Danny just reached out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I see the same people in your video, all same friends, doing all same crazy shit together. They stick together, right? You guys.
Yeah.
How long have you guys been friends?
Me and Danny probably 6 years now, I'd say.
How did you meet him?
Through I think I went to some like party and someone was like, "Oh, dude, you got to meet up with my friend Danny. He'd be so cool, And so he like gave me Danny's Instagram, and he was doing like crazy stunts where he like light himself on fire. He would do like the bullet ant glove thing, which is the most like painful insects thing in the world.
Sick.
And then, I don't know. And then we just started hanging out because we were just into like pushing ourselves, I guess. And then I was like, dude, let's do McKamey Manor, dude. And I was like, dude, because I didn't think I would be that good for McKamey Manor, but I was like, dude, Danny would be the best for McKamey Manor because
they
he's
make
like,
a really good team.
Because like the bullet ant is the most painful ant in the world. There's videos of Coyote Peterson getting stung by one, and he's like freaking out for like 3 hours. Coyote Peterson's this like tough guy. Danny Burke has 200 of them on his hands. They're constantly probably gets stung thousands and thousands of times.
Yeah. It's like Jackass.
And he's just like, haha, look at me.
Seriously, new generation. That's actually accurate.
Yeah. Wow.
So,
Steve-o.
So I was like, it'd be funny to send Danny through McKamey Manor. That was kind of like the ultimate plan. I was like, what happens when you mix Danny with McKamey Manor? Like, what happens?
Who's gonna win?
Yeah, the answer was Rush just was like, oh yeah, he's asking too many questions. I thought it was gonna be like good, like send the craziest person to the craziest haunted house, but it turns out it's
not the craziest haunted house. It's just bullshit.
And it's a fucking scam. You want money? I don't have one. I'm not gonna give it to you.
Like, take me in, and Russ is like, oh, you're asking too many questions.
You're enjoying this already, and goodbye.
Just crawl in the grass more. Yeah.
He's like, can't you just put hot sauce in my butthole? Russ is like, no.
Like, I don't even want to see your butthole.
Oh my god.
No, but Russ secretly did though.
You said Russ wanted to see his butthole because I think
it's a real thing.
I think so.
I didn't say that.
So we sent Danny as a police officer because we were like, dude, obviously when we show back up to McKamey Manor, he's gonna call the police on us, even though we're the ones that are in the haunted house. So then we're like, okay, we'll just beat him. So before the actual police come, we'll send Danny as a police officer, and then but it's illegal to impersonate a cop. But so then he pretended to be a stripper,
I saw that video. Russ enjoyed that.
Yeah, I think Russ. I mean,
he filmed the whole thing.
Yeah, so he was just filming Danny. And
he told me, "Tell me nothing means nothing." I was looking at his crotch and thinking, "Oh, good for him."
Oh my god.
Yeah, I guess Russ really liked Danny's crotch.
He liked you shirtless with the Bible over your crotch too.
Really?
Oh yeah, I get comments on that every day
well.
of people just like talking about it.
Dang. Well, why
everything that we do, Ash, now I feel like so
we gotta step our game.
so American right now. What I do, everything by law. I don't breaking law. I have no felonies. I didn't get arrested. What the fuck?
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Dang.
No, it's good.
You said I'm the only one without a felony. You said all my buddies is either arrested, they cannot leave the country, they got probations.
Yeah. I didn't get off easy though. It was hard to get away. I'll just say that.
Well, you're a weasel.
You don't play out a worst case scenario in your head when you're planning these things. You don't.
No,
care.
I do. I feel like that's why we usually get away with it because I
maneuver
think of every single situation. It's like the rehearsal with Nathan Fielder or whatever, how he comes up with like that flow chart of every single like way they can respond and like, okay, if this, then this, if this, then this. I feel like we do very similar things. Like we just come up with every single way it can go.
That's where I come in.
Well, you see, and that's our friendship relationship. It's like this. I was like, brother, that's it. We're fucking flying to the moon tomorrow. That's it. I'm a rocket.
You're reckless. I'm Ben in this relationship.
Yeah. He was like, all right, I love the idea. He always support my ideas. I support his ideas. So he was like, okay, if you flying to this, let's get you some. And he will get behind the computer like he's Dexter. Like, you need fuel, you need this. Okay, Art, you fly, I will navigate you. And this is the relationship.
Dang.
This is 2-in-1. He was like, yeah, I know this is no, I'm gonna die, arrested, probation, no. Oh, this one. Let's go.
So good.
I fucking love it. We need to do something together.
Yeah,
Dang.
we'll figure something out. Yeah. Hell yeah.
See, I'm down. That's me.
Yeah.
You want to go to Hawaii, go to the volcano? That's what I will tell him. He was like, oh, okay. I'm down.
Well,
what else? Are we missing anything else?
No, I think
from the story, from
thank
the
you
freaking
for so last minute. Just like this is
Oh,
like
yeah.
and thank you for being like again, you expose and you're not just like go and just like being.
You're not just doing shit for shock value. Like you're serving a great purpose.
I can feel it.
Now.
I can feel your energy.
Yeah.
You fucking enjoy what you're doing. You're like, it's your passion. You're like, fuck it, I will do it.
That's
all right.
badass.
You're afraid. You chicken. I'm gonna fucking show you.
We try to not. I feel like a lot of documentaries are just like. That's kind of what I liked about your guys' stuff too. Is it's not just like exposing a scammer. Like you like show up to their house and stuff, which is like you take it to the next level. Like most documentaries, it's like here's the bad thing, and then the documentary ends. Mm-hmm. It's like. What'd you show me? There's a bet. Now I'm just depressed. You just show me. Like they'll be like,
nobody got killed. Nobody got choked.
Yeah, here's why this
it?
Thing is so bad, and then they just end it. It's like. It should be. This is why this thing's so bad. So we're gonna fix it for you.
Do something about it. Yeah.
Well, that's what happened to us. It's like we almost got killed and kidnapped, like in Chicago and Florida, and we're like, oh, it's not good enough. Let's fly to fucking India and let's get like 57,000 scammers putting bounty on our heads in India and try to escape. Yeah, that's the story of our lives.
Yeah, I wouldn't personally mess with the Indian scammers. I feel like if they're like bad enough to like scam people out of, I feel like they'll just like kill you.
They will.
But,
we have
put ourselves in all
weaknesses.
that. Yeah.
How did you, besides yesterday talking to Shay and Kris, did you know existence of Trilogy Media? Have you ever watched anything?
Yeah, actually, I found out about you guys like a couple years ago. Actually,
No freaking way.
I don't think I've ever like sat down and, like watched a bunch of stuff, but it always shows up in, like the recommended, and I was like watch like the first couple minutes. I'm like, well, this is crazy.
Oh, thanks, man.
Is it one of the scams or child predator hunts?
I like the scam ones.
Yep.
The scam ones are crazy.
We watched the one where somebody sent $25,000 in a box.
I watched that whole video last night.
That happens more often than you'd think. It's really sad.
That was a really sad video. It's like you see like the old girl and you call her and you're like, did you send money? And she's like, no.
Oh, Patricia. Yeah.
And
yeah.
It was like sad that she's like that brainwashed.
Mm-hmm.
That,
And you can hear a scammer on the other line. He's like, no, just see, no, it's not. Did you just let?
Wait, so was it the Asian guy with the bag?
We think so. We couldn't confirm.
Because the app he said was real. Because I mean, I'm Chinese, so I knew that's like actual delivery service.
Oh,
yeah,
the delivery one. Yeah, no,
he probably has a
they do
backstory.
that all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, we found real Uber drivers that are also participating in it. So it's just they'll double up and they'll take it.
We worked and working very closely with law enforcement and feds, and they said we find very fascinating, unusual relationship that Asian mafia in Bay Area working with Indians. And Indians will they'll do the scam, blah, blah, blah. But who gonna fucking pick up the packages? Back in the days, they will send their own fellow Indians to pick up the packages, but they start robbing their own fellows. So like, okay, we cannot trust our Indians. We need to find somebody. So they linked up and feds were investigating like drugs, child trafficking, human trafficking, whatever, right? And then all of a sudden they see that these group of people, mafia, sending fucking cash mules pickups, and they're like, hold on a second, what the fuck is this? And that's why almost every single cash mule is Asian.
Dang.
Also, we just look really harmless.
Right, in this particular scam.
I said we look pretty harmless. We're scared of like Asian people. Like we're so nice. Right?
We did one. We did funeral prank when we rented a casket, and he was old man inside. it show up an Asian dude,
Mortimer.
and I see him, and I was like, oh, motherfucker from the action movies that he gonna fucking kill you, like bald, tattoos, fucking bodybuilder. He was like, all right, what is my package?
I'm laying in a casket.
And he's laying in a casket. He was like, all right, cool. So how many cash mules? I was like 7, and there is one that's very big.
Oh my god.
Do you guys ever get any like death threats and stuff like that?
Oh yeah.
How do you guys deal with it?
Well,
From the scammers?
yeah. So
yeah.
Yeah,
We've
yeah,
had guns.
Oh, yeah.
real.
We've had guns pulled on us. The Indian scam that was real. We had to go into hiding for like a week because
How do you know it's safe to come out of hiding?
Well, thankfully we were with locals, but it wasn't safe to come out of hiding. We had to finish the operation. We had to change the plan. We had to hide in the hotel rooms. We couldn't leave the floor. And then our insiders that had infiltrated the call centers for like a year had to take care of everything. We were doing a Mark Rober collab with the glitter bombs. So they brought him into the call center. So we had it was like a 3-channel collab, and we eventually, we were either going to the embassy or we're going to go in the middle of the night to the airport, and we did the second one. But
dang, how
they're
do you
in
know
these
it's safe in
Telegram
America?
And they have like Telegram groups that like only scammers over there, and it's like 57,000
tens
scammers.
of thousands of members.
They're
in
like,
these
all
groups.
right, Trilogy
And they
Media
started
in
posting our
town,
locations in that
posting
group.
our locations. I will send you that
It's in
video.
Kolkata. It was crazy.
Dang,
Yeah.
How
We went to the restaurant and we got spotted. So they tailed us.
how do you know it's safe back in America? Like, how do you know some dude's not going to show
Yeah.
us right now?
And we don't know
danger?
that. We don't know that. We've had guns pulled us in the States too.
Because if they're
it's just-
scamming out of like millions of dollars, what's it cost to buy a one-way plane ticket to America?
But honestly,
I mean,
okay, how
cameras are our biggest
dumb
protection.
you have to be just to go knowing who we are. You know,
You can
he's
buy
a
a
public
big
figure.
team.
I'm not. I'm just a filmmaker. So it's like, it's like if we're gonna go missing,
I mean,
it's gonna bring a lot of attention. It's
You
gonna
can
bring
hire
a lot
a
of.
hitman for $20,000.
I mean,
right?
it's,
All right.
I mean, yeah, it's
Why do
not
you know
impossible.
that?
We take precautions, and our cameras are probably our best defense in anything we do.
We're purchasing bulletproofs.
big of a-
Actually,
Oh, really?
bulletproofs.
Good.
Yeah, we
Maybe
take
we need
precautions. The
that.
same thing. It's like
What if they shoot you in the head, though?
That would suck. Thank you for that. I never thought of that until you said it.
Yeah, but I'm so tall. You cannot. It's like maybe for Ashton. For me, it's gonna be in my chest.
Get helmets.
Yeah, just get a
It's okay.
I mean, also your head is small that you can move around.
You just have to be. You have to be Neo from Matrix.
Yeah, perfect.
Dang.
Hey, but what we're doing is like the majority of scammers, international, Nigerians, Jamaicans, and Indians. But you're going right here in your neighborhood, you're going against Scientology. And everybody fucking knows that nobody want to fuck with them.
Yeah,
And you're
that
like,
was
fuck.
scary, yeah. But
I'm going to go sign up.
I wanted to fuck with them, but even you were telling me it was the other way around for that one. You're like, no.
And yeah, there is a story for
Yeah.
that. It's, yeah.
dang.
I mean-
Yeah, you guys should do something on Scientology. It'd be funny.
There is a dude, you show me that video that goes on Hollywood and Highland.
Yeah. Well,
And
for a
he
while there,
confirmed-
I don't know if they're still doing it, but there's like this group of like TikTokers and stuff that like every night would go to the
Oh,
front
yeah.
door and like, I won't say harassing them because I guess support what they're doing, but they're at the door like yelling in and making a spectacle about and scaring off the people they're trying to recruit on
And
the sidewalk.
they will grab people and are ready
They're
to
like, "It's a
bring
cult,
them.
it's a
And they're
cult."
like, do you know? And especially like a lot of Latin American community. And they immediately in Spanish like, dude, do you know what's going to happen right now? We're going to become a slave. Like, don't
And so
sign that $1 billion.
they stopped leaving their doors open and they started like they would close them on them and then they would like board them up and then they'd call the cop and then they started hiring other Scientology people to like stand out there and like heckle back so that they leave, so anyway, I found that really interesting. I'm like, I kind of want to
There's
look
a
into this more.
restaurant next to the Blue Scientology building I like to go to, and then they like know who Ben is. So sometimes I'll park in front of there, and they'll come and like scope me out
For
on like a
real?
little bike. Yeah.
Like, what are they doing? What are they planning?
It's not Scientology's restaurant, is it?
No.
It's just right next.
But
Okay.
because it's next door.
Wow.
Yeah, because sometimes I park on the Scientology side, and they'll come and like look and see if I'm trying to do something, but I'm always like, hey, I'm just eating here.
I'm not exposing. My boyfriend is at home. He's already on a mission. He's doing crazy shit. He moved on. We're good.
Also, we lived on the west side of the Scientology building, and then the Vons is directly on the opposite, on the east side of the Scientology building. So I'd have to walk directly across Scientology every Sunday to like go get groceries.
Oh my God.
Every single time, yeah, they'd like see me, they like send their crew out and they like start running. They like send like 4 guards out and they're like just like walking, like I'm on the sidewalk here and they're just like this, like kind of making like a wall in between me
Just
and
to try to
Scientology.
intimidate you.
I just
yeah.
like stand. I'm like, hey, just getting groceries, guys. I'm not here to expose you guys today. Just
Not
groceries.
today.
Yeah, just groceries.
That's amazing.
My off day.
How long time ago you did investigation on them?
That was probably That was the first thing I've ever
a
done.
few years ago, right?
4 or 5 years ago.
Oh, okay, because it was a lot of new things happening, and that's why you sent me.
It was right when COVID started. So whatever COVID was, 2021. Yeah, 4 years ago. Yeah.
You're always looking for new, like, all right, so what do we
It's
have?
the Going Clear documentary that really got me into finding out more about the Scientology shit.
Yeah.
'Cause it's like, fuck, that goes deep.
Till present day.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy what goes
Well,
on.
mad respect to you and your content and whatever the hell you're working on. I can't wait to see it.
I can tell you guys off camera, just not on camera.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Because we're still in hiding, I guess. Is a
Okay.
good way to describe it. Yeah. So I haven't posted anything.
That's fun.
So we're in hiding.
Are we
right
allowed
now.
to post these?
Yeah, you can post this.
Okay.
That's why you can't talk about it
Just
publicly, you know.
Feds might come after you though.
All right.
No, I'm just kidding.
They're friends with the feds.
We're friends with them.
We're used to it.
Trust me, we're friends with them. We'll get that .gov, boys pick up .gov calling you.
That's funny. Awesome.
We will figure out, but we need to need to do something together. We'll find some juicy subject that we can go and do some chocolate.
That'd be fun.
Nice. I'm super down.
There we go. Yeah, of course you are. Of course you
To
are.
expose some scammers. It sounds fun.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, we can do some
Absolutely.
something. Seriously, thank you, and
Thank you guys so much.
be careful. Take care of each other, okay? We need more people like you, so don't
can't lose you, so,
we can lose
yeah.
you. Yeah.
You guys got extra bulletproof vests?
That's literally pointing. I was like,
we'll
one more bullet.
We'll add 2 more to the
Reading
list.
my mind.
Can you bulletproof your head like a bulletproof
Get a helmet.
Hamlet. Yes.
Hamlet.
So as a decoy, I'm
We'll
just fucked.
We'll get
What
some
if they shoot you in
Hamlets.
the face?
Hopefully
though?
not.
Goggles. Helmet. Oh my
Just move your
god.
head really fast. It's hard
Yeah,
to
Exactly.
aim.
Just
Yeah.
when you
Just
run,
dodge,
just
it's
try to
okay.
go like
Yeah,
this.
yeah,
You
just
weasel.
like
You know how to
that,
run.
yeah.
You know it.
Amazing.
Thank you for your time. Seriously.
guys for dropping
Whatever you do
by
in Florida,
last minute,
stay
yeah.
safe. Don't break any bones, and just You guys freaking awesome.
Don't get
Thank
arrested.
you for, Don't get arrested. Don't get arrested. You want to say something?
And thank you guys.
Because what do you want to say? Because I don't
We've
know,
been-
you
we've
keep
been-
saying something.
No, nothing for the mic.
Oh, the mic is hot. Hot mic.
Mhm.
Mike, you're hot.
They're probably sick of talking. They've been talking for 7 straight hours.
We're gonna
so-
let you go.
Dang.
Anyway, yeah,
This has been surreal. It really came full circle.
Yeah.
Oof.
especially for you. Yeah.
Mhm.
Wow. Well,
Mm.
thank you guys so much.
Seriously.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you for doing what you're doing, and thank you for your bravery.
Yeah, thanks for having us. This was sick.
Yeah.
Yay.
Yeah.
Reckless
Cool.
Fun.
Yeah,
Subscribe,
guys.
please.
Yeah, please
Horror
subscribe.
Road Trip. Subscribe.
We're gonna leave all these links in description. We
Trilogy
love
Media
you.
Plus.
Yahoo.
Trilogy
Trilogy
Plus.
Media, yes.
Subscribe.
Thank
We
you
love you
guys.
guys.
See you later.
See you later.